Navigating bureaucratic red tape.
I've been trying to get my residency permit renewed for weeks, but it's a Kafkaesque nightmare. Every time I think I have all the documents, they ask for something else.
I know exactly what you mean. The endless loop of requirements is designed to test your patience. Have you tried escalating the issue to a supervisor?
I considered it, but I'm afraid it might backfire. Bureaucrats often close ranks when challenged, don't they?
True, but sometimes a polite yet firm approach can work wonders. Frame it as seeking clarification, not lodging a complaint. Emphasize the urgency.
That's a good point. Perhaps I'll draft a carefully worded email outlining my situation and requesting a meeting to discuss the outstanding requirements.
Precisely. And be sure to document everything. Dates, times, names of people you spoke with. It's invaluable if things go south.
Sound advice. Thanks. I was feeling completely overwhelmed, but now I have a more strategic approach.
No problem at all. Remember, persistence is key. Don't let them wear you down.
The challenges of multilingualism.
Living in a multilingual environment is enriching, but also surprisingly challenging. It's not just about knowing the words, but understanding the cultural nuances and unspoken rules.
Absolutely. I often find myself second-guessing my word choices, wondering if I'm inadvertently causing offense or misunderstanding the underlying context.
And the mental gymnastics required to constantly switch between languages can be exhausting. Sometimes I feel like my brain is going to short circuit.
I completely understand. It's like having multiple personalities, each with its own set of linguistic and cultural baggage. It can be quite disorienting.
And the pressure to conform to the dominant language can be overwhelming. It's easy to lose your sense of identity when you're constantly trying to fit in.
That's a valid concern. It's important to maintain your mother tongue and cultural heritage, even while adapting to a new linguistic environment.
It's a delicate balancing act, but I wouldn't trade the experience for anything. The ability to communicate with people from different backgrounds is invaluable.
Agreed. It broadens your perspective, deepens your understanding of the world, and enriches your life in countless ways.
The declining trust in institutions.
It seems like trust in institutions, governments, media, even academia is at an all-time low. What do you think is driving this widespread cynicism?
I think it's a confluence of factors. The rise of social media has amplified misinformation and conspiracy theories, eroding faith in established sources of information.
That's certainly a major contributor. But I also think there's a growing sense that these institutions are no longer serving the interests of the average citizen, but rather the elite.
The increasing economic inequality has definitely fueled that perception. People feel like the system is rigged against them, and that those in power are out of touch with their struggles.
And the constant scandals and corruption allegations haven't helped matters. It's hard to maintain faith in institutions when they repeatedly demonstrate a lack of integrity.
So how do we rebuild that trust? Transparency and accountability are essential, but I think it also requires a fundamental shift in the way these institutions operate.
I agree. They need to be more responsive to the needs of the public and demonstrate a genuine commitment to serving the common good. It's a monumental task.
Indeed. And it requires a collective effort from all stakeholders, governments, media, civil society, to restore faith in the institutions that underpin our society.
The ethics of AI art.
This whole AI art craze is fascinating, but I can't shake the feeling that there's something fundamentally unethical about it. It's essentially plagiarism on a grand scale, isn't it?
That's a valid concern. The models are trained on existing artwork, often without the artist's consent. But proponents argue it's transformative use, creating something new from existing elements.
But where do we draw the line? If an AI can perfectly replicate a particular artist's style, effectively rendering them obsolete, is that justifiable?
It raises complex questions about copyright and intellectual property. The legal framework is lagging far behind the technological advancements.
And what about the human element? Art is supposed to be an expression of human emotion and experience. Can an algorithm truly replicate that?
That's the philosophical crux of the matter. Some argue that AI art is simply a tool, like a brush or a camera, and the artist is still the one guiding the process.
I suppose it boils down to whether we value the process of creation as much as the final product. I'm still not convinced it's all above board.
It's a rapidly evolving field, and the ethical implications are still being debated. There are no easy answers.
The future of democracy.
With rising populism, political polarization, and the spread of misinformation, I'm increasingly concerned about the future of democracy. Are we witnessing a decline in democratic values and institutions?
It's certainly a challenging time for democracies around the world. The rise of authoritarianism and the erosion of trust in democratic institutions are worrying trends.
The influence of money in politics is also a major concern. Wealthy individuals and corporations are able to exert undue influence on policy decisions, undermining the principle of equality before the law.
And the gerrymandering of electoral districts and the suppression of voter turnout are further eroding the integrity of democratic processes.
So, what can be done to strengthen democracy and protect it from these threats? Electoral reform, campaign finance reform, and efforts to combat misinformation are all essential.
Civic education is also crucial. Citizens need to be informed about their rights and responsibilities and actively engaged in the democratic process.
I think it's also important to foster a culture of tolerance and respect for differing viewpoints, so that people can engage in constructive dialogue and find common ground.
Agreed. Democracy requires a commitment to compromise and collaboration, and a willingness to put the common good above partisan interests. It's a constant work in progress.
The future of education.
Given the rapid pace of technological change, I often wonder what the future of education will look like. Will traditional classrooms still be relevant in a few decades?
I think the fundamental purpose of education, to equip individuals with the knowledge and skills they need to thrive, will remain the same. But the methods and delivery systems will undoubtedly evolve.
I imagine personalized learning will become increasingly prevalent, with students able to tailor their education to their individual needs and interests.
Absolutely, and technology will play a crucial role in facilitating that personalization, providing access to a vast array of resources and learning tools.
But I also worry about the potential for the digital divide to widen, exacerbating existing inequalities in access to quality education.
That's a valid concern. It's essential that governments and educators work to ensure that all students have equitable access to technology and the skills they need to navigate the digital world.
I also think there will be a greater emphasis on lifelong learning, as individuals need to constantly adapt to the changing demands of the job market.
Agreed. Education will no longer be confined to a specific period of life, but rather an ongoing process of personal and professional development.
The future of remote work.
Now that the pandemic is, hopefully, waning, companies are grappling with the future of remote work. Some are pushing for a full return to the office, while others are embracing hybrid models.
It's a real tug-of-war. On the one hand, remote work offers flexibility and autonomy, which can boost employee morale and productivity.
Exactly. I've found I'm far more focused without the constant distractions of the office environment. But there's also a downside, isn't there? The erosion of team cohesion, for instance.
Absolutely. Spontaneous brainstorming sessions and informal knowledge sharing are harder to replicate virtually. And the water cooler moments are surprisingly important for building rapport.
Plus, there's the issue of presenteeism. Even if companies claim to value output over hours worked, there's still a subtle pressure to be visible online.
That's a valid point. It requires a fundamental shift in management style, trusting employees to manage their time effectively and deliver results.
I think the ideal solution is a flexible hybrid model that allows employees to choose where they work, depending on their individual needs and the nature of the task at hand.
Agreed. One-size-fits-all approaches are unlikely to work. Companies need to tailor their policies to the specific needs of their workforce.
The impact of globalization on local cultures.
While globalization has undoubtedly brought many benefits, I'm concerned about its impact on local cultures. Are we witnessing a homogenization of cultures, with unique traditions and languages disappearing?
It's a complex issue. On the one hand, globalization can lead to cultural exchange and cross-fertilization of ideas. On the other, it can also result in the dominance of Western culture and the marginalization of local traditions.
The spread of global brands and consumerism is certainly contributing to this homogenization. It's becoming increasingly difficult to find products and services that reflect local cultures and traditions.
And the pressure to adopt global languages, particularly English, can threaten the survival of indigenous languages and dialects.
I think it's important to find a balance between embracing globalization and preserving local cultures. We need to celebrate our diversity and protect the unique traditions that make each culture special.
Absolutely. And that requires a conscious effort to support local businesses, promote local arts and crafts, and preserve indigenous languages.
It's also about fostering a sense of cultural pride and identity among younger generations so they understand the value of their heritage and are motivated to preserve it.
Indeed. It's a collective responsibility to ensure that globalization doesn't lead to cultural impoverishment, but rather to a richer and more diverse world.
The impact of social media on mental health.
I'm increasingly concerned about the pervasive influence of social media on mental health, particularly among young people. The constant exposure to curated perfection seems incredibly damaging.
It's a double-edged sword, isn't it? On the one hand, it can connect people and provide support networks. On the other, it can fuel feelings of inadequacy and anxiety.
The comparison game is relentless. People are constantly bombarded with images of seemingly perfect lives, leading to unrealistic expectations and a distorted sense of reality.
And the algorithms are designed to keep us hooked, feeding us content that reinforces our existing biases and anxieties. It's a vicious cycle.
I think media literacy is crucial. Young people need to be taught how to critically evaluate the information they consume online and recognize the manipulative tactics used by social media platforms.
Absolutely. And parents and educators need to be proactive in promoting healthy online habits and encouraging offline activities.
Ultimately, it's about cultivating a sense of self-worth that isn't contingent on external validation. Easier said than done, of course.
Indeed. It requires a conscious effort to disconnect from the digital world and reconnect with ourselves and the people around us.
The role of technology in social activism.
Technology has revolutionized social activism, enabling activists to organize protests, disseminate information, and mobilize support on a global scale. But is it always a force for good?
It's a powerful tool, no doubt. Social media platforms have allowed marginalized voices to be heard and have facilitated the rapid spread of social movements. However, it's also susceptible to manipulation and misinformation.
The echo chamber effect is a real concern. People tend to gravitate towards online communities that reinforce their existing beliefs, leading to polarization and a lack of critical thinking.
And the anonymity afforded by the internet can embolden individuals to engage in online harassment and abuse, silencing dissenting voices and chilling free speech.
Governments and corporations are also increasingly using technology to monitor and suppress dissent, making it more difficult for activists to organize and mobilize.
So how do we harness the power of technology for social good while mitigating the risks? Media literacy and critical thinking skills are essential, as is a commitment to ethical online behavior.
I think it's also important to build offline communities and networks so that social activism isn't solely reliant on technology.
Agreed. Technology should be a tool to augment, not replace, traditional forms of social activism. It's a combination of online and offline strategies that's most effective.
Analyzing the appeal of a new restaurant. Analyzing the dynamics of a group project.
I'm finding this group project incredibly frustrating. It feels like I'm carrying the weight of the entire team.
I understand. Group dynamics can be tricky. Have you tried addressing the issue directly with the other members?
I've attempted to, but it's difficult. Some members are passive, while others are overly assertive, making it hard to find a balance.
Perhaps you could suggest establishing clear roles and responsibilities for each member. A structured approach might help distribute the workload more evenly.
That's a good idea. I also think we need to improve our communication. There's a lot of misunderstanding and lack of coordination.
Consider suggesting regular check-in meetings to discuss progress and address any concerns. Open and honest communication is essential for effective collaboration.
I'll propose that. It's just disheartening when some members aren't pulling their weight, especially when the grade depends on collective effort.
Ultimately, if the situation doesn't improve, you may need to escalate the issue to the professor. It's important to ensure fairness and accountability.
Discussing the authenticity of a documentary.
I just finished watching that documentary on the Amazon rainforest. It was visually stunning, but I'm left wondering how much of it was dramatized for effect.
That's a valid concern. Documentaries often walk a tightrope between presenting factual information and creating a compelling narrative. Did anything in particular strike you as potentially embellished?
Well, the way they portrayed the indigenous tribes, for instance. It felt overly romanticized, almost as if they were untouched by modern society, which is rarely the case.
I agree. There's a tendency to idealize marginalized communities. It's crucial to consider the filmmaker's perspective and potential biases when interpreting these narratives.
Exactly. And the dramatic music swells during scenes of deforestation felt manipulative, designed to evoke a specific emotional response rather than fostering critical thinking.
That's a common technique, unfortunately. It's up to us as viewers to remain discerning and seek out alternative perspectives to get a more balanced understanding.
Perhaps we should research the sources they used and see if independent reports corroborate their claims. A healthy dose of skepticism is always warranted.
Precisely. Cross-referencing information is key. Just because something is presented as truth doesn't make it so. Critical evaluation is paramount.
Discussing the implications of a local development project.
Have you heard about the proposed development project near the river? They're planning to build a large shopping complex.
Yes, I saw the plans. I'm rather ambivalent about it. On the one hand, it could bring jobs and boost the local economy.
That's true, but at what cost? I'm concerned about the environmental impact, particularly the potential for increased pollution in the river.
That's a valid point. Have they conducted a thorough environmental impact assessment? We need to ensure they're mitigating any potential damage.
I'm not sure. I read that some local residents are organizing a protest, arguing that the project will destroy the natural habitat and increase traffic congestion.
It's important to consider all perspectives. Perhaps we should attend the next town hall meeting to hear the developers' plans and the residents' concerns firsthand.
That's a good idea. Informed public discourse is crucial for making sound decisions that benefit the entire community.
Absolutely. We need to weigh the economic benefits against the potential environmental and social costs before forming a definitive opinion.
Discussing the merits of different travel styles.
I'm planning a trip next year, but I'm torn between backpacking through Southeast Asia and taking a luxury cruise in the Mediterranean.
Those are two vastly different experiences. What are you hoping to gain from your travels?
Well, backpacking would offer a more immersive cultural experience, allowing me to connect with locals and explore off-the-beaten-path destinations.
True, but it can also be physically demanding and require a certain level of adaptability and resourcefulness. The cruise offers comfort and convenience.
Exactly. The cruise would be more relaxing and allow me to see multiple countries without the hassle of packing and unpacking constantly.
However, it might lack the authenticity and spontaneity of backpacking. You'd be more insulated from the local culture.
Perhaps I should consider a hybrid approach, combining elements of both. Maybe a few weeks of backpacking, followed by a shorter, more luxurious stay.
That sounds like a good compromise. It would allow you to experience different aspects of travel and cater to both your adventurous and relaxation needs.
Evaluating the effectiveness of a public service announcement.
Did you see that new PSA about water conservation? I'm not sure it's going to be effective.
I did. What makes you say that? Was the message unclear or the visuals unappealing?
It's more that it felt preachy and guilt-tripping, rather than offering practical solutions or highlighting the positive impact of conservation.
I see your point. PSAs often rely on fear tactics, but that can be counterproductive. People tend to tune out if they feel they're being lectured.
Exactly. I think a more effective approach would be to showcase innovative water-saving technologies or highlight community initiatives that are making a difference.
Positive reinforcement is often more persuasive than negative messaging. Showcasing success stories can inspire others to take action.
Perhaps they should have consulted with behavioral psychologists to understand how to craft a message that resonates with the target audience.
That's a valid point. Effective communication requires a deep understanding of human psychology and the factors that influence behavior change.
Seeking advice on a career crossroads.
I'm at a real crossroads in my career, B. I've been offered a promotion, but it would mean relocating and sacrificing a lot of my personal time.
That sounds like a significant decision. Have you considered the long-term implications of both options? Think about what truly motivates you.
That's the problem. I'm torn. The promotion offers financial security and career advancement, but I value my work-life balance and community ties.
It's a classic dilemma. Perhaps try visualizing yourself in both scenarios 5 years from now. Which version feels more fulfilling, more authentic?
I've tried that, but my anxieties keep clouding my judgment. I'm worried about regretting either choice.
Regret is inevitable to some degree. The key is to make a decision you can live with, knowing you weighed the pros and cons thoroughly.
Maybe I should talk to a career counselor. An objective perspective might help me clarify my priorities.
That's an excellent idea. Sometimes an external voice can provide the clarity we need to navigate complex decisions. Don't rush into anything.
You're right. Thanks, B. I appreciate you lending an ear.
Decoding sarcasm in professional settings.
Did you catch Sarah's enthusiastic response to the budget cuts? I'm trying to gauge if it was genuine or dripping with irony.
Oh, Sarah's sarcasm is a finely honed weapon. Given her previous advocacy for increased resources, I'd wager it was the latter. You need a Geiger counter to measure the radiation from that level of cynicism.
Exactly. I almost choked on my coffee. It's tricky though, isn't it? Outright confrontation isn't exactly conducive to team harmony.
Precisely. It's a tightrope walk. Acknowledging the underlying frustration without escalating the situation requires a deft touch.
So, how do you usually navigate that? Ignoring it feels dismissive, but directly addressing it could backfire.
I usually try to gently reframe the issue. Acknowledge the validity of the concern, but then steer the conversation towards potential solutions or alternative perspectives.
That's a good strategy. I'll try to remember that next time the atmosphere gets a little too sparkly.
Just be prepared to deploy your own brand of carefully calibrated diplomacy. Good luck!
Expressing a contrarian opinion respectfully.
Everyone seems to be raving about this new restaurant, Gastronomic Heights. Have you been?
I have, actually, and while I appreciate the artistry and innovation, I found the overall experience rather underwhelming, to be frank.
Really? I've heard nothing but glowing reviews. What didn't you like?
The portions were minuscule, the prices exorbitant, and the atmosphere felt pretentious. It seemed more focused on presentation than substance.
That's a shame. I was hoping for a truly exceptional dining experience. Perhaps it's just a matter of personal taste.
Precisely. My palate might simply be less refined than the average food critic, but I wouldn't want to dissuade you from trying it yourself. Form your own opinion.
I think I will, just to see what all the fuss is about, but I'll keep your reservations in mind.
Fair enough. I hope you have a more positive experience than I did.
Expressing disappointment without being accusatory.
I'm a little disappointed that you weren't able to make it to the dinner party last night. We were really looking forward to seeing you.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Something completely unavoidable came up at the last minute. I was really bummed to miss it.
I understand that things happen. It's just that we had planned the seating arrangements and the menu with you in mind.
I feel terrible. Is there any way I can make it up to you? Perhaps I could take you both out for dinner next week?
That's very thoughtful of you. Don't worry too much about it. We were just hoping you could be there.
No, I insist. Let me treat you. It's the least I can do to compensate for my absence.
All right, if you insist. We'd love that. We'll coordinate schedules later.
Perfect. Again, I apologize profusely for the inconvenience.
Gently correcting misinformation in a social setting.
Did you hear that the government is planning to completely abolish income tax? It's outrageous.
I saw a headline about tax reforms, but I understood it to be a restructuring rather than a complete abolition. Where did you hear that?
It was all over that news site, Truth Seeker Daily. They're usually pretty reliable.
I'm not familiar with that source. Perhaps it's worth cross-referencing with more established news outlets like the BBC or Reuters before drawing conclusions.
You might be right. It did seem a bit far-fetched. A complete abolition would be economically disastrous.
Exactly. It's always wise to be skeptical of sensationalist headlines and verify information from multiple credible sources.
Thanks for pointing that out. I'll definitely do some more digging before sharing that information further.
No problem at all. It's easy to be misled in this age of information overload.
Handling a friend's bragging without causing offense.
You won't believe it. We just booked a month-long trip to the Maldives. First class, of course.
Wow, that sounds extensive. You must be really looking forward to it.
Absolutely. We're staying in the most exclusive resort. Private beach, personal chef, the works.
That's certainly a lavish way to spend your vacation. I'm more of a backpacking through Europe kind of person myself, but each to their own.
Oh, backpacking? That sounds rustic. We prefer a bit more comfort and luxury.
Indeed. It's all about priorities, isn't it? I value experiences over material possessions, but I'm sure you'll have a wonderful time.
We certainly will. We deserve it after all the hard work we've put in.
Well, enjoy every moment. I'm sure the photos will be stunning.
Managing expectations after a promotion.
So how are you finding the new role? It's been a couple of weeks now, hasn't it?
It's certainly been a baptism by fire. The learning curve is steeper than I anticipated, to be honest.
That's understandable. There's always an adjustment period. What's been the biggest challenge so far?
Delegation, without a doubt. I'm used to doing everything myself, so relinquishing control and trusting others is proving difficult.
That's a common hurdle. You need to shift your mindset from being a doer to a leader. Focus on empowering your team.
Easier said than done, I'm afraid. I keep second-guessing myself, wondering if I'm setting realistic expectations.
Open communication is key. Clearly define roles and responsibilities and provide regular feedback. Don't be afraid to ask for help either.
You're right. I suppose I'm still grappling with the imposter syndrome. It's a work in progress, I suppose.
Navigating a casual encounter with a former romantic interest.
Oh, hello. Fancy seeing you here. It's been quite a while, hasn't it?
Indeed it has. How are you? You look well.
I'm doing all right, thanks. Busy as ever. And yourself?
Keeping occupied. I've been traveling quite a bit for work lately.
That sounds interesting. To which corners of the globe have you been whisked off to?
Mostly Europe, but I did have a brief stint in Southeast Asia last month. Quite an experience.
Well, it sounds like life is treating you kindly. It was good to see you. I should probably get going, but take care.
You too. All the best.
Responding to unsolicited advice with grace.
You really should consider investing in cryptocurrency. It's the future,
That's an interesting suggestion. I've read a little about it, but I haven't delved into it deeply yet.
You're missing out. I've made a fortune. You just need to know which coins to buy.
I appreciate your enthusiasm. However, I tend to be quite conservative with my investments and prefer more traditional avenues.
But you're missing out on potentially huge gains. You need to take some risks to reap the rewards.
I understand the allure, but I'm comfortable with my current financial strategy. It aligns with my risk tolerance and long-term goals.
Well, just think about it. You might regret it later.
I appreciate your concern. I'll certainly keep it in mind. Thanks for the suggestion.
The dilemma of recommending a service you're unsure of.
You mentioned you used a gardener recently. I'm looking for someone reliable. Any recommendations?
Well, I did use Green Thumb Gardens, but I'm hesitant to give a wholehearted endorsement if I'm honest.
Oh, really? What was the issue?
Their work was generally good, but they were consistently late and the communication was patchy. I had to chase them several times.
That's frustrating. Punctuality and clear communication are crucial, especially when you're paying a premium.
Exactly. If those things aren't deal breakers for you, their gardening skills are solid. But I wouldn't want to mislead you.
I appreciate your candor. Perhaps I'll look elsewhere. Thanks for saving me potential aggravation.
No problem at all. I'd rather be upfront than have you encounter the same issues.
The subtle art of accepting a compliment.
I must say, your presentation yesterday was absolutely captivating. You really held the audience's attention.
Thank you, I appreciate that. I was quite nervous beforehand, so it's reassuring to hear it went well.
Nervous? You certainly didn't show it. Your delivery was seamless, and the data was presented in a remarkably accessible way.
Well, I spent a considerable amount of time refining the narrative and simplifying the technical jargon. I'm glad it resonated.
It definitely did. It's a rare talent to be able to explain complex concepts so clearly.
That's very kind of you to say. I've always believed that clear communication is paramount, especially in our field.
Absolutely. It's a skill that's often overlooked. Anyway, congratulations again on a job well done.
Thank you once more. I value your feedback immensely.
Analyzing the impact of a local event on community sentiment.
What's your take on the recent decision to build that new shopping mall on the old park grounds? I'm sensing a lot of mixed feelings in the community.
Definitely. On the one hand, it promises economic benefits and job creation. On the other, it means losing a valuable green space that many residents cherished.
Exactly. I've seen arguments on both sides. Some people are excited about the new shops and restaurants, while others are lamenting the loss of a place for recreation and relaxation.
It's a classic case of progress versus preservation. The developers argue that the mall will boost the local economy, but at what cost?
And there's the issue of increased traffic congestion and pollution. The roads are already overcrowded, and a new mall will only exacerbate the problem.
Perhaps the City Council should have conducted a more thorough environmental impact assessment and engaged in more meaningful consultations with the community.
Agreed. It feels like the decision was rushed through without fully considering the long-term consequences for the community's well-being.
Ultimately, it's a trade-off. We have to decide what we value more, economic growth or quality of life. It's a difficult balance to strike.
Dealing with a friend's constant complaining.
I'm finding it increasingly difficult to spend time with David. He's constantly complaining, no matter what we're doing.
I've noticed that too. It's draining, isn't it? It's one thing to vent occasionally, but his negativity is relentless.
Exactly. I've tried offering solutions, but he just dismisses them. It's like he's not actually looking for help, just wanting to wallow.
Perhaps he's going through something deeper than he's letting on. Have you tried asking him directly if he's okay?
I have, but he just brushes it off with just the usual. It's frustrating because I care about him, but I can't be his therapist.
I understand. Maybe you need to gently establish some boundaries. Let him know you're there for him, but that you also need to protect your own energy.
That's a good idea. I could try saying something like, I'm here to listen, but I need to focus on solutions, not just the problems.
Precisely. And if he continues to be relentlessly negative, it's okay to politely excuse yourself. Your well-being is important too.
Discussing the authenticity of an online review.
Have you seen the reviews for that new Italian place, Bella Note? They're overwhelmingly positive, almost suspiciously so.
I have. It does ring alarm bells, doesn't it? I always take those things with a grain of salt. Could be genuine enthusiasm or something else.
Exactly. I'm wondering if they're employing some kind of reputation management strategy, paying for positive reviews perhaps?
It's certainly not unheard of. I tend to look for reviews that offer specific details, both good and bad. Those feel more credible.
Good point. The ones gushing about the best pasta ever without mentioning anything concrete are definitely suspect.
Precisely. I also check the reviewer's profile. If they've only ever reviewed that one restaurant, that's a red flag.
Smart. So are you still tempted to try it, or are you put off by the potentially manufactured hype?
I'm leaning towards cautious optimism. Maybe we should go during off-peak hours and see what the atmosphere is actually like.
Discussing the ethical implications of using AI for personal assistance.
I've been experimenting with AI assistants for managing my schedule and emails. It's incredibly efficient, but I'm starting to feel a bit uneasy about it.
Uneasy how? Is it the feeling of losing control over your own life or something else?
It's more about the potential for data privacy breaches and the fact that I'm essentially outsourcing my cognitive tasks to a machine. What are the long-term effects on my own abilities?
That's a valid concern. We're becoming increasingly reliant on these technologies, and we don't fully understand the implications. Are we becoming too passive?
Precisely. And what about the bias embedded in these algorithms? Are they reinforcing existing inequalities without us even realizing it?
That's a crucial point. AI is only as good as the data it's trained on. If that data reflects societal biases, the AI will perpetuate them.
So where do we draw the line? Is it ethical to use AI for mundane tasks, but not for more complex decision-making processes?
It's a slippery slope. We need to be mindful of the potential consequences and ensure that we're using AI responsibly and ethically. Constant vigilance is key.
Discussing the implications of a friend's unexpected inheritance.
Did you hear about Mark? He unexpectedly inherited a substantial amount of money from a distant relative.
Really? Wow. That's quite a life-changing event. I wonder how he's going to handle it.
That's what I'm thinking. It could be a fantastic opportunity, but also a potential source of stress and complicated relationships.
Absolutely. Suddenly, having that much money can put a strain on friendships, especially if people start treating him differently.
Exactly. And there's the pressure of managing it responsibly. I hope he seeks professional financial advice.
Me too. It would be a shame if he squandered it all. I imagine he's feeling a mixture of excitement and anxiety right now.
Sure, we should reach out and offer our support without being intrusive. Just let him know we're there for him, regardless.
Agreed. A simple message saying congratulations, let's celebrate soon would be perfect. No need to pry into the details.
Evaluating the pros and cons of downsizing.
We're seriously considering downsizing now that the kids have moved out. The house feels so empty, and the upkeep is becoming a burden.
I can understand that. Less space to clean and maintain would be a definite advantage. But are you sure you're ready to part with all your belongings?
That's the biggest hurdle, honestly. We've accumulated so much stuff over the years. It's daunting to think about decluttering.
Perhaps start small, with one room at a time. It's surprising how liberating it can be to get rid of things you no longer need or use.
That's a good approach. The financial benefits are also appealing. We could potentially free up a significant amount of capital.
True, but consider the emotional cost as well. This house holds so many memories. Are you prepared to leave them behind?
That's what we're wrestling with. It's not just a house. It's been our home for decades. We need to weigh the practical advantages against the sentimental value.
Exactly. Maybe explore different downsizing options. A smaller house, a condo, or even a retirement community. Find something that feels right for you both.
Interpreting mixed signals from a potential employer.
I had an interview last week that I thought went really well, but I haven't heard anything back. I'm getting mixed signals.
That's always frustrating. What makes you say you're getting mixed signals? Was there anything specific in the interview itself?
Well, the interviewer seemed genuinely enthusiastic about my experience and skills. They even talked about potential projects I could work on.
That sounds promising. But
they also mentioned that they were interviewing a lot of candidates and that the decision-making process could take several weeks, which feels like a polite brush-off.
it could be genuine, or it could be a way of managing expectations. Did you send a thank you note after the interview?
Yes, I did, reiterating my interest in the position. I'm just trying to temper my enthusiasm, but it's hard not to get my hopes up.
I understand. Try not to read too much into it. Focus on other opportunities in the meantime. If they're interested, they'll be in touch.
Navigating a complex family dynamic during the holidays.
I'm dreading the family gathering this Christmas. My parents are divorced, and the tension between them is always palpable.
Oh, I know that feeling. It's like walking on eggshells, trying to keep everyone happy and avoid any potential arguments.
Exactly. And my sister and her husband have very different political views from my uncle, which inevitably leads to heated debates.
Sounds like a recipe for disaster. Have you considered trying to mediate beforehand, setting some ground rules?
I've thought about it, but I'm not sure it would work. Everyone's so entrenched in their positions. Maybe the best approach is to just try to steer the conversation away from controversial topics.
That's probably wise. Focus on neutral subjects like the food, the weather, or shared memories. Anything to diffuse the tension.
And maybe limit my alcohol intake. It's tempting to numb the stress, but that could easily backfire and make things worse.
Definitely a good idea. And remember, you can always take a break and step outside for some fresh air if things get too overwhelming. Prioritize your own well-being.
Reconciling personal values with workplace culture.
I'm struggling to reconcile my personal values with the company culture. It feels like there's a constant pressure to prioritize profit over ethics.
That's a difficult position to be in. It's important to work for an organization that aligns with your principles. What specifically is bothering you?
There's a lot of emphasis on aggressive sales tactics and cutting corners to meet targets. It feels dishonest, and it goes against my sense of integrity.
Have you considered discussing your concerns with your manager or HR? It's possible they're unaware of the impact these practices are having on employees.
I'm hesitant to rock the boat, but I know I can't continue working in an environment that compromises my values. It's affecting my mental health.
I understand. Perhaps frame it as a desire to improve the company's reputation and build long-term customer relationships based on trust.
That's a good way to approach it. If that doesn't work, I may have to consider looking for a new job. My well-being is paramount.
Absolutely. There are companies out there that prioritize ethics and sustainability. Don't settle for anything less than what you deserve.
Understanding a friend's cryptic social media post.
Did you see Sarah's post? Sometimes the hardest paths lead to the most beautiful destinations. What do you make of that?
Vague, isn't it? Could be anything, really. Given her recent job search, I'd wager it's probably work-related. Maybe she finally landed something.
That's what I initially thought, but she seemed pretty down about the last interview. I wonder if something else entirely is going on.
True, she's been unusually quiet lately. Perhaps a subtle hint about a relationship issue? She's been seeing Mark for a while now.
Possibly. Or maybe she's just trying to be profound. We all have those moments, right?
Indeed. Best not to overthink it. If it's important, she'll tell us eventually. Jumping to conclusions rarely helps.
You're right. I'm just naturally inquisitive. Let's give her some space and see if she elaborates.
Exactly. A simple, "Hope you're doing well," might be more appropriate than a barrage of questions.
Dealing with the cognitive dissonance of enjoying a product made by a company with questionable ethical practices.
I'm really enjoying this new coffee machine, but I just read an article about the company's appalling labor practices. Now I feel incredibly conflicted.
That's a common predicament in our consumerist society. It's hard to reconcile our desire for convenience and enjoyment with our ethical principles.
I'm considering boycotting the company altogether, but then I'm stuck with a perfectly functional coffee machine that I already paid for.
Perhaps you could continue using it while simultaneously advocating for change. Write to the company, sign petitions, and support organizations that fight for workers' rights.
That's a good compromise. It's about acknowledging the issue and taking steps to mitigate the harm, even if it's not a perfect solution.
Exactly. And in the future, you can prioritize purchasing from companies with more ethical and sustainable practices. Consumer choices do matter.
You're right. It's a constant learning process, and it's easy to fall into the trap of convenience. But I need to be more mindful of the impact of my choices.
We all do. It's about striving for progress, not perfection, and acknowledging that we're all part of a complex system with inherent contradictions.
Navigating the complexities of supporting a friend through a difficult breakup.
I'm really struggling with how to support Sarah right now. She's completely devastated by the breakup and keeps vacillating between anger and despair.
It's tough, isn't it? Breakups can be so raw and emotionally draining. Have you tried just being there to listen without offering unsolicited advice?
I have, but she keeps asking me what I think she should do, and I'm afraid of saying the wrong thing and making it worse.
Perhaps instead of giving direct advice, you could help her explore her own feelings and options. Ask open-ended questions to help her process her emotions.
That's a good point. I tend to jump to solutions, but maybe what she needs most is just to feel heard and understood.
Exactly. Validation is key. And remind her of her strengths and all the things she has to be grateful for, even amidst the pain.
Okay, I'll try that. It's just hard to see her so heartbroken. I just want to fix it for her.
I know, but sometimes the best support is simply being a steady presence and allowing her to grieve in her own way.
Reconciling idealism with practicality in environmentalism.
I'm feeling increasingly disillusioned with our local environmental initiatives. We're pushing for zero-waste policies, but the infrastructure simply isn't there to support it. It feels performative.
I understand the frustration. The gap between aspiration and execution can be disheartening. But isn't some progress better than none, even if it's incremental?
Perhaps. But I worry that these symbolic gestures lull people into a false sense of security, diverting attention from the systemic changes that are truly necessary.
That's a valid concern. Maybe we need to shift our focus towards lobbying for policy changes at a higher level while still supporting the grassroots efforts.
That sounds like a more pragmatic approach. It's about finding the balance between immediate action and long-term strategy, isn't it?
Exactly. We can't let perfect be the enemy of good. And we certainly can't afford to give up entirely.
All right. Let's brainstorm some concrete actions we can take to advocate for systemic change. Perhaps a letter-writing campaign to our representatives?
Excellent idea. We could also organize a community forum to educate people about the bigger picture and encourage them to get involved in lobbying efforts.
Reconciling the desire for adventure with the responsibilities of adulthood.
I'm feeling this overwhelming urge to just quit my job, sell all my possessions, and travel the world. But then reality sets in, and I remember I have bills to pay and responsibilities to uphold.
That's a common tension. The allure of adventure versus the constraints of adulthood. It's about finding a way to balance those competing desires.
I've considered taking a sabbatical, but I'm worried about the impact on my career. And honestly, I'm not sure if I could afford it.
Perhaps you could explore smaller adventures in your local area. Weekend hiking trips, volunteering opportunities, or learning a new skill.
That's a good point. It doesn't have to be an all-or-nothing decision. I can find ways to inject more excitement into my life without completely abandoning my responsibilities.
Exactly. It's about finding a sustainable way to nourish your adventurous spirit while still maintaining a stable and fulfilling life.
I suppose I need to redefine what adventure means to me. It doesn't always have to involve exotic destinations and extreme activities.
Precisely. It can be about embracing new challenges, stepping outside your comfort zone, and cultivating a sense of curiosity and wonder in your everyday life.
The challenges of maintaining a sense of identity while assimilating into a new culture.
I've been living abroad for 5 years now, and I'm starting to feel like I'm losing touch with my own cultural identity. I'm adopting the local customs, but it feels hollow.
That's a common experience for expats. It's a delicate balancing act between integrating into a new society and preserving your own heritage.
I try to stay connected with my family and friends back home, but it's not the same as being physically present and immersed in my own culture.
Perhaps you could find ways to celebrate your cultural traditions in your new environment. Connect with other expats from your country and create a sense of community.
That's a good idea. I've been so focused on fitting in that I haven't really sought out other people from my background.
Remember, your cultural identity is a valuable asset, not a liability. It's what makes you unique and contributes to the richness of the global community.
You're right. I need to embrace both my new experiences and my roots. It's about finding a way to integrate them into a cohesive sense of self.
Exactly. It's a journey of self-discovery, and it can be incredibly enriching if you approach it with an open mind and a willingness to learn.
The ethical considerations of using AI-powered language tools for creative writing.
I've been experimenting with AI writing tools for my novel, and I'm astonished by their capabilities. But it also feels wrong somehow.
I can see that. It raises some fundamental questions about authorship and originality, doesn't it? Where does the human creativity end and the algorithm begin?
Precisely. I'm using it to generate plot ideas and character sketches, but I'm hesitant to rely on it for the actual prose. It feels like cheating.
Perhaps it's a question of how you frame it. Is it a tool to augment your own creativity, or a substitute for it? The former feels more ethically sound.
That's a helpful distinction. I suppose if I'm using it to overcome writer's block or explore different possibilities, it's less problematic.
And transparency is crucial. If you're submitting the work for publication, you should probably disclose the extent to which AI was used in its creation.
Absolutely. I wouldn't want to mislead anyone. It's a fascinating technology, but it comes with a significant ethical responsibility.
Indeed. We're still in uncharted territory, and it's important to have these conversations to establish ethical guidelines.
The ethical implications of using location data for targeted advertising.
I'm increasingly concerned about how companies are using our location data to target us with personalized ads. It feels like a gross invasion of privacy.
I agree. While personalized advertising can be convenient, it also raises serious ethical questions about data security and informed consent.
I try to disable location services on my phone whenever possible, but it feels like a constant battle to protect my personal information.
Perhaps we need stronger regulations to limit the collection and use of location data and to ensure that consumers have more control over their own information.
Absolutely, it's about finding a balance between innovation and privacy. Companies shouldn't be allowed to exploit our data without our explicit consent.
And we need to be more aware of the potential consequences of sharing our location data. It can be used to track our movements, predict our behavior, and even discriminate against us.
It's a slippery slope. I worry that we're becoming increasingly desensitized to the erosion of our privacy, and that we're giving up our rights without even realizing it.
That's why it's so important to have these conversations and to advocate for stronger protections. Our privacy is not a commodity to be bought and sold.
The importance of setting boundaries with overly involved family members.
My mother is constantly calling me and offering unsolicited advice about my life, even though I'm perfectly capable of making my own decisions. It's suffocating.
That sounds incredibly frustrating. It's important to establish healthy boundaries, even with family members who have the best intentions.
I've tried to gently push back, but she always takes it personally and accuses me of being ungrateful.
Perhaps you could try framing it as a need for space and autonomy, rather than a rejection of her love and support. I appreciate your concern, Mom, but I need to figure this out on my own.
That's a more diplomatic approach. I tend to get defensive, which probably makes the situation worse.
It's a delicate balance between asserting your independence and respecting your mother's feelings. But ultimately, you have the right to make your own choices.
I know, but it's hard to break free from these ingrained patterns of behavior. It feels like I'm constantly walking on eggshells.
It takes time and consistent effort. But with clear communication and a firm commitment to your own well-being, you can establish healthier boundaries.
The nuances of giving constructive feedback to a close friend on their creative work.
I'm in a bit of a bind. My friend just showed me her paintings, and while I admire her effort, I don't particularly like them. I don't want to hurt her feelings.
That's a classic dilemma. Honesty without cruelty is the key. Perhaps focus on specific aspects that you appreciate, even if they're minor.
I can certainly commend her technical skill and her dedication to the craft, but I find the subject matter rather uninspired.
Instead of criticizing the subject matter directly, you could frame it as a suggestion for future exploration. Have you considered experimenting with different themes?
That's a much gentler approach, and I should probably avoid using phrases like, I don't like it or it's not my taste.
Precisely. Focus on the potential for growth and development, rather than dwelling on perceived shortcomings. Highlight her strengths.
Okay, I'll try to be as tactful as possible. It's just difficult to balance honesty with the desire to maintain our friendship.
Remember, true friends value honest feedback, even if it's not always what they want to hear, as long as it's delivered with kindness and respect.
The paradox of information overload and the difficulty of staying informed.
I feel completely overwhelmed by the sheer volume of information available these days. It's almost impossible to stay informed without feeling anxious and exhausted.
I understand. We're bombarded with news from countless sources, and it's hard to discern what's credible and what's not. It's a paradox of choice.
I try to limit my exposure to social media, but even then, I feel like I'm missing out on important information. It's a constant balancing act.
Perhaps we need to be more selective about our sources and focus on quality over quantity. Choose a few reputable news organizations and stick with them.
That's a good strategy, and I should probably be more critical of the information I consume, rather than passively accepting everything I read.
Exactly. Fact-checking is essential, and it's important to be aware of our own biases and to seek out diverse perspectives.
It's a daunting task, but it's crucial for responsible citizenship. We can't make informed decisions if we're drowning in misinformation.
Indeed. It's about cultivating a healthy relationship with information, rather than letting it control us. We need to be discerning consumers, not passive recipients.
Analyzing the appeal and potential downsides of a trend.
Have you noticed how popular tiny homes are becoming? It seems like everyone is downsizing and embracing minimalist living.
I have. There's definitely an appeal to the idea of simplifying your life and reducing your environmental footprint, but I wonder if it's truly sustainable long term.
Dealing with a passive-aggressive neighbor.
I'm finding it increasingly difficult to ignore Mrs. Henderson's veiled criticisms about our garden. It's always something. The length of the grass, the untidiness of the flower beds.
Oh dear, that sounds exasperating. Have you considered addressing it directly, but in a very neutral way? Perhaps something like, Mrs. Henderson, I've noticed you've mentioned the garden a few times. Is there something specific that's bothering you?
I've thought about it, but I'm worried about escalating things. She's quite adept at playing the victim.
True. Perhaps document the interactions? Dates, times, what was said. That way, if it does escalate, you have a clear record. Also, consider involving the homeowners association if it continues, despite your attempts to address it.
That's a good idea about documenting it. I tend to just brush it off in the moment, but it's definitely chipping away at my patience.
Exactly, and remember, you're not obligated to meet her expectations. As long as you're complying with the HOA regulations, you're in the clear. Don't let her passive aggression dictate your gardening habits.
Thanks, that's reassuring. I think I'll try the neutral approach first and see where it goes. Documentation it is, then.
Good luck. And remember, sometimes the best defense is a polite but firm stance. You've got this.
Discussing the authenticity of a recent news story.
Did you see that article about the supposed breakthrough in cold fusion? It seemed awfully sensationalized to me.
I did, and I share your skepticism. The reporting seemed to gloss over the methodological rigor or lack thereof. Plus, the source they cited has a history of publishing questionable research.
Exactly! And the phrasing they used, like revolutionary and game changer, felt more like clickbait than objective journalism.
Precisely. It's crucial to cross-reference these kinds of claims with reputable scientific publications and peer-reviewed studies before accepting them as fact.
I tried to find the original study, but it seems to be behind a paywall. That's always a red flag for me.
Indeed. It raises questions about transparency and accessibility. Legitimate scientific advancements are usually disseminated widely and openly.
So we're both inclined to believe it's likely either exaggerated or outright fabricated?
Highly likely. Until I see corroborating evidence from multiple independent sources, I'm treating it with a healthy dose of suspicion.
Discussing the ethical implications of personalized advertising.
I'm increasingly uncomfortable with how personalized advertising has become. It feels like a violation of privacy, even if I technically agreed to it in some terms and conditions.
I agree. The sheer volume of data they collect and the accuracy with which they can target us is unsettling. Where do you draw the line between personalization and manipulation?
That's the key question. Is it ethical to exploit our vulnerabilities and desires to sell us things we don't really need?
Some argue that it's simply efficient marketing, providing us with relevant products and services. But the power imbalance is undeniable. We're constantly being analyzed and categorized.
Discussing the merits of different approaches to self-improvement.
I've been trying to be more proactive about self-improvement lately, but I'm overwhelmed by all the different approaches. Mindfulness, therapy, self-help books. It's a lot.
I know the feeling. It's easy to get caught up in the pursuit of bettering yourself without really understanding what you're aiming for. What areas are you hoping to improve?
Mostly my anxiety and time management. I tend to procrastinate and then get stressed about deadlines.
For anxiety, have you considered cognitive behavioral therapy? It's quite effective in addressing negative thought patterns and developing coping mechanisms.
I've heard good things about CBT. As for time management, I've tried various apps and techniques, but nothing seems to stick.
Perhaps you need to reframe your approach. Instead of focusing on squeezing more into your day, try prioritizing tasks and eliminating unnecessary commitments. Saying no can be incredibly liberating.
That's a good point. I do tend to overcommit myself. It's hard to say no to people.
It is, but learning to prioritize your own well-being is essential. Remember, self-improvement isn't about becoming a different person, but about becoming a better version of yourself.
Evaluating the pros and cons of a career change.
I've been seriously contemplating a career change, moving from finance to something in the environmental sector. It feels like a huge leap, though.
That's a significant shift. What's driving the desire for change? Is it a lack of fulfillment in your current role, or a strong pull towards environmental work?
It's a combination of both, really. I feel increasingly disconnected from the purpose of my work in finance, and I'm deeply concerned about environmental issues.
Have you considered the potential financial implications? Environmental jobs often pay less, at least initially. And what about the necessary retraining or education?
I've done some preliminary research. I'd likely need a master's degree. The salary cut is a concern, but I'm willing to make sacrifices for something I'm passionate about.
Passion is crucial, but practicality is equally important. Have you explored volunteer work or internships in the environmental field to gain experience and see if it's truly a good fit?
That's a smart suggestion. I hadn't thought about volunteering. It would be a good way to test the waters without committing fully.
Exactly. It allows you to gain valuable insights and network within the industry before making a potentially life-altering decision.
Evaluating the viability of a local community project.
I'm part of a group proposing a community garden on that vacant lot downtown. We're facing some pushback from the city council.
That sounds like a worthwhile project. What are their concerns? Is it about zoning regulations, funding, or something else?
Mostly zoning and potential noise complaints from nearby residents. They're worried about increased traffic and the garden becoming an eyesore.
Have you addressed those concerns in your proposal, perhaps including a detailed landscaping plan and a traffic management strategy?
We have, but they seem unconvinced. I think they're more concerned about setting a precedent for other community projects.
Then perhaps you need to emphasize the specific benefits this garden would bring to the community. Increased access to fresh produce, community building, and beautification of a neglected space.
We've tried that, but it's not resonating. I'm starting to think we need to find a different location.
Don't give up too easily. Consider gathering support from local residents and businesses. A strong show of community support can be very persuasive.
Deciphering sarcasm in a delicate situation.
So, Sarah said she adored my presentation. The way she said it, though, felt doff. What do you reckon?
Sarah can be a bit oblique. Did she offer any specific feedback, or was it just that one statement?
Just the adored comment with a slight eye roll. I'm trying to gauge if I need to preemptively address potential issues with my boss.
Eye roll is key. It suggests either she thinks it's terrible, or she's being playful. Knowing Sarah, it could honestly be either.
Right? That's why I'm so conflicted. Ignoring it feels risky, but directly confronting her seems equally awkward.
Perhaps a subtle approach? Casually ask if there's anything you could have improved upon. Gauge her reaction from there.
That's a good shout. Play it cool and see if she elaborates without me directly calling her out on the potential sarcasm.
Exactly. It gives her an out if she was just joking, and it gives you the information you need if she wasn't.
Discussing the authenticity of a documentary.
I just watched this documentary about the banking crisis, and while it was compelling, I'm questioning its objectivity. It felt heavily biased.
That's a valid concern. Documentaries often present a particular perspective, and it's crucial to analyze the filmmaker's agenda and potential biases.
Exactly. It relied heavily on emotional appeals and anecdotal evidence, rather than presenting a balanced analysis of the complex economic factors involved.
Consider the sources they used. Were they credible experts with diverse viewpoints, or were they primarily individuals with a vested interest in promoting a specific narrative?
That's a good point. I noticed they interviewed several disgruntled former employees, but very few economists or financial analysts with differing opinions.
Also, pay attention to the editing and music. Manipulative editing techniques and emotionally charged music can be used to sway the audience's perception.
I did notice the dramatic soundtrack and the selective use of archival footage. It definitely contributed to the overall sense of outrage.
Ultimately, it's important to approach documentaries with a critical eye and seek out diverse sources of information to form your own informed opinion. Don't accept it at face value.
Navigating conflicting values in a relationship.
My partner and I have fundamentally different views on finances. I'm a saver, they're a spender, and it's causing friction.
That's a common source of conflict. It's important to understand the underlying reasons for those different approaches to money.
I think it stems from our upbringings. I grew up with scarcity, while they had a more comfortable childhood. It shapes our perspectives.
Acknowledging those differences is the first step. Then, try to find common ground and create a shared financial plan that respects both of your needs.
We've tried budgeting, but it always feels like one of us is sacrificing more than the other. It creates resentment.
Perhaps you could explore alternative approaches, like allocating separate fun money budgets and focusing on shared financial goals, like saving for a house or retirement.
That's an interesting idea. It would give us both more autonomy and reduce the feeling of being controlled by the other's spending habits.
And remember that compromise is key. Neither of you will get exactly what you want, but you can find a middle ground that works for both of you.
The art of giving and receiving criticism.
I need to give some constructive criticism to a colleague, but I'm worried about damaging our working relationship.
Frame it as feedback, not judgment. Focus on specific behaviors and their impact, rather than making personal attacks.
So avoid generalizations like, "You're always late," and instead say, "I've noticed you've been late to the last few meetings," which has impacted our workflow.
Exactly, and sandwich the criticism between positive reinforcement. Start with something they do well, then deliver the feedback, and end with another positive observation.
That's a good strategy. It softens the blow and makes the criticism more palatable. But what about receiving criticism? I struggle with that.
Listen actively and try to understand the other person's perspective. Even if you don't agree with it, don't interrupt or become defensive.
That's easier said than done. My immediate reaction is to justify my actions or explain away the criticism.
Take a deep breath and remind yourself that the other person is trying to help you improve. Ask clarifying questions if you need to, and thank them for their feedback.
The challenges of maintaining friendships over time.
I'm finding it increasingly difficult to maintain close friendships. Life gets in the way, and everyone's so busy.
It's a common struggle. As we get older, our priorities shift, and it requires a conscious effort to nurture those connections.
Exactly. Spontaneous meetups are a thing of the past. Now it's all meticulously scheduled calls and coordinated events.
And the quality of the interactions changes too. It's harder to be truly vulnerable and share your deepest thoughts and feelings.
That's so true. It feels like we're just skimming the surface, catching up on the highlights reel of each other's lives.
Perhaps we need to be more intentional about creating meaningful experiences together. Shared activities that foster genuine connection.
Like planning a weekend getaway or taking a class together. Something that requires active participation and encourages deeper conversation.
Precisely. And being more forgiving of lapses in communication. Understanding that life happens, and friendships can ebb and flow.
The dilemma of returning to your hometown.
I'm contemplating moving back to my hometown. The cost of living is so much lower, but I'm hesitant.
I understand. It's a complex decision. On the one hand, you have the comfort of familiarity and family support.
Exactly. But on the other hand, I worry about stagnating. The opportunities there are limited compared to the city.
And there's the risk of falling back into old patterns and relationships that you've outgrown. It can be stifling.
That's what I fear most. Losing the personal growth I've experienced since leaving. Feeling trapped again.
Perhaps you could frame it as a temporary move, a chance to save money and reassess your long-term goals that might alleviate some of the pressure.
That's a good perspective. A strategic retreat, rather than a permanent surrender. It gives me more control over the narrative.
Exactly. And you can always leave again if it doesn't work out. The key is to go in with open eyes and realistic expectations.
The ethics of personalized data collection.
This new fitness tracker is incredibly accurate, but the data it collects is frankly terrifying. Heart rate, sleep patterns, location, it's all there.
I know, it's a slippery slope. The convenience is tempting, but at what cost? Where does all that data end up, and who has access to it?
Precisely. They claim it's anonymized and used for research, but I'm skeptical. It feels like a massive privacy violation waiting to happen.
And the insurance companies. Imagine them using that data to adjust premiums based on your lifestyle. It's dystopian.
That's my biggest fear. Or even employers using it to monitor employee health and productivity. It's a complete invasion of privacy.
We need stricter regulations, that's for sure. Opt-in should be the default, not opt-out. And clear, concise explanations of how the data is being used.
Agreed. I'm considering ditching the tracker altogether. The benefits simply don't outweigh the potential risks, in my opinion.
I'm leaning that way myself. It's a shame, because the technology is impressive, but the ethical implications are just too significant to ignore.
The importance of setting boundaries with family.
My family is constantly interfering in my life, offering unsolicited advice and making assumptions about my decisions. It's exhausting.
That's a classic example of blurred boundaries. It's important to establish clear limits to protect your autonomy and mental well-being.
But how do I do that without causing offense? They mean well, but their constant involvement is suffocating.
Start by being assertive but respectful. Clearly communicate your needs and expectations, using I statements to express your feelings.
So instead of saying, "You're always interfering," I should say, "I feel overwhelmed when you offer unsolicited advice."
Exactly. And be prepared to enforce those boundaries consistently. Don't give in to guilt or pressure. Stand your ground.
That's the hardest part. I feel obligated to appease them, even when it's detrimental to my own happiness.
Remember that setting boundaries is not selfish. It's essential for maintaining healthy relationships and preserving your own sanity. It's about mutual respect.
The nuances of apologizing effectively.
I messed up at work and need to apologize to my team. I want it to be sincere, but I'm worried about sounding weak.
It's a delicate balance. Acknowledge your mistake specifically, without making excuses. Take ownership of the situation.
Right, no, I'm sorry, but statements. Just a straightforward admission of guilt and responsibility.
Exactly. And express genuine remorse for the impact your mistake had on others. Show that you understand the consequences.
So, something along the lines of, I understand my actions caused X, and I sincerely regret the disruption and added workload.
That's a good start. Then, outline the steps you're taking to rectify the situation and prevent it from happening again.
That shows you've learned from the experience and are committed to improvement. It demonstrates accountability.
Precisely. And finally, offer to make amends, if possible. Ask how you can help to mitigate the damage and regain their trust.
The pressure to stay constantly productive.
I feel this immense pressure to always be doing something productive. Even on weekends, I feel guilty if I'm just relaxing.
Tell me about it. It's like we've internalized this capitalist notion that our worth is tied to our output. It's exhausting.
Exactly. And social media doesn't help. Everyone's showcasing their achievements, making it seem like everyone else is constantly hustling.
It's performative productivity. People curate their lives to appear more accomplished than they actually are. It's a facade.
So how do we break free from this cycle? I'm starting to resent my hobbies because they feel like another obligation.
Consciously scheduling downtime, I think, and actively resisting the urge to fill every moment with activity. It's a conscious effort.
Maybe setting realistic goals too. Instead of aiming for perfection, focusing on progress and celebrating small wins.
Precisely. And remembering that rest is not a luxury, but a necessity. We need to recharge to avoid burnout.
Reconciling ambition with contentment.
I've been grappling with this tension between ambition and contentment. It feels like society constantly pushes us to strive for more, but at what cost?
It's a pervasive struggle. The relentless pursuit of external validation can leave us feeling perpetually unfulfilled, even when we achieve our goals.
And it's so easy to get caught up in the comparison game, constantly measuring ourselves against others and feeling inadequate as a result.
Precisely. It's about shifting our focus from external achievements to internal values and finding satisfaction in the process of growth, rather than solely in the outcome.
Perhaps it's about redefining success on our own terms and prioritizing experiences and relationships over material possessions and status.
I agree. It's about cultivating gratitude for what we have and finding joy in the present moment, rather than constantly chasing an elusive future.
It's about recognizing that contentment is not the absence of ambition, but rather a state of inner peace and acceptance, regardless of external circumstances.
Indeed. A life lived in alignment with our values is often more rewarding than a life driven by external pressures.
The allure and pitfalls of specialization.
There's this constant push for specialization in every field, but I sometimes wonder if we're losing the ability to connect seemingly disparate ideas and disciplines.
That's a valid concern. While deep expertise is undoubtedly valuable, over-specialization can lead to tunnel vision and a lack of creativity.
It's like we're becoming increasingly proficient at solving very specific problems, but less capable of addressing the bigger, more complex challenges facing society.
Exactly. We need individuals who can synthesize information from various sources and think critically about the interconnectedness of things.
Perhaps a more interdisciplinary approach to education and work is needed, one that encourages exploration and collaboration across different fields.
I agree. Fostering a culture of intellectual curiosity and encouraging people to pursue multiple interests can lead to unexpected breakthroughs.
It's about recognizing that the most innovative solutions often arise from the intersection of different perspectives and disciplines.
Precisely. A well-rounded perspective is often more valuable than narrow expertise.
The commodification of wellness.
I'm starting to feel like wellness has become another industry, a way to sell us things we supposedly need to be healthy and happy.
Absolutely. The market is saturated with products and services promising to optimize our well-being, often at exorbitant prices.
And it creates this pressure to constantly improve ourselves, to achieve some unattainable ideal of perfect health and happiness.
Exactly. It's easy to get caught up in the hype and lose sight of what truly matters. Simple things like healthy food, exercise, and meaningful connections.
Perhaps we need to reclaim the concept of wellness, focusing on genuine self-care rather than chasing the latest trends.
I agree. It's about listening to our bodies and minds and prioritizing what truly nourishes us, rather than blindly following the advice of influencers or marketers.
It's about finding a sustainable and personalized approach to well-being, one that doesn't break the bank or add to our stress levels.
Precisely. True wellness is about balance and moderation, not perfection.
The erosion of privacy in public spaces.
With the proliferation of surveillance cameras and facial recognition technology, I'm increasingly concerned about the erosion of privacy in public spaces.
It's a valid concern. We're constantly being monitored, and our movements and behaviors are being tracked and analyzed.
And it's not just governments and corporations. Everyday citizens are also equipped with powerful recording devices, capable of capturing and sharing our actions online.
Exactly. It feels like we're living in a perpetual panopticon, where the potential for surveillance is always present.
Perhaps we need to have a more robust public debate about the balance between security and privacy and the limits of surveillance in a democratic society.
I agree. We need to establish clear guidelines and regulations to protect our fundamental rights and prevent the abuse of technology.
It's about ensuring that public spaces remain truly public, where individuals can express themselves freely without fear of constant scrutiny.
Indeed, privacy is essential for individual autonomy and freedom of expression.
The ethics of personalized news feeds.
I'm increasingly concerned about the ethical implications of personalized news feeds. While they offer convenience, they also risk creating filter bubbles and reinforcing existing biases.
Absolutely. The algorithms that curate these feeds are designed to maximize engagement, which often means prioritizing content that confirms our existing beliefs.
And it makes it increasingly difficult to encounter diverse perspectives and challenge our own assumptions.
Precisely. It's like living in an echo chamber, where we're only exposed to information that reinforces our worldview.
Perhaps we need to be more proactive in seeking out alternative sources of information and challenging the algorithms that control our news feeds.
I agree. It's about taking responsibility for our own information consumption and actively seeking out diverse perspectives.
It's about being critical consumers of news and recognizing that personalized feeds are not necessarily objective or unbiased.
Indeed. A healthy democracy requires an informed citizenry, and that means being exposed to a wide range of viewpoints.
The implications of cancel culture.
I've been thinking a lot about cancel culture lately. It seems to be evolving into something far more complex than simply holding people accountable for their actions.
Absolutely. The lack of nuance and the speed with which judgments are made online are quite concerning. It often feels like a rush to condemnation without due process.
And the consequences can be devastating, both personally and professionally. A single misstep or poorly worded tweet can derail an entire career.
Precisely. While accountability is essential, there needs to be room for forgiveness and redemption. People are capable of learning and growing from their mistakes.
Perhaps a more constructive approach would be to focus on education and dialogue, rather than simply ostracizing individuals.
I agree. Creating an environment where people feel safe to admit their errors and engage in meaningful conversations is crucial.
It's about striking a balance between holding people accountable and fostering a culture of empathy and understanding.
A difficult balance, undoubtedly, but a necessary one for a healthy society.
The nuances of constructive criticism.
I find giving constructive criticism incredibly challenging. It's so easy to inadvertently offend or discourage someone, even with the best intentions.
Absolutely. It's a delicate art that requires empathy, tact, and a genuine desire to help the other person improve.
The context matters so much. What might be considered helpful feedback in one situation could be perceived as overly critical in another.
Precisely. It's about tailoring your approach to the individual and the specific circumstances, and being mindful of their emotional state.
Perhaps starting with positive reinforcement and focusing on specific behaviors, rather than making sweeping generalizations, is a good strategy.
Definitely, and framing your feedback as suggestions for improvement rather than as criticisms can make it more palatable.
It's about creating a safe and supportive environment where people feel comfortable receiving feedback and are motivated to learn and grow.
Indeed, constructive criticism, when delivered effectively, can be a powerful tool for personal and professional development.
The paradox of abundance in the modern world.
It's funny, isn't it? We have access to more information and products than ever before, yet we seem more overwhelmed and indecisive than previous generations.
Absolutely. It's the paradox of choice. Having too many options can lead to paralysis. We spend so much time weighing possibilities that we often miss out on simply enjoying what we have.
And it's not just material possessions. The sheer volume of online content, from news to entertainment, creates this constant pressure to consume and stay, quote, informed, which is exhausting.
Precisely. It feels like we're perpetually chasing an unattainable ideal of being completely up to date. Perhaps a more curated approach is needed, focusing on depth over breadth.
That's a good point. It's about being discerning and prioritizing what truly adds value to our lives, rather than passively absorbing everything that's thrown our way.
It's almost a form of self-preservation, isn't it? Protecting our mental space from the relentless onslaught of information and choices.
Definitely. Finding that balance between staying engaged with the world and maintaining our own sanity is the challenge, I suppose.
Indeed. Perhaps practicing a bit of mindful consumption is the key.
The role of empathy in modern leadership.
It seems that empathy is finally being recognized as a crucial component of effective leadership. It's no longer just about competence, it's about connection.
Definitely. Leaders who can genuinely understand and relate to their team members are far more likely to inspire trust and loyalty.
And in today's increasingly complex and interconnected world, empathy is essential for navigating cultural differences and fostering collaboration.
Precisely. It's about seeing the world from different perspectives and understanding the needs and motivations of others.
Empathy also requires vulnerability, which can be challenging for some leaders who are accustomed to projecting an image of strength and authority.
That's a valid point. It's about finding the courage to be authentic and to connect with people on a human level.
It's about creating a culture where people feel valued and supported, rather than simply being treated as cogs in a machine.
Indeed. Empathy is the cornerstone of a truly human-centered approach to leadership.
The shifting landscape of personal branding.
I'm finding the whole concept of personal branding increasingly performative. It feels like everyone's curating an idealized version of themselves online.
I agree. The pressure to project a specific image, whether it's successful entrepreneur or authentic influencer, is immense, and it often feels incredibly inauthentic.
It's also blurring the lines between personal and professional. What used to be private is now fodder for content, designed to attract followers or clients.
Exactly. And it raises questions about privacy and authenticity. How much of ourselves are we willing to expose, and at what cost?
Perhaps a more nuanced approach is needed, focusing on genuine connection and value creation rather than simply chasing likes and followers.
That resonates with me. Building a reputation based on genuine expertise and integrity seems far more sustainable than relying on fleeting trends.
It's about finding that sweet spot where you can authentically express yourself while also maintaining a degree of professional distance.
A delicate balance, to be sure, and one that requires constant self-reflection.
Advising a friend on a difficult romantic situation.
My friend Chloe is in a real bind. She suspects her partner is being unfaithful, but has no concrete proof.
That's a terrible situation to be in. Has she considered talking to him about her suspicions?
She's afraid of being wrong and causing unnecessary drama, but the uncertainty is eating her up inside.
It's a delicate balance. I'd advise her to frame the conversation around her own feelings of insecurity rather than making accusations.
What do you mean?
She could say something like, "I've been feeling a bit insecure lately, and I need reassurance. Can we talk about our relationship?"
That's a much softer approach. It avoids putting him on the defensive immediately.
Precisely. And if he's genuinely committed, he'll be receptive to her concerns and willing to address them.
Dealing with a passive-aggressive housemate.
I'm at my wit's end with Sarah. She keeps leaving cryptic notes about the state of the kitchen, but never actually cleans anything herself.
Ugh, passive aggression is the worst. Have you tried addressing it directly with her?
I tried once, but she just brushed it off, saying she was just joking. It's clearly more than that.
You need to have a proper conversation then. Frame it as a collaborative effort to improve the living situation, not an accusation.
How do I do that without escalating things?
Start by acknowledging her perspective. Say something like, "I appreciate you noticing the kitchen's been messy, and I agree it needs to be addressed."
And then?
Then suggest a specific solution, like a chore rota, and ask for her input. Make it a joint responsibility.
That's a good idea. Hopefully she'll be more receptive this time.
Discussing the challenges of maintaining a long-distance friendship.
I'm finding it increasingly difficult to stay connected with my best friend since she moved abroad. The time difference and conflicting schedules are making it tough.
Long-distance friendships require conscious effort. Have you tried scheduling regular video calls?
We try to, but it often falls by the wayside. Life gets in the way.
Perhaps you need to be more intentional about it. Treat it like an important appointment and put it in your calendar.
That's a good suggestion. I also feel like we're running out of things to talk about. Our lives are so different now.
Try focusing on shared memories and future plans. Reminisce about old times and brainstorm ideas for when you can eventually meet up again.
That could reignite the connection. It's easy to get caught up in the day-to-day and forget the foundation of our friendship.
Discussing the merits of different approaches to fitness.
I'm finding it increasingly difficult to maintain my fitness regime. I'm starting to think my current approach isn't sustainable long-term.
What are you doing at the moment? And what aspects are proving challenging?
I'm primarily focused on high-intensity interval training, but I'm finding it takes a toll on my joints and leaves me feeling perpetually exhausted.
Perhaps you should consider incorporating more low-impact activities like swimming or yoga. Variety is key to preventing burnout and injuries.
That's a valid point. I've always dismissed yoga as being too gentle, but I suppose it could complement my existing workouts.
It's not just about gentleness. Yoga improves flexibility, balance, and core strength, which are all crucial for overall fitness and injury prevention.
I hadn't considered the preventative aspect. Maybe I'll give it a try. Thanks for the perspective.
Expressing dissatisfaction with a service.
I'm incredibly frustrated with the service I received at that new dry cleaner. They ruined my silk scarf.
Oh, that's awful. Did you complain to them?
I did, but they were completely dismissive. They claimed it was my fault for not properly labeling the garment.
That's unacceptable. You need to escalate the issue. Have you considered writing a formal complaint?
I hadn't thought of that. What should I include?
Be factual and concise. State what happened, the date, and the specific damage. Include copies of any receipts or relevant documents.
And what outcome should I request?
Specify what you consider a fair resolution, whether it's a refund, repair, or replacement of the scarf. Be reasonable but firm.
Expressing gratitude for a thoughtful gesture.
I was absolutely floored by the going-away gift my colleagues organized. It was so incredibly thoughtful.
That's wonderful. How did you express your gratitude?
I wrote a thank you note to the entire team, but I feel like it wasn't enough to convey how much it meant to me.
A handwritten note is always appreciated, but you could also consider expressing your gratitude individually to those who put in extra effort.
That's a good idea. I know Sarah spent a lot of time coordinating everything.
A personal thank you to her, highlighting her specific contributions, would be especially meaningful. It shows you truly appreciate her dedication.
You're right, I'll make sure to do that before I leave. I want them to know how much I valued working with them.
Handling an unexpected compliment.
I received a rather effusive compliment from my boss today about my presentation skills. It felt a little over the top.
Sometimes, those things can feel awkward. Did you manage to respond gracefully?
I mumbled a thank you, but I felt a bit flustered. I wasn't sure how to react without sounding arrogant.
The key is to acknowledge the compliment without dwelling on it. A simple thank you, I appreciate that, is often sufficient.
But what if you suspect there's an ulterior motive?
That's where your intuition comes in. If you feel uneasy, you can subtly deflect by shifting the focus to the team effort. I'm glad it was well received. It was a collaborative project.
That's a clever way to handle it. It avoids both arrogance and undue suspicion.
Exactly. And remember, sometimes a compliment is just a compliment. Don't overthink it too much.
Navigating a sensitive political discussion.
I had a rather uncomfortable dinner last night. Uncle Barry launched into a tirade about immigration, and I completely disagree with his views.
Oh dear, those situations are always tricky. Did you try to engage with him?
I attempted to, but he was so entrenched in his position it felt like talking to a brick wall. I didn't want to start a family feud.
Sometimes, the best approach is to acknowledge his viewpoint without necessarily endorsing it. You could say, I understand your concerns, but I see it differently.
That's a good way to diffuse the tension. I tend to get quite passionate when discussing politics.
It's understandable, especially when it's something you feel strongly about. But remember, changing someone's mind in one conversation is rarely possible.
True. Perhaps I should focus on finding common ground instead of trying to win an argument.
Exactly. Focus on shared values, like community or family, rather than divisive issues.
Questioning the validity of an online claim.
I saw this outrageous claim online about the supposed health benefits of drinking bleach. It's utterly preposterous.
Unfortunately, misinformation spreads like wildfire online. Did you check the source of the claim?
It was on some obscure website with no discernible credentials. It's clearly not a reliable source.
Always be skeptical of information that lacks credible sourcing. Look for evidence-based research from reputable organizations.
I'm just worried about people actually believing this nonsense and harming themselves.
You could report the website to the platform it's hosted on. Many platforms have policies against spreading harmful misinformation.
That's a good idea. I'll also try to find reliable sources debunking the claim and share them with anyone who might be misled.
The art of saying no to favors.
Honestly, I'm starting to feel like a doormat. Mark's asked me to cover his shift again, this weekend. I'm already swamped.
I understand completely. You've got to learn to set boundaries. Have you considered being more assertive, but still diplomatic?
Easier said than done. I always cave. I worry about damaging our working relationship.
Think of it this way. Repeatedly saying yes will breed resentment on both sides. He'll expect it, and you'll feel used.
That's a fair point. So, how do I phrase it without sounding like a complete jerk?
Try something like, I really wish I could, Mark, but I have prior commitments this weekend that I absolutely can't reschedule. Emphasize your own obligations.
Okay, that sounds reasonable. What if he pushes back?
Stand your ground, politely but firmly. Repeat your reason without over-explaining or apologizing excessively. He'll get the message eventually.
The allure and pitfalls of nostalgia.
I've been feeling incredibly nostalgic lately, reminiscing about simpler times. It's almost addictive, this longing for the past.
Nostalgia can be comforting, a way to escape the present. But it can also be a trap, preventing us from fully engaging with the here and now.
That's precisely what I'm worried about. I don't want to get stuck in the past, idealizing a version of reality that never truly existed.
It's a selective memory, isn't it? We tend to filter out the negative aspects and focus on the rosy-tinted memories.
Exactly. And it can be detrimental if it prevents us from appreciating the present moment and building a future we're excited about.
Perhaps the key is to acknowledge the past without letting it define us. Learn from it, appreciate it, but don't dwell on it to the detriment of our present lives.
That's a good point. It's about finding a balance between honoring our history and embracing the possibilities of the future.
Indeed. Nostalgia can be a source of inspiration, but it shouldn't be a substitute for living a full and meaningful life in the present.
The blurring lines between work and leisure.
I find it increasingly difficult to switch off from work these days. The constant connectivity makes it feel like I'm always on.
I completely empathize. The boundaries between work and personal life have become so porous. It's almost expected that we're available 24/7.
And the pressure to be constantly productive is immense. Even during leisure time, there's this nagging feeling that I should be doing something work-related.
It's a societal shift, I think. We've internalized this idea that our worth is tied to our output. It's a dangerous and unsustainable mindset.
So how do we combat it? I've tried setting boundaries, but they're constantly being eroded by urgent emails and last-minute requests.
I think it requires a conscious effort to disconnect. Turn off notifications, schedule dedicated off time, and actively engage in activities that bring you joy outside of work.
Easier said than done when your livelihood depends on being responsive. But I agree, a fundamental shift in perspective is necessary.
It's about redefining success on our own terms, rather than letting corporate culture dictate our definition of a fulfilling life.
The dilemma of personal data privacy.
I'm increasingly concerned about the amount of personal data that's being collected about us. It feels like we're constantly being surveilled.
It's a Faustian bargain, isn't it? We trade our privacy for convenience and personalized experiences. But at what cost?
And the lack of transparency is alarming. We often have no idea how our data is being used or who it's being shared with.
The potential for misuse is significant. Our data can be used to manipulate our opinions, discriminate against us, or even steal our identities.
So what can we do to protect ourselves? Is it even possible to maintain any semblance of privacy in the digital age?
It requires a collective effort. We need to demand greater transparency and accountability from the companies that collect our data, and we need to support policies that protect our privacy rights.
The paradox of choice in modern streaming services.
I'm utterly overwhelmed by streaming services these days. I spend more time browsing than actually watching anything. It's counterintuitive, isn't it?
Absolutely. The abundance of options creates analysis paralysis. It's like we're so afraid of making the wrong choice that we end up making no choice at all.
Exactly. I remember a time when you had a handful of channels and you just watched whatever was on. There was a certain freedom in that limitation.
Nostalgia aside, I think the key is to curate your own experience. Limit your subscriptions. Rely on recommendations from trusted sources, and stick to a plan.
Easier said than done, I find. The fear of missing out, the constant influx of new content. It's a relentless barrage.
Perhaps we need to consciously cultivate a less is more mentality. Embrace the joy of rewatching favorites instead of endlessly chasing the new.
That's a valid point. Rewatching something familiar can be incredibly comforting and requires far less mental energy than sifting through endless options.
Precisely. It's about reclaiming our time and attention, rather than letting the algorithm dictate our viewing habits.
The paradox of social connection in the digital age.
It's ironic, isn't it? We're more connected than ever before, yet so many people feel profoundly isolated.
The illusion of connection is a powerful one. We mistake online interactions for genuine human connection, but they often lack depth and authenticity.
And the curated nature of social media exacerbates the problem. Everyone presents an idealized version of themselves, leading to feelings of inadequacy in comparison.
Absolutely. The constant exposure to highlight reels can be incredibly damaging to our self-esteem. It's a breeding ground for envy and insecurity.
So how do we navigate this paradox? How do we leverage the benefits of technology without succumbing to its pitfalls?
I think it requires a conscious effort to prioritize real-life interactions. Put down the phone, engage in face-to-face conversations, and cultivate meaningful relationships.
And perhaps be more mindful of our online consumption. Limit our time on social media. Unfollow accounts that trigger negative emotions, and focus on creating genuine connections.
Precisely. It's about reclaiming our agency in using technology as a tool for connection, rather than letting it dictate our social lives.
The shifting sands of cultural appropriation.
The debate surrounding cultural appropriation seems to be constantly evolving. What was once considered appreciation is now often deemed offensive.
It's a complex issue with no easy answers. The power dynamics at play are crucial. When a dominant culture borrows from a marginalized one, it can perpetuate historical inequalities.
But where do we draw the line? Is it inherently wrong to be inspired by another culture? Or is it the lack of understanding and respect that's problematic?
I think intent matters, but impact matters more. Even if the intention is benign, the consequences can still be harmful if it reinforces stereotypes or trivializes cultural practices.
So how do we navigate this minefield? How do we engage with other cultures in a respectful and meaningful way?
Education is key. Learn about the history and significance of the cultural elements you're engaging with. Seek permission and give credit where it's due.
And be prepared to listen and learn from those who are directly impacted by cultural appropriation. Their voices are the most important in this conversation.
Absolutely. It's about fostering a culture of empathy and understanding, rather than blindly adopting cultural practices without considering their context.
Dealing with a friend's constant complaining.
I'm starting to dread talking to Emily. It's always the same litany of complaints. Work, her partner, the weather, it's exhausting.
I know the feeling. Some people seem to thrive on negativity. Have you tried gently redirecting the conversation?
I've tried, but it's like trying to stop a runaway train. I offer solutions, but she just dismisses them with a yes, but, and continues complaining.
Maybe she's not looking for solutions, just validation. But that doesn't mean you have to be her emotional dumping ground.
Precisely. I'm starting to feel drained after every conversation. I'm considering limiting my contact with her, which feels awful.
It's not awful, it's self-preservation. You can still be a friend without being her therapist. Perhaps suggest she talk to a professional?
That's a delicate suggestion to make. I worry she'll take it as a personal attack.
True. Maybe start by saying you've noticed she seems particularly stressed lately and gently suggest exploring resources that could help. It's all in the delivery.
Dealing with unexpected travel disruptions.
Well, this is just fantastic. Flight's been canceled due to unforeseen operational difficulties? Unforeseen by whom, exactly?
Oh, no! Seriously, that's a nightmare. Did they offer any explanation or alternative flights?
Explanation was vague, bordering on meaningless. Alternative flight? Earliest they can get me there is 2 days from now, completely derailing my plans.
2 days? That's unacceptable. Have you tried pushing them for compensation, or perhaps seeing if another airline has availability?
I'm working on the compensation angle, but their customer service line is predictably jammed. I'll check other airlines, but I suspect everyone's in the same boat with this weather system.
Worth a shot, definitely. And don't forget to document everything. Receipts, emails, everything. It'll bolster your claim later on.
Good point. I'm already taking screenshots of everything. This is going to be a long battle. I can feel it.
Look, if you need a place to crash for the night, my spare room's always open. Consider it a small act of rebellion against the airline gods.
Discussing the authenticity of online reviews.
I'm thinking of trying that new Italian place, Bella Not, but the online reviews seem almost too good. Suspiciously good, in fact.
Yeah, you have to take those with a grain of salt. I always assume a certain percentage are either fake or incentivized.
Exactly. They all use the same glowing adjectives. Authentic, divine, unforgettable. It feels incredibly manufactured.
Look for the ones that mention specific dishes, or better yet, specific problems and how they were handled. Those tend to be more genuine.
It's a good tip. I also check the reviewer's profile. If they've only ever reviewed 1 or 2 places, red flag.
Definitely, and be wary of the verified purchaser badge. That just means they bought something on the site, not necessarily that they're unbiased.
So basically, assume everyone's lying until proven otherwise. It's a cynical world we live in.
More like, approach with cautious optimism and a healthy dose of skepticism. And maybe try it yourself and form your own opinion.
Expressing disappointment without being accusatory.
I have to say, I was rather hoping for a more thorough response to my proposal. I put a lot of work into it.
I understand. I apologize if the feedback wasn't as detailed as you expected. We've been incredibly swamped this past week.
I appreciate you saying that. It's just that I was looking for some specific guidance on the key areas I need to improve.
Absolutely. Perhaps we can schedule a brief meeting to discuss those areas in more detail. I can allocate some dedicated time.
That would be fantastic, thank you. I'm keen to ensure the final version is as strong as possible.
Of course. I value your commitment to the project. Let's aim for sometime early next week.
That sounds perfect. I'll send over some available slots.
Handling a friend's bragging without causing offense.
Honestly, I'm finding it difficult to listen to David go on and on about his promotion. It's starting to feel less like sharing good news and more like blatant bragging.
I can see that. It's a fine line between genuine excitement and over-the-top self-aggrandizement. Perhaps he's just insecure deep down.
Maybe, but it's still wearing thin. I want to be happy for him, but it's hard when he's constantly comparing himself to everyone else.
Have you tried subtly shifting the conversation? Acknowledge his success, then steer the topic towards something else.
I've attempted that, but he always manages to bring it back to himself and his accomplishments. It's like he's incapable of talking about anything else.
Then perhaps a gentle, indirect approach. Something like, "That's great, David, but I'm really interested in hearing about a different topic." A bit of redirection, masked as genuine interest.
That's a good idea. I'll give it a try. Hopefully he'll take the hint without getting offended.
Interpreting ambiguous social media posts.
Did you see Sarah's latest Instagram post? That cryptic caption with the picture of the closed door. I can't make heads or tails of it.
Vaguely remember seeing it. Something about new beginnings or some such. I tend to glaze over those kinds of posts.
Exactly. But knowing Sarah, it's probably loaded with subtext. I'm wondering if she's finally leaving her job.
Could be. Or maybe it's something completely unrelated, like she's finally decluttering her attic. You know how she is.
True. She does have a penchant for the dramatic, but the closed-door image, it feels significant? Perhaps a relationship ending?
You're really reading into this, aren't you? Maybe just ask her directly. Although, knowing Sarah, she'll probably deflect with another cryptic remark.
I might just do that. But I also enjoy the speculation. It's like a low-stakes social media puzzle.
Fair enough. Just don't get too invested. Remember last time when you were convinced she was moving to Bali based on a single palm tree emoji?
Navigating conflicting advice from family members.
I'm completely overwhelmed. I told my family I'm thinking of changing careers, and now I'm drowning in unsolicited advice, all completely contradictory.
Ah, the classic family intervention. Everyone suddenly becomes an expert on your life choices.
Exactly. My mother thinks I should stick with a stable job. My father wants me to follow my passion. My sister thinks I should become a social media influencer. It's madness.
The key is to acknowledge their input without feeling obligated to act on it. Thank them for their concern, but remind them it's ultimately your decision.
Easier said than done. They're also convinced they know what's best for me. I feel like I'm constantly defending my choices.
You could try setting some boundaries. Politely but firmly explain that you appreciate their advice, but you need space to figure things out on your own.
I suppose I could try that. It's just difficult to stand up to them without causing a family drama.
Sometimes a little drama is unavoidable. Your mental well-being is worth it. And remember, you're the one who has to live with the consequences of your decisions, not them.
Reconciling personal values with workplace culture.
I'm struggling with something at work. The company culture emphasizes aggressive sales tactics, which clashes with my belief in ethical and transparent dealings.
That's a tough spot to be in. It's disheartening when your values are at odds with the environment you're in for 8 hours a day.
Exactly. I feel like I'm compromising my integrity every time I push a product onto someone who doesn't really need it.
Have you considered trying to influence the culture from within? Perhaps suggesting alternative, more customer-centric approaches?
I've tried, but it's like talking to a brick wall. Management is solely focused on hitting targets, regardless of the means.
Then it might be time to consider whether this is the right environment for you. Your mental well-being is paramount. Are you willing to sacrifice your values for a paycheck?
That's the million-dollar question, isn't it? I'm starting to think the answer is no, even if it means taking a pay cut to work somewhere more aligned with my principles.
The ethics of using AI for creative writing assistance.
I've been experimenting with AI writing tools lately, and the results are unsettlingly good. It raises some serious ethical questions, though.
Indeed. Where does assistance end and plagiarism begin? Is it truly creative if a machine is generating the core content?
Exactly. I feel like I'm cheating somehow, even though I'm still doing a lot of editing and refining. But is that enough to claim ownership?
It's a slippery slope. Perhaps the key is transparency. If you're publishing something generated with AI, should you disclose that fact?
That's a fair point. But then does that diminish the perceived value of the work? Will people be less impressed, knowing a machine played a significant role?
Potentially. But honesty is paramount, and perhaps it's about redefining what, quote, creative writing means in the age of AI. It might become more about curating and refining machine-generated content.
That's a rather dystopian outlook, isn't it? The human writer as simply a glorified editor of algorithms.
The importance of setting boundaries with overly involved family members.
My mother is driving me insane. She calls every day, multiple times, to check on me and offer unsolicited advice on everything from my diet to my career.
Ah, the classic case of the well-meaning but overly involved parent. It can be suffocating.
Suffocating is an understatement. I feel like I have no privacy or autonomy. But I also don't want to hurt her feelings.
You can set boundaries without being cruel. Start by gently explaining that you appreciate her concern, but you need some space to manage your own life.
I've tried that, but she always interprets it as me pushing her away. It becomes a guilt trip marathon.
Then you might need to be firmer. Perhaps establish specific times when you're available to talk and politely decline calls outside those hours. Consistency is key.
That sounds incredibly difficult, but I suppose it's necessary for my own sanity. I just dread the inevitable fallout.
Analyzing the success of a marketing campaign.
The recent marketing campaign for the new product line seems to have exceeded all expectations. Sales figures are through the roof.
Indeed. I think the key was the integrated approach, combining social media engagement with traditional advertising channels. It created a real buzz.
I agree. The use of influencer marketing was particularly effective in reaching a younger demographic. Their authentic voices resonated with the target audience.
And the data analytics played a crucial role in optimizing the campaign in real time. We were able to identify what was working and what wasn't, and adjust accordingly.
Absolutely. The A/B testing of different ad creatives allowed us to refine our messaging and maximize conversion rates. It was a very data-driven approach.
But it wasn't just about the numbers. The creative execution was also exceptional. The visuals were stunning, and the storytelling was compelling.
That's true. The campaign tapped into the emotional needs and aspirations of the target audience. It wasn't just selling a product, it was selling a lifestyle.
Exactly. It's a testament to the power of a well-executed marketing strategy. We should analyze the results thoroughly to identify key learnings for future campaigns.
Debating the merits of a new government policy.
This new policy on urban development seems fundamentally flawed. It prioritizes short-term economic gains over long-term environmental sustainability.
I see your point, but the government argues that it's necessary to stimulate economic growth and create jobs in underprivileged areas. Surely that's a worthy goal.
Of course, but at what cost? Sacrificing green spaces and exacerbating pollution seems like a Pyrrhic victory. There are more sustainable alternatives.
Perhaps, but these alternatives often require significant upfront investment, which the government claims it can't afford at the moment.
That's a convenient excuse. They could reallocate resources from other areas, such as defense spending. It's a question of priorities.
That's a rather simplistic view. Defense spending is crucial for national security. It's not as easy as simply shifting funds around.
I disagree. Long-term environmental degradation poses a far greater threat to national security than any external aggressor. It's time to rethink our priorities.
Well, I think there needs to be a more balanced approach. Economic growth and environmental protection shouldn't be mutually exclusive.
Discussing a difficult colleague.
I'm finding it increasingly difficult to collaborate with David. His communication style is, to put it mildly, abrasive, and it's impacting team morale.
I've noticed a similar pattern. It seems he's often dismissive of others' ideas, which creates a tense atmosphere during meetings.
Exactly. I've tried addressing it with him directly, but he seems oblivious to the impact he's having. I'm at a loss as to how to proceed.
Perhaps we should approach HR together. Documenting specific instances of his behavior would strengthen our case.
That's a good idea. I've kept records of some particularly egregious examples. I just worry about escalating the situation unnecessarily.
I understand your hesitation, but if it continues unchecked, it will erode the team's productivity and well-being. A formal intervention might be necessary.
You're right. Let's schedule a meeting with HR next week then. Hopefully we can find a constructive solution.
Agreed. A mediated conversation could help him understand the impact of his actions.
Discussing the authenticity of historical narratives.
I've been reading a biography of Marie Antoinette, and I'm struck by how much of her story seems to be based on rumor and conjecture, rather than verifiable facts.
That's a common problem with historical narratives. They're often shaped by the biases and agendas of the authors and the prevailing social norms of the time.
Exactly. It's difficult to separate the historical figure from the myth that has been constructed around them. How can we ever truly know what she was like?
We can't, with absolute certainty. But by examining multiple sources, analyzing primary documents, and considering different perspectives, we can get a more nuanced understanding.
That's true, but even primary sources can be unreliable. Letters can be forged, diaries can be altered, and memories can be fallible.
Indeed. Historical research is a process of interpretation and reconstruction, not a quest for absolute truth. We need to be aware of the limitations of our knowledge.
So, history is essentially a collection of stories, each with its own biases and perspectives. Is there any objective truth to be found?
I think objective truth is an elusive ideal, but by critically examining these stories and acknowledging their limitations, we can gain a deeper understanding of the past and its impact on the present.
Discussing the future of personal transportation.
I'm convinced that autonomous vehicles will fundamentally reshape our cities. Imagine a world with fewer cars, less traffic, and more green spaces.
That's an optimistic vision, but I'm concerned about the potential job losses in the transportation industry. What happens to truck drivers, taxi drivers, and delivery personnel?
That's a valid concern. Retraining programs and a universal basic income might be necessary to mitigate the social impact. But the benefits outweigh the risks.
I'm not so sure. There are also ethical considerations. Who is responsible when an autonomous vehicle causes an accident? The manufacturer? The programmer? The owner?
Those are complex legal questions that need to be addressed. But the potential for reducing accidents and saving lives is enormous. Human error is the leading cause of car crashes.
True, but I worry about the potential for hacking and misuse. Imagine autonomous vehicles being used for malicious purposes.
Cybersecurity is definitely a major concern. But I believe that with proper safeguards and regulations, we can minimize the risks and harness the potential of this technology.
Perhaps, but I think we need to proceed cautiously and carefully consider all the potential consequences before embracing autonomous vehicles wholeheartedly.
Discussing the impact of travel on personal growth.
I've just returned from a solo trip to Southeast Asia, and I'm amazed at how much it's changed my perspective on life. It's like I've seen the world through a different lens.
I completely understand. Immersing yourself in different cultures can be incredibly transformative. It challenges your assumptions and broadens your horizons.
Exactly. I realized how much I take for granted, and how privileged I am. It's made me more grateful for what I have and more aware of the inequalities in the world.
Travel can also foster empathy and understanding. When you interact with people from different backgrounds, you learn to appreciate their perspectives and experiences.
Absolutely. I met so many inspiring people who have overcome incredible challenges. It's made me more resilient and determined to make a positive impact.
It sounds like it was a truly enriching experience. I found that travel can also boost your confidence and independence. Stepping outside your comfort zone can be incredibly empowering.
It definitely was. I learned to rely on myself and navigate unfamiliar situations. It's given me a new sense of self-assurance. I'm already planning my next adventure.
That's fantastic. Just remember to travel responsibly and respectfully. Be mindful of the environmental and social impact of your travels.
Evaluating investment opportunities.
I've been researching renewable energy investments, specifically solar farms. The returns seem promising, but I'm wary of the long-term commitment.
That's wise. Have you factored in the potential impact of government subsidies and policy changes? Those can significantly affect profitability.
Yes, I've analyzed various scenarios. The regulatory landscape is indeed a key variable. I'm also considering the environmental impact and the potential for community opposition.
Good. What about diversification? Are you considering other asset classes to mitigate risk?
Absolutely. I'm also looking at real estate and some emerging market bonds. But I'm hesitant to overextend myself in the current economic climate.
Prudence is paramount. Have you consulted with a financial advisor? They can provide valuable insights and help you develop a comprehensive investment strategy.
I have, and their recommendations align with my own research. I'm leaning towards a phased investment approach, starting with a smaller stake to test the waters.
That sounds like a sensible approach. Remember to regularly review your portfolio and adjust your strategy as needed. The market is constantly evolving.
Negotiating a freelance contract.
So, regarding the deliverables outlined in the contract, I'm wondering if we could specify the revision process a bit more clearly. 2 rounds of revisions feel insufficient given the complexity of the project.
I understand your concern. However, extending the revision rounds could significantly impact the project timeline and budget. Perhaps we could agree on a detailed initial brief to minimize the need for extensive revisions?
That's a fair point. How about we stipulate a maximum number of changes per revision round instead, coupled with a very comprehensive initial brief, as you suggested?
That sounds like a reasonable compromise. Let's add that clause to the contract and also clarify the procedure for addressing scope creep, should it arise.
Excellent. And concerning the payment schedule, would it be possible to have a larger percentage upfront, given the initial investment in research and development?
I can authorize 30% upfront instead of the initially proposed 20%. Is that acceptable?
That works perfectly. Thank you for being so accommodating.
My pleasure. I look forward to a successful collaboration.
Planning a complex international trip.
Okay, so for the conference in Tokyo, we need to finalize the itinerary. Given the tight schedule, I'm concerned about maximizing efficiency.
Agreed. We should prioritize direct flights to minimize jet lag and lost time. Have you looked into accommodation options near the conference center?
I've shortlisted a few hotels, but availability is limited. I'm also trying to factor in potential cultural sensitivities when scheduling meetings with Japanese colleagues.
Excellent point. We should research appropriate etiquette beforehand. Perhaps we could also incorporate some downtime to adjust to the time difference and explore the city.
Definitely. I was thinking of allocating an afternoon for sightseeing. Also, we need to ensure our presentations are translated accurately and culturally appropriate.
Right. I'll contact a professional translation service. And what about visa requirements? Have we confirmed those?
Yes, visas are sorted. The last thing we need to address is contingency planning in case of unforeseen circumstances like flight delays or illness.
Good thinking. Travel insurance is a must, and we should also identify alternative routes and contacts in case of emergencies.
Seeking advice on home renovation.
I'm planning a major renovation of my kitchen, and I'm feeling overwhelmed by the sheer number of decisions I need to make. Any advice?
Definitely start with a clear budget and stick to it as much as possible. Unexpected costs always arise, so build in a contingency fund.
That's a good point. I've already gotten some quotes from contractors, but they vary wildly in price. How do I choose the right one?
Check their references, look at their previous work, and make sure they're licensed and insured. Don't just go for the cheapest option. Quality matters.
Okay, I'll do that. And what about design choices? I'm torn between a modern minimalist style and a more traditional rustic look.
Think about how you use the kitchen and what your priorities are. Functionality is key. Choose materials that are durable and easy to clean.
That makes sense. I also want to make it as energy efficient as possible. Are there any specific appliances or features you'd recommend?
Look for Energy Star rated appliances. Install LED lighting and consider adding insulation. It'll save you money in the long run.
Great advice. Thank you. I feel much more prepared now.
Analyzing the appeal of a controversial public figure.
I'm genuinely perplexed by the enduring popularity of that controversial pundit. His views are often offensive and divisive, yet he commands a huge following.
I think it's partly because he taps into a deep-seated sense of frustration and disenfranchisement that many people feel. He gives voice to their grievances, however misguided.
But at what cost? His rhetoric often fuels hatred and intolerance. Is it worth validating those feelings if it means exacerbating social divisions?
That's the crux of the issue, isn't it? He offers a simplistic narrative that resonates with people who feel ignored or misunderstood by the mainstream media.
It's a dangerous game to play. By amplifying those voices, he's normalizing extremist views and creating a climate of hostility.
I agree. It's a complex phenomenon, though. Dismissing his followers as simply ignorant or hateful is too simplistic. We need to understand the underlying reasons for his appeal.
Perhaps it's a symptom of a broader societal failure to address the root causes of inequality and social alienation.
Precisely. He's exploiting a void that needs to be filled with genuine solutions and empathetic leadership, not inflammatory rhetoric.
Dealing with a friend's uncharacteristic behavior.
I'm a bit worried about Liam. He's been acting strangely lately, withdrawn, irritable, and generally unlike himself.
That's concerning. Has he mentioned anything about what's been going on in his life? Stress at work, relationship issues, anything like that?
Not really. He's been very closed off. I tried to ask him if he was okay, but he just brushed it off and said he was fine, which I highly doubt.
It could be a sign of something more serious, like depression or anxiety. Uncharacteristic behavior is often a red flag.
That's what I'm afraid of. I don't want to pry, but I also don't want to stand by and watch him struggle in silence.
Perhaps you could suggest doing something relaxing together, like going for a hike or watching a movie. A low-pressure environment might make him more comfortable opening up.
That's a good idea. I'll try to reach out and suggest something casual. Hopefully he'll be receptive.
Just let him know you're there for him, without being pushy. Sometimes, just knowing that someone cares can make a difference. If things don't improve, gently suggest he talk to a professional.
Discussing the authenticity of a historical drama.
I just finished watching that historical drama about the Tudor era. It was visually stunning, but I'm questioning its historical accuracy.
Historical dramas often take liberties with the facts for dramatic effect. It's a challenge to balance entertainment with historical fidelity.
I understand that, but some of the plot points seemed completely fabricated. It felt more like historical fiction than a faithful representation of events.
Did you notice any specific instances of historical inaccuracies? Sometimes, these details are subtle and require a deeper understanding of the period.
Well, the portrayal of certain historical figures seemed overly romanticized, and some of the political machinations felt exaggerated for the sake of drama.
It's important to remember that historical narratives are always subject to interpretation. Different historians may have varying perspectives on the same events.
That's true, but there's a difference between interpretation and outright fabrication. I think it's misleading to present a heavily fictionalized account as historical fact.
I agree. While historical dramas can spark interest in the past, it's crucial to approach them with a critical eye and consult reliable sources to gain a more accurate understanding of history.
Discussing the ethics of using AI for personal productivity.
I've been experimenting with AI-powered productivity tools, and while they're incredibly efficient, I'm starting to feel a bit uneasy about their implications.
In what way are you concerned about job displacement or something more personal?
It's more about the blurring lines between genuine work and automated output. Am I really being productive if I'm outsourcing my thinking to an algorithm?
That's a valid concern. It raises questions about the value we place on human effort and creativity. Are we becoming too reliant on technology to solve our problems?
Exactly. And what about the data privacy implications? These tools are constantly learning from our behavior, potentially collecting sensitive information.
There's definitely a trade-off between convenience and privacy. We need to be mindful of the data we're sharing and the potential risks involved.
I think it's about finding a balance, using AI as a tool to enhance our capabilities, rather than replacing them entirely. It should augment, not supplant, human intelligence.
I agree. It's a powerful technology, but it's crucial to use it responsibly and ethically, with a clear understanding of its limitations and potential consequences.
Discussing the implications of a friend's lifestyle change.
Did you hear that Mark's decided to become a minimalist? He's selling almost everything he owns and moving into a tiny house.
Seriously? That's quite a radical shift. I always thought he was quite attached to his possessions, especially his collection of vintage guitars.
Apparently, he's had an epiphany about consumerism and its impact on the environment. He wants to live a more sustainable and intentional life.
I admire his commitment, but I wonder if it's a sustainable long-term choice. It seems like a very drastic change to maintain indefinitely.
That's what I'm thinking. It could be a phase, or it could genuinely transform his life. Only time will tell.
I hope he's thought it through thoroughly. It's one thing to declutter, but completely downsizing your life can have unforeseen consequences.
I suppose it reflects a broader societal trend, though, doesn't it? People are increasingly questioning the traditional pursuit of material wealth.
Indeed. It's a valid critique of consumer culture. I just hope Mark finds fulfillment in this new lifestyle without feeling deprived or isolated.
Evaluating the authenticity of a viral video.
Have you seen that video of the talking dog that's going viral? It's purportedly saying I love you to its owner.
I did see it. It's quite convincing, isn't it? But my immediate reaction was skepticism. The audio seems almost too perfect.
Exactly. My first thought was deepfake. The technology is so advanced now, it's hard to discern what's real anymore.
I agree. And even if it's not a deepfake, it could be heavily edited. They could be splicing together different barks and growls to create those sounds.
Someone in the comments mentioned a similar video debunked last year. Apparently, it used voice manipulation software.
That wouldn't surprise me at all. It's a shame, really. People are so quick to believe what they see online without critical thinking.
It's a classic example of confirmation bias. People want to believe it, so they ignore the red flags. We should probably report it as potentially misleading.
Definitely. It's important to do our part in combating misinformation, even if it seems harmless. The cumulative effect can be quite damaging.
Evaluating the viability of a local community garden project.
I'm thinking of starting a community garden in that vacant lot downtown. Do you think it's a viable idea?
It's a lovely concept, but it's crucial to consider the practicalities. Have you assessed the soil quality and access to water?
I've done some preliminary research, and the soil seems suitable with some amendments. Water access is a concern, though. We'd need to explore options for irrigation.
Funding will be another challenge. You'll need to secure grants or donations to cover the costs of seeds, tools, and fencing.
I've started drafting a grant proposal, but it's a competitive process. We'll also need to recruit volunteers to help with the gardening and maintenance.
Community involvement is key. You'll need to engage with local residents and businesses to build support for the project.
I'm planning to hold a community meeting to gauge interest and gather feedback. It's important to ensure that the garden meets the needs of the neighborhood.
That's a smart approach. With careful planning, community support, and sustainable funding, it could be a valuable asset to the neighborhood.
Interpreting a friend's cryptic message.
Did you see Sarah's post? Big changes are afoot, feeling both exhilarated and terrified. What do you make of that?
Honestly, it's anyone's guess. Knowing Sarah, it could be anything from a new job to a spontaneous move across the country.
True, she's never been one for incremental adjustments. Remember when she decided to learn Mandarin on a whim?
Exactly. Although the terrified bit makes me think it's something more significant than just a new hobby.
Perhaps a relationship? She's been seeing someone new, hasn't she? Maybe it's getting serious.
That's a possibility. Or maybe she's finally taking the plunge and starting her own business. She's always talked about it.
Either way, I hope she's all right. I'll reach out and see if she wants to grab coffee. This cryptic posting is making me anxious.
Good idea. Just be prepared for a vague response, knowing her penchant for dramatic reveals. Don't push too hard if she's not ready to share.
Navigating a sensitive workplace situation.
I'm in a bit of a bind at work. I overheard a rather insensitive comment from my manager about a colleague's performance, and I'm not sure how to proceed.
That's a tricky situation. On the one hand, you want to be loyal to your colleague, but on the other, you don't want to jeopardize your own position.
Exactly. I feel morally obligated to say something, but I'm concerned about the potential repercussions. My manager has a history of being vindictive.
Perhaps you could approach your manager privately and express your concerns in a diplomatic way. Frame it as a question of team morale, rather than a direct accusation.
That's a good suggestion. I could say something like, I'm wondering if there's a more constructive way to address performance issues, as I'm concerned about the impact on the team's atmosphere.
Precisely. Focus on the broader impact, rather than the specific comment. That way, you're less likely to be perceived as confrontational.
I'm still hesitant, but that approach feels less risky. The alternative is to do nothing, which feels equally problematic.
Ultimately, it's your decision. But remember that silence can be interpreted as complicity. Choose the course of action that aligns with your values and minimizes potential harm.
Reconciling differing opinions on a local development project.
What do you think about the proposed development of the old factory site into luxury apartments? I'm torn.
I have mixed feelings, to be honest. On the one hand, it could revitalize that part of town and bring in much-needed revenue.
That's true, but at what cost? I'm worried about the impact on affordable housing and the potential displacement of long-term residents.
I understand your concern. Gentrification is a real issue. However, the developers are promising to include a certain percentage of affordable units.
But are those promises genuine or just a token gesture to appease the community? And will those units truly be affordable for the people who need them most?
Those are valid questions. We need to scrutinize the details of the agreement and hold the developers accountable.
Perhaps we should attend the community meeting next week and voice our concerns. It's crucial that the voices of all residents are heard.
Absolutely. It's a complex issue with no easy answers. But open dialogue and community involvement are essential to ensuring a fair outcome.
Reconciling work-life balance in a demanding profession.
I'm finding it increasingly difficult to juggle the demands of this job with any semblance of a personal life. The lines are so blurred.
Tell me about it. The expectation of being constantly available is exhausting. It feels like we're always on.
And the guilt. If I take time off, I feel guilty for not being productive. If I work late, I feel guilty for neglecting my family.
That's the crux of it, isn't it? The constant pressure to optimize every moment. Perhaps we need to redefine what success means to us.
Easier said than done, in this environment. But you're right, maybe setting clearer boundaries is the first step.
Absolutely. And being unapologetic about enforcing them, it's about prioritizing our well-being, which ultimately benefits our work anyway.
So, actively carving out time for things we enjoy, even if it feels selfish at first.
Exactly. Think of it as preventative maintenance. A well-rested, balanced individual is far more effective than a burnt-out one.
The allure and pitfalls of nostalgia.
I find myself increasingly drawn to nostalgia lately. It's comforting to revisit the past, especially during times of uncertainty.
Nostalgia can be a powerful balm, offering a sense of security and belonging. But it can also be a trap.
A trap? How so?
By idealizing the past and neglecting the present. By romanticizing memories and ignoring the complexities of reality.
So it's about maintaining a balanced perspective, acknowledging the good while recognizing the bad?
Exactly. Nostalgia should be a source of comfort and inspiration, not a barrier to growth and progress.
It's about learning from the past, not living in it.
Precisely. And focusing on creating new memories and experiences in the present.
The challenges of aging parents and shifting roles.
I'm finding it increasingly difficult to watch my parents age. The role reversal is happening, and it's tough.
It's a poignant transition, isn't it? Suddenly, you're the one making decisions, offering support, and worrying about their well-being.
And they're often resistant to accepting help. It's a blow to their independence, and understandably so.
Exactly. It's a delicate dance between respecting their autonomy and ensuring their safety. Striking that balance is crucial.
So open communication and a lot of patience are key, I suppose?
Absolutely. And acknowledging their fears and frustrations. Empathy goes a long way.
It's also about accepting that we can't fix everything. We can only offer support and guidance.
Precisely. And remembering the love and care they gave us, and returning it in kind.
The dilemma of overscheduled children.
Honestly, sometimes I feel like I'm running a chauffeur service for my kids. Between soccer, piano, and tutoring, there's barely time for a family dinner, let alone unstructured play.
I hear you. It's a constant tug-of-war between wanting them to have opportunities and recognizing the importance of downtime. I worry they'll burn out before they even reach high school.
Exactly. And the pressure from other parents is immense. It's as if non-enrolling them in every possible enrichment activity is a sign of neglect.
It's a competitive arms race, isn't it? We're all trying to give our kids a leg up, but at what cost? I'm starting to think a simpler childhood might be more beneficial in the long run.
Perhaps. It's a tough one to navigate, particularly when you see other children seemingly thriving on the packed schedules.
Thriving? Or just appearing to? We only see the highlight reel, never the meltdowns and exhaustion behind the scenes.
That's a very valid point. I think I need to reassess our priorities and maybe cut back on some of these activities.
Me too. Sanity for both them and us is paramount, I think.
The dilemma of personal data privacy.
I'm increasingly concerned about the erosion of personal data privacy. It feels like we're constantly being tracked and monitored.
It's a legitimate concern. Our data is being collected, analyzed, and used in ways we often don't even realize.
And the trade-off is often convenience. We sacrifice privacy for personalized experiences and targeted advertising.
Exactly. But at what cost? We're losing control over our own information and becoming increasingly vulnerable to manipulation and exploitation.
So being more mindful about the data we share online is crucial.
Definitely. And advocating for stronger data privacy regulations and greater transparency from tech companies.
It's about reclaiming our digital sovereignty and protecting our fundamental right to privacy.
Precisely. Otherwise, we risk living in a world where everything we do is recorded and analyzed, and our freedom is severely curtailed.
The erosion of civil discourse.
I'm finding it increasingly difficult to engage in civil discourse, especially on sensitive topics. The level of polarization is alarming.
It's a worrying trend. People seem more interested in shouting down opposing viewpoints than in listening and understanding.
And social media amplifies the problem. It's created echo chambers, where people are only exposed to views that reinforce their own beliefs.
Exactly. And the anonymity of the internet emboldens people to say things they would never say in person. It's created a climate of hostility and disrespect.
So, consciously trying to engage in respectful dialogue, even with those we disagree with, is essential.
Definitely. And practicing active listening, seeking to understand the other person's perspective, and avoiding personal attacks.
It's about finding common ground and building bridges, rather than widening the divide.
Precisely. Otherwise, we risk losing the ability to engage in meaningful conversations and solve complex problems together.
The ethics of personalized news feeds.
I'm increasingly concerned about the echo chamber effect of personalized news feeds. We're only seeing what algorithms think we want to see, reinforcing existing biases.
Absolutely. It's a filter bubble, essentially. While it's convenient, it severely limits our exposure to diverse perspectives and dissenting opinions.
And it's not just about political views. It affects everything from product recommendations to travel destinations. We're being subtly manipulated.
Precisely. The algorithm prioritizes engagement, not necessarily truth or accuracy. Outrage and sensationalism often trump genuine journalism.
So how do we break free? Deliberately seeking out opposing viewpoints seems like a start, but it's hard work.
It is. We need to be more critical consumers of information, questioning the sources and motivations behind what we're reading. Perhaps actively curate our own news from various sources.
A conscious effort to diversify our news diet, then. It's a responsibility we have to ourselves and to society.
Indeed. Otherwise, we risk becoming increasingly polarized and isolated in our own little bubbles.
The paradox of choice in modern streaming services.
I find myself spending more time browsing streaming services than actually watching anything. The sheer volume of choice is paralyzing.
It's the paradox of choice in action. Too many options can lead to decision fatigue and ultimately dissatisfaction.
And the algorithms don't help. They just keep recommending more of the same, reinforcing our existing preferences.
Exactly. It's an echo chamber of entertainment. We're losing the opportunity to discover new and unexpected things.
So deliberately breaking out of the algorithm's grip might be a good strategy?
Definitely. Trying different genres, exploring independent films, and even revisiting old favorites, expanding our horizons.
It's about being more intentional about our viewing habits, rather than passively accepting what's presented to us.
Precisely. Otherwise, we risk becoming overwhelmed by the sheer volume of content and missing out on genuine gems.
The perils of over-reliance on GPS navigation.
I'm starting to worry about our increasing dependence on GPS. I feel like my sense of direction is deteriorating rapidly.
You're not alone. We've outsourced our spatial awareness to algorithms. What happens when the signal drops?
Exactly. We become utterly disoriented. And it's not just about getting lost. It's about losing the ability to understand our surroundings.
It's a cognitive skill that's atrophying. We're trading convenience for competence, which seems like a poor bargain in the long run.
So, consciously trying to navigate without GPS, even in familiar areas, might be a good exercise?
Definitely. And paying attention to landmarks, street signs, and the overall layout of the city, re-engaging with our environment.
It's almost like relearning a forgotten language, a language of spatial understanding.
Precisely. And a language that could prove invaluable in an emergency situation.
The shifting sands of cultural appropriation.
I'm finding it increasingly difficult to navigate the complexities of cultural appropriation. The lines seem to be constantly shifting.
It's a sensitive topic, and rightfully so. It's about power dynamics and the historical context of colonialism and exploitation.
So intent isn't enough? Even if someone is acting out of admiration or respect, it can still be problematic?
Exactly. It's about impact, not intent. And about whether the cultural element is being used in a way that demeans, trivializes, or profits from the original culture.
So education and awareness are crucial, learning about the history and significance of different cultural practices.
Absolutely. And engaging in respectful dialogue with members of the culture in question, seeking their perspectives and guidance.
It's about moving beyond surface-level appreciation to genuine understanding and respect.
Precisely. And recognizing that some things are simply not ours to take.
Dealing with a friend's constant complaining.
I'm starting to feel drained after every conversation with Mark. He's always complaining about something. His job, the weather, his neighbor's dog. It's exhausting.
I know what you mean. It can be difficult to maintain a friendship when one person consistently focuses on the negative. It creates a real imbalance.
I've tried offering solutions, but he just dismisses them and continues to dwell on the problem. It's like he doesn't actually want to fix anything, just vent.
Perhaps he's seeking validation or attention. Have you considered gently setting boundaries? Maybe limiting the duration of your conversations or steering the topic towards more positive subjects.
That's a good idea. I could try saying something like, I'm sorry you're going through that, but I'm not really in the headspace to discuss it right now. It's assertive, but not accusatory.
Precisely. You need to protect your own mental well-being. It's okay to prioritize your needs, even in a friendship. Sometimes, tough love is necessary.
I'll give it a try. It's a shame, because he's a good friend in other ways, but I can't keep absorbing all his negativity. It's just not sustainable.
Remember, you're not a therapist. You're a friend. And friendship should be a mutually supportive and uplifting experience.
Discussing the authenticity of an online review.
I was looking at reviews for that new Italian place, and half of them seem overly enthusiastic, almost suspiciously so.
I've noticed that trend, too. It's increasingly difficult to discern genuine feedback from orchestrated marketing campaigns. Paid reviews are rampant.
Exactly. How can you tell what's real? Some are so generic, it's obvious they haven't even been to the restaurant.
Look for specific details, mentions of particular dishes, or descriptions of the ambiance that feel authentic. Also, check the reviewer's profile. If they only have a few reviews, it's a red flag.
That's a good tip. I also tend to distrust reviews that are excessively positive or negative. Balanced feedback usually feels more credible.
Agreed. And remember that reviews are subjective anyway. What one person considers a fantastic atmosphere, another might find noisy and distracting.
So ultimately, it's about using your best judgment and taking everything with a grain of salt. Maybe I'll just try the place myself and see what I think.
That's the best approach. Personal experience is always the most reliable indicator. Plus, you get to enjoy some Italian food.
Expressing a contrarian opinion respectfully.
Everyone seems to be raving about this new restaurant, saying it's the best thing to happen to the city in years.
I went last week, and while I appreciate the innovative concept, I personally found the execution lacking. The flavors were interesting, but the portions were minuscule for the price.
Really? I've only heard glowing reviews. Maybe you caught them on an off night.
That's certainly possible. However, the ambiance didn't quite resonate with me either. It felt a bit pretentious and sterile, lacking the warmth I prefer in a dining experience.
I can see how that might not appeal to everyone. I tend to value the overall experience, so I might still give it a try.
Absolutely. It's all a matter of personal preference. I just wanted to offer a different perspective, as the hype seemed a bit excessive.
I appreciate your honesty. It's good to hear a dissenting opinion, even if I ultimately disagree.
expressing disappointment without being accusatory.
I was really looking forward to you joining us for dinner last night. It felt a bit incomplete without you.
Oh, I am so sorry. Something completely unexpected came up at the last minute. I should have called, but I was completely frazzled.
I understand that things happen, but a quick text would have been appreciated. We were holding your place, and the food was getting cold.
You're absolutely right. I feel terrible. It was inconsiderate of me, and I sincerely apologize. I'll make it up to you, I promise.
I appreciate that. Perhaps we can reschedule sometime next week? It would be great to catch up properly.
That sounds perfect. Let me check my calendar and get back to you later today. Again, I'm really sorry for the last-minute cancellation.
No worries. Just try to give us a bit more notice next time. Looking forward to seeing you soon.
Gently correcting misinformation in a social setting.
I read online that climate change is a hoax perpetrated by scientists for research funding. It all seems rather convincing.
While I understand the appeal of questioning established narratives, the overwhelming scientific consensus points to the reality and severity of climate change. There's a vast body of peer-reviewed research supporting it.
But what about all the conflicting information out there? It's hard to know what to believe.
That's true. But it's important to evaluate the source and methodology. Reputable scientific journals and institutions are generally more reliable than unverified online sources.
I suppose so. It's just that the whole thing seems so complicated and overwhelming.
It is complex, but there are many resources available that present the information in an accessible way. Perhaps we could look at some together sometime?
That would be great, actually. I'm always open to learning more, especially if it comes from a trusted source.
Wonderful. It's important to approach these topics with a critical but open mind, and to rely on credible evidence.
Handling a friend's bragging without causing offense.
Did you hear about Sarah's promotion? Apparently she's now VP of the entire department. Quite the meteoric rise, isn't it?
Yes, I did. She certainly seems to be doing incredibly well. It's admirable how driven she is, although sometimes it can come across as a bit much.
Exactly. It's hard to be genuinely happy for her when she constantly reminds everyone of her achievements. It feels less like sharing and more like one-upmanship.
Perhaps she's just insecure and needs external validation. Instead of getting annoyed, maybe we could try to genuinely engage with her achievements without feeding into the boasting.
That's a good point. Maybe ask specific questions about her work, rather than just offering generic congratulations. It might steer the conversation towards something more substantial.
Precisely. Acknowledging her hard work and then subtly changing the subject could also work. We don't want to stifle her enthusiasm, but we also don't want to feel constantly inferior.
I'll try that next time. It's a delicate balance, but I value our friendship, so it's worth making the effort to navigate these awkward situations.
Interpreting ambiguous corporate jargon.
Did you understand what she meant by synergistically leveraging our core competencies to achieve optimal paradigm shifts?
Honestly, not a clue. It sounded like a word salad designed to impress rather than inform. I suspect it translates to, we're going to try something new and hope it works.
My interpretation exactly. It's frustrating how much time we waste deciphering these obfuscated pronouncements. Do they genuinely believe this resonates with anyone?
Perhaps they think it projects an image of innovation and dynamism. In reality, it just fosters cynicism and disengagement. Wouldn't you agree?
Absolutely. It's a prime example of style over substance. I wish they'd just be upfront about the actual strategy.
Well, maybe we should start a grassroots movement to banish corporate jargon from internal communications. A noble cause, wouldn't you say?
I'm in. Let's start by drafting a memo. In plain English, of course.
Excellent. We'll facilitate a paradigm shift towards clarity and conciseness.
Responding to unsolicited advice with grace.
You know, if I were you, I'd definitely dye my hair a brighter color. It would really liven you up.
That's an interesting suggestion. I appreciate you thinking about me, but I'm actually quite happy with my current hair color. It feels like me.
But don't you think it's a bit dull? A little change could do wonders for your confidence.
While I understand you're coming from a good place, I'm generally quite confident in myself, regardless of my hair color. I prioritize comfort and personal expression over external validation.
Well, I just thought I'd offer some friendly advice. No offense intended.
None taken. I value your friendship, and I understand you were just trying to be helpful. But I think I'll stick with what I know for now.
All right, fair enough. It's your hair, after all. Just remember my offer if you ever change your mind.
The ethics of recommending a service you're unsure of.
My neighbor asked for a recommendation for a plumber, and I immediately thought of Bob, but I haven't used him in years. I recall he was good, but memories fade.
That's a tricky situation. You don't want to inadvertently steer them towards someone who's no longer reliable. Reputations can change quickly.
Exactly. I could preface the recommendation with a disclaimer, something like, he was good last time I used him, but it's been a while.
That's a good start. Perhaps also suggest they get a few quotes to compare, regardless of your recommendation. It gives them agency and protects you.
That's a wise approach. It shifts the onus onto them to do their due diligence. I just wouldn't want to feel responsible if things go south.
Ultimately, you're just offering a suggestion, not a guarantee. As long as you're transparent about your limited knowledge, you've done your part.
True. I think I'll go with the disclaimer and the suggestion to get multiple quotes. Thanks for helping me navigate this ethical minefield.
No problem. It's always better to err on the side of caution when someone's relying on your advice.
Understanding a friend's cryptic social media post.
Did you see Emily's latest Instagram post? It's just a picture of a closed door with the caption, New Beginnings. What do you think it means?
I did. It's rather ambiguous, isn't it? My first thought was that she might be moving, but it could also be a metaphor for something else entirely.
Perhaps a new job? She did mention she was feeling a bit stagnant in her current role. Or maybe it's something personal, like a new relationship.
It's difficult to say without more context. Knowing Emily, it could be anything from a literal change of scenery to a profound philosophical shift. She does enjoy the dramatic.
True. Maybe we should just reach out and ask her directly, although she might prefer to keep us guessing for a while.
I think a casual check-in is a good idea. Something like, saw your post, hope you're doing well, without pressing for details. If she wants to share, she will.
That's a good approach. It shows we're thinking of her without being intrusive. Social media mysteries can be so perplexing.
Deciphering corporate jargon.
So, I just came out of that synergy meeting, and I'm still none the wiser. Apparently we're, quote, leveraging cross-functional alignment to optimize value propositions. What does that even mean?
Ah, the classic corporate doublespeak. Sounds like they're trying to get different departments to work together to make the product more appealing, but in the most convoluted way possible.
Exactly. It feels like they deliberately obfuscate the message. Is it just to sound more important? Or is there some deeper, more Machiavellian reason?
I suspect it's a combination. It creates an illusion of sophistication and, frankly, it makes it harder to hold anyone accountable if things go south. It's all so vague.
That's a cynical but probably accurate assessment. I guess I need to invest in a corporate jargon decoder ring.
Or just start asking direct, clarifying questions until they're forced to speak plain English. That's my preferred method.
A bold strategy. I admire your audacity. I might try that next time, though I'll need to prepare my innocently confused face.
Navigating generational differences.
I had a rather awkward conversation with my niece yesterday. She couldn't fathom why I still value owning physical books when everything is available digitally.
Ah, the generational divide. It's fascinating, isn't it? Each cohort has its own set of values and priorities shaped by the era they grew up in.
It's more than just preferences, though. It felt like she genuinely pitied me for clinging to something she considered obsolete.
That's the danger of assuming your own experiences are universal. It's easy to dismiss things you don't understand or haven't experienced yourself.
I tried to explain the tactile pleasure, the sense of ownership, the aesthetic appeal, but it was like speaking a different language.
Perhaps it's less about convincing her and more about acknowledging the validity of different perspectives. Understanding, rather than agreement.
You're right, of course. It's a challenge to bridge that gap, but it's also an opportunity to learn from each other.
Exactly. Every generation has something to offer. The key is to approach these conversations with curiosity and empathy.
Reconciling personal values with societal expectations.
I'm struggling to reconcile my personal values with the expectations society places on me, particularly regarding career and financial success. It feels like I'm constantly compromising.
That's a common dilemma. Societal norms often clash with individual aspirations. The pressure to conform can be immense.
I value meaningful work and personal fulfillment, but I also feel the pressure to earn a certain amount of money and achieve a certain level of status.
It's about defining your own definition of success. What truly matters to you? What are you willing to sacrifice, and what are you not?
That's the million-dollar question, isn't it? It's hard to ignore the external validation that comes with traditional markers of success.
True, but ultimately you have to live with your choices. Aligning your actions with your values will bring a greater sense of peace and authenticity, even if it means deviating from the norm.
So it's about being brave enough to define my own path and to prioritize my own well-being over societal expectations. Easier said than done, but worth striving for.
The art of active listening.
I'm finding it increasingly difficult to have meaningful conversations. People seem more interested in waiting for their turn to speak than actually listening.
It's a common problem. True active listening is a rare skill. It requires genuine curiosity and a willingness to understand the other person's perspective.
I try to focus and engage, but I often find my mind wandering, thinking about my response, instead of truly absorbing what they're saying.
That's natural. It takes conscious effort to stay present and resist the urge to interrupt or formulate your own thoughts. It's about empathy, not just hearing the words.
So, how can we improve our active listening skills? Are there specific techniques we can practice?
Nonverbal cues like eye contact and nodding can help. Asking clarifying questions shows you're engaged. And summarizing their points demonstrates you're understanding them.
Those are helpful tips. I'll try to be more mindful of those things in my next conversation. It's a skill worth cultivating.
The authenticity of reality TV.
I was watching that new real-life dating show, and I'm starting to think scripted is a more accurate description. The drama feels so manufactured.
Oh, absolutely. The term reality TV is a massive misnomer. They're heavily edited, producers manipulate situations, and the contestants are often encouraged to play up certain personality traits.
It's a bit depressing, isn't it? You'd think people would be tired of the fakery, but they keep tuning in.
I think it's the collusion of authenticity that's addictive. We know it's probably not real, but we still enjoy the vicarious thrill of watching these exaggerated lives unfold.
So we're essentially complicit in our own deception, consciously choosing to suspend disbelief for entertainment.
Precisely. And the producers are banking on that. They've mastered the art of crafting narratives that resonate, even if they're completely fabricated.
It makes you wonder what the long-term effects are of consuming so much curated, inauthentic content. Are we becoming desensitized to genuine emotion?
The ethics of influencer culture.
I'm increasingly uneasy about the power influencers wield. They're essentially paid advertisers masquerading as relatable peers.
It's a murky area, isn't it? The lines between genuine recommendation and blatant promotion are so blurred. Transparency is often lacking.
And the impact on young people is concerning. They're constantly bombarded with images of unattainable lifestyles and unrealistic beauty standards.
The pressure to conform is immense. It fosters a culture of consumerism and superficiality, often at the expense of genuine self-expression.
Do you think there's a responsibility on the influencers themselves to be more ethical in their practices?
Absolutely. But ultimately, it's up to the consumers to be discerning and critical of the content they consume. Media literacy is crucial.
So it's a shared responsibility then. Influencers need to be more transparent, and consumers need to be more aware.
The ethics of personalized data.
I'm increasingly concerned about how much personal data companies collect and use. It feels like a slippery slope towards a surveillance state.
It's a valid concern. The sheer volume of data they gather is staggering, and the algorithms they use to analyze it are becoming increasingly sophisticated.
And what are they doing with all this information? Are they just using it to sell us more stuff, or is there something more sinister going on?
It's likely a combination of both. Targeted advertising is the primary driver, but the potential for manipulation and discrimination is undeniable.
What can we do to protect ourselves? Is it even possible to opt out of this data-driven world?
It's difficult, but not impossible. Using privacy-focused browsers, limiting social media usage, and being mindful of the permissions you grant to apps can help.
It feels like a constant battle. We're constantly trading convenience for privacy, and it's hard to know where to draw the line.
The impact of nostalgia.
I've been feeling incredibly nostalgic lately, revisiting old movies and listening to music from my childhood. It's comforting, but also a bit melancholic.
Nostalgia is a powerful emotion. It's a longing for a past that is often idealized, a selective memory that filters out the less pleasant aspects.
Is it a healthy emotion, though, or is it a form of escapism, a way to avoid dealing with the present?
It can be both. In moderation, nostalgia can provide a sense of continuity and connection to our past. But excessive dwelling on the past can hinder our ability to move forward.
I suppose it's about finding a balance, appreciating the past without getting stuck in it, learning from it, rather than longing for it.
Precisely. Nostalgia can be a source of inspiration and creativity, but it shouldn't be a substitute for living in the present.
That's a good perspective. I'll try to be more mindful of that going forward. Maybe I'll just watch one more old movie, then get back to reality.
The paradox of choice.
I'm trying to choose a new streaming service, and I'm completely overwhelmed. There are so many options, each with its own exclusive content.
Ah, the paradox of choice. We assume that more options will lead to greater satisfaction, but often it results in decision paralysis and regret.
Exactly. I spend more time comparing services than actually watching anything. It's incredibly inefficient.
It's the fear of making the wrong choice. We worry about missing out on something better, so we endlessly analyze the options.
Is there a way to combat this, to simplify the decision-making process?
Limiting your options is a good start. Set a budget, identify your priorities, and then narrow down the choices based on those criteria.
That makes sense. I need to be more decisive and accept that I might not make the perfect choice, and that's okay.
The pressure to be constantly available.
I feel this relentless pressure to be constantly available, always checking my phone and responding to messages immediately. It's exhausting.
It's the modern condition, isn't it? We're wired to be always on, but that constant connectivity comes at a cost. Boundaries are essential.
But how do you set those boundaries without appearing rude or unresponsive, especially in a professional context?
It's about managing expectations, setting clear out-of-office hours, prioritizing tasks, and communicating your availability proactively.
I worry about missing something important, about being perceived as less dedicated if I'm not instantly reachable.
That fear is understandable, but it's often unfounded. Most people will respect your boundaries if you communicate them clearly and consistently.
I suppose it's about retraining myself and others to accept that immediate availability isn't always necessary or even desirable.
Precisely. Disconnecting can be an act of self-care and can actually improve your focus and productivity when you are on.
The art of giving constructive criticism to a superior.
I'm in a tricky situation. I need to give my boss some feedback on a new initiative, but I'm worried about how it will be received.
That's always a delicate dance. The key is to frame it constructively and focus on the impact, not the person.
I was thinking of highlighting the potential unintended consequences of the initiative, but I don't want to sound accusatory.
Perhaps you could phrase it as questions rather than statements. Have we considered X? What are your thoughts on Y?
That's a clever tactic. It encourages them to think critically without feeling attacked.
Also, be sure to acknowledge the positive aspects of the initiative first. Show that you appreciate the overall vision.
Good point. A little sugarcoating never hurts. It's about finding that sweet spot between honesty and diplomacy.
Exactly. And remember, your goal is to improve the outcome, not to prove your boss wrong.
The challenges of adapting to a new city after a long time away.
I recently moved back to my hometown after being away for 15 years, and it feels surprisingly foreign. I expected to slip right back in.
That's understandable. Cities evolve, and so do people. You're not the same person you were when you left.
Exactly. And the city itself has changed so much. It's like trying to fit a square peg into a round hole.
Have you tried reconnecting with old friends? That might help you feel more grounded.
I have, but many have moved away, and the ones who stayed have their own established lives. It's hard to break into those circles.
Perhaps you could focus on building new connections through shared interests. Join a club, volunteer, or take a class.
That's a good idea. It's just daunting starting from scratch after feeling so settled elsewhere.
Give it time. Reintegrating takes patience and a willingness to embrace the new while honoring the past.
The challenges of maintaining authenticity in a corporate environment.
I'm finding it increasingly difficult to reconcile my personal values with the demands of my corporate job. It feels like I'm constantly compromising.
I understand. That's a common struggle. The pressure to conform can be immense, especially in a hierarchical structure.
It's not just about conforming. It's about actively participating in practices that I find ethically questionable. I feel like a hypocrite.
Have you considered finding ways to subtly influence change from within? Small acts of resistance can sometimes be surprisingly effective.
I've tried, but it often feels like I'm just tilting at windmills. The corporate culture is so deeply ingrained.
Perhaps it's time to reevaluate your priorities. Is the financial security worth the emotional toll? There are other paths you could explore.
That's what I'm grappling with. It's a difficult decision, weighing the practical realities against my need for integrity.
Ultimately, you have to decide what you're willing to sacrifice. There's no easy answer, but being true to yourself is paramount.
The dilemma of supporting local businesses versus convenience.
I'm trying to be more conscious of supporting local businesses, but it's often so much easier and cheaper to just order online from big corporations.
It's a constant tug of war, isn't it? The allure of next-day delivery and discounted prices is hard to resist.
And let's be honest, sometimes the quality and selection are simply better with the larger retailers.
But consider the broader impact. Local businesses are the lifeblood of our communities. They create jobs, foster a sense of belonging, and contribute to the local economy.
I know, and I feel guilty when I opt for convenience over supporting them. It's a constant internal battle.
Perhaps we can find a middle ground. Maybe prioritize local businesses for certain purchases, like groceries or handmade goods, and reserve online shopping for items that are harder to find locally.
That's a sensible compromise. It's about making conscious choices and being mindful of the impact of our spending.
Every little bit helps. Even a small shift in our consumer habits can make a difference in the long run.
The ethics of using AI for personalized education.
I've been reading about AI-driven personalized education. It sounds incredibly promising, but also a little dystopian.
It's certainly a double-edged sword. On one hand, tailored learning experiences could unlock a student's full potential.
But what about the potential for algorithmic bias? Could these systems perpetuate existing inequalities by reinforcing stereotypes?
That's a valid concern. And what about the social and emotional aspects of learning? Can an AI truly replicate the nuanced interactions of a classroom?
Exactly. The human element is crucial for developing empathy, critical thinking, and collaboration skills.
Perhaps the key is to use AI as a tool to augment, not replace, human teachers. It could handle administrative tasks and provide individualized support.
That seems like a more balanced approach. We need to ensure that technology serves education, not the other way around.
And we need to be vigilant about monitoring these systems for bias and unintended consequences. The stakes are too high to be complacent.
The ethics of using voice cloning technology.
Have you seen the advancements in voice cloning? It's becoming incredibly realistic.
I have. It's impressive, but also deeply unsettling. The potential for misuse is enormous.
Exactly. Imagine the implications for fraud or even manipulating public opinion. It's a Pandora's box.
And what about artistic ownership? If someone can perfectly mimic a singer's voice, where does the line between inspiration and outright theft lie?
That's a crucial point. Current copyright laws are ill-equipped to handle this kind of technological leap.
We desperately need ethical guidelines and regulations before this technology becomes completely ubiquitous.
Agreed. Otherwise, we're opening ourselves up to a world of fabricated realities and identity theft on a massive scale.
It's a sobering thought, isn't it? The future of trust hangs in the balance.
The impact of algorithms on our perception of reality.
I'm increasingly concerned about how algorithms are shaping our perception of reality. We're all living in these personalized echo chambers.
It's a valid worry. The filter bubbles created by social media and search engines reinforce our existing beliefs, making it harder to encounter diverse perspectives.
And it's not just about politics. Algorithms influence our tastes in music, movies, and even the people we interact with. It's a subtle form of social engineering.
Exactly. And the more we rely on these systems, the less critical we become. We blindly accept what we're presented with.
So how do we break free from these algorithmic prisons? It feels like an uphill battle.
Actively seeking out diverse sources of information is crucial. Challenge your own assumptions and engage with viewpoints that differ from your own.
That requires a conscious effort to step outside our comfort zones. It's easier said than done.
But it's essential for maintaining intellectual independence and a nuanced understanding of the world. The alternative is intellectual stagnation and societal polarization.
The nuances of apologizing sincerely.
I messed up and need to apologize to a friend, but I want to make sure it's genuine and not just a perfunctory sorry.
The key is to take full responsibility for your actions without making excuses or shifting the blame.
I understand that, but I also want to explain my perspective without sounding defensive.
You can briefly acknowledge the circumstances that led to your mistake, but the focus should be on the impact of your actions on the other person.
So something like, I understand that my actions caused you pain, and I deeply regret that.
That's a good start. Then, offer a concrete plan for how you'll avoid making the same mistake in the future. Show that you've learned from the experience.
And is it okay to ask for forgiveness, or does that put too much pressure on them?
It's fine to express your hope for forgiveness, but ultimately, it's up to them to decide. Respect their boundaries and give them time to process their emotions.
That makes sense. It's about demonstrating genuine remorse and a commitment to doing better, not just expecting immediate absolution.
The pitfalls of oversharing online.
I saw your post about your performance review. I admire your candor, but are you sure sharing such sensitive information online was wise?
I thought about that, but I felt like I needed to vent. It's a closed group, mostly industry peers. I assumed it was a safe space.
Even so, things can be screenshotted and shared, especially if it's juicy. Think about the potential repercussions on your professional reputation.
You're right, I hadn't considered the long-term impact. I suppose I got caught up in the immediate catharsis.
We all do. It's just worth remembering that what goes online stays online, often in ways you can't anticipate.
Lesson learned. I'll definitely be more circumspect in the future. Thanks for pointing it out.
No problem. It's a minefield out there. We all need a reminder now and then.
The pressure to keep up with trends.
I'm feeling increasingly overwhelmed by the constant stream of new trends. It's exhausting trying to keep up.
Tell me about it. It's a relentless cycle fueled by social media. I often wonder if it's all just manufactured hype.
Exactly. And the pressure to conform can be intense. It's like you're deemed irrelevant if you're not in the know.
I think it's a deliberate strategy to drive consumerism. Creating a sense of urgency and scarcity makes people buy things they don't need.
It's also a huge distraction from things that truly matter. We're so busy chasing the next shiny object that we forget to appreciate what we have.
Perhaps the key is to cultivate a sense of discernment and focus on what genuinely resonates with us, rather than blindly following the crowd.
That's a very sane approach. I think I need to actively curate my online intake and prioritize substance over fleeting trends.
It's liberating, actually. Once you step off the treadmill, you realize you weren't missing much in the first place.
Reconciling ideals with practicality in environmentalism.
I'm grappling with the tension between my environmental ideals and the practical realities of everyday life. It feels like a constant compromise.
I know exactly what you mean. Striving for zero waste, for example, is admirable, but almost impossible to achieve completely in our current consumerist society.
Exactly. And the pressure to make perfectly sustainable choices can be overwhelming, leading to feelings of guilt and inadequacy when I inevitably fall short.
Perhaps the key is to focus on making incremental changes and celebrating small victories, rather than striving for unattainable perfection.
That's a good point. It's also important to acknowledge that individual actions, while important, are not enough to solve the climate crisis. Systemic change is essential.
Absolutely. We need to advocate for policies that promote sustainability and hold corporations accountable for their environmental impact.
So it's about finding a balance between personal responsibility and collective action, and recognizing that progress, not perfection, is the ultimate goal.
Precisely. It's a long and arduous journey, and we need to be kind to ourselves along the way.
The allure and pitfalls of specialization.
I've been pondering the merits and drawbacks of specialization. On one hand, it allows for deep expertise, but on the other, it can lead to a narrow perspective.
That's a perennial dilemma. In today's complex world, deep expertise is certainly valuable, but it's equally important to have a broad understanding of different fields.
And the increasing specialization of labor can lead to a sense of alienation and detachment from the overall purpose of our work.
Indeed. It's easy to lose sight of the bigger picture when you're focused on a very specific task or area of expertise.
Perhaps the key is to cultivate a balance between depth and breadth, developing expertise in a specific area while also maintaining a broad intellectual curiosity.
That requires a commitment to lifelong learning and a willingness to step outside of our comfort zones, exploring new fields and challenging our own assumptions.
And maybe it's also about recognizing the interconnectedness of all things, understanding that our specialized knowledge is just one piece of a much larger puzzle.
Precisely. It's about fostering a more holistic and integrated approach to knowledge and understanding.
The challenges of maintaining authenticity in a corporate environment.
I'm finding it increasingly difficult to maintain a sense of authenticity in my corporate environment. It feels like I have to constantly conform to a certain image or set of expectations.
I can relate. Corporate culture often demands a certain level of conformity, which can stifle individuality and creativity.
And the pressure to network and self-promote can feel incredibly inauthentic. It's like we're all competing to project the most polished and successful version of ourselves.
Indeed. It's easy to lose sight of your own values and beliefs when you're constantly trying to impress others and climb the corporate ladder.
Perhaps the key is to identify your core values and find ways to express them authentically within the constraints of the corporate environment.
That requires a certain level of self-awareness and a willingness to challenge the status quo, advocating for a more inclusive and authentic workplace culture.
And maybe it's also about finding a supportive community of colleagues who share your values and can provide a safe space for honest and open communication.
Precisely. It's about creating a network of authentic relationships that can help you stay grounded and true to yourself, even in the face of corporate pressures.
The commodification of experiences.
I'm starting to feel uneasy about the way experiences are increasingly being commodified, packaged, and sold to us as a means of self-improvement or self-discovery.
I share your concern. It's as if we're being encouraged to consume experiences rather than truly engage with them, turning them into mere commodities to be acquired.
Exactly. And the pressure to document and share these experiences online further detracts from their authenticity. We're more focused on capturing the perfect Instagram shot than on actually being present in the moment.
It's a form of performative living, where we curate our experiences to project a certain image to the world, rather than pursuing them for their intrinsic value.
Perhaps the antidote is to cultivate a more mindful and intentional approach to our experiences, focusing on the quality of our engagement rather than the quantity of our consumption.
That requires a conscious effort to resist the allure of the curated experience and to seek out opportunities for genuine connection and authentic self-expression.
And maybe it's also about recognizing that the most meaningful experiences are often the simplest and most unscripted ones, the ones that can't be bought or sold.
Precisely. It's about finding joy and meaning in the everyday moments, rather than constantly chasing after the next big adventure.
The erosion of privacy in public spaces.
I'm increasingly concerned about the erosion of privacy in public spaces. Surveillance cameras are everywhere, and our movements are constantly being tracked.
It's a disturbing trend. The constant monitoring of our activities can have a chilling effect on freedom of expression and assembly.
And the data collected from these surveillance systems is often stored and analyzed by both government agencies and private companies, raising serious concerns about potential misuse.
Indeed. We're essentially being subjected to a form of perpetual surveillance without our explicit consent or knowledge.
Perhaps we need stronger legal protections to safeguard our privacy in public spaces, limiting the use of surveillance technologies and ensuring greater transparency and accountability.
That would require a fundamental shift in the way we balance security concerns with individual rights, prioritizing privacy over convenience.
And maybe it's also about cultivating a greater awareness of the ways in which our data is being collected and used, making informed choices about our online and offline activities.
Precisely. It's about reclaiming our right to privacy and resisting the normalization of constant surveillance.
The ethics of recommendation algorithms.
I'm starting to question the ethics of recommendation algorithms. While they offer convenience, they also seem to limit our exposure to diverse perspectives and reinforce existing biases.
That's a valid concern. These algorithms are designed to predict what we want, but in doing so, they can create filter bubbles that restrict our intellectual horizons.
And the fact that these algorithms are often opaque and proprietary makes it difficult to understand how they're shaping our choices and influencing our opinions.
Indeed. We're essentially outsourcing our decision-making to algorithms that are driven by commercial interests, without fully understanding their underlying logic.
Perhaps we need greater transparency and accountability in the design and deployment of these algorithms, ensuring that they promote diversity and inclusivity rather than reinforcing echo chambers.
That would require a fundamental shift in the way these algorithms are developed and regulated, prioritizing ethical considerations over purely economic ones.
And maybe it's also about cultivating a more critical and discerning approach to the recommendations we receive, actively seeking out alternative perspectives and challenging our own assumptions.
Precisely. We need to be active agents in our own information consumption, rather than passive recipients of algorithmic suggestions.
The nuances of digital communication.
I'm finding it increasingly challenging to navigate the nuances of digital communication, especially in professional settings. So much can be lost in translation without nonverbal cues.
Absolutely. The lack of tone and body language makes it incredibly easy for misunderstandings to arise. Sarcasm, for instance, is often completely missed.
And the asynchronous nature of email and messaging can further complicate matters. A delayed response can be interpreted as disinterest or even hostility.
Indeed, it necessitates a much greater degree of clarity and explicitness in our written communication. We have to consciously compensate for the missing context.
I started using more emojis and GIFs to try and inject some personality and emotion into my messages, but I worry about coming across as unprofessional.
That's a delicate balance to strike. It really depends on the recipient and the context. What works with one colleague might be completely inappropriate with another.
Perhaps the solution is to prioritize face-to-face or video calls whenever possible, especially for sensitive or complex conversations.
I wholeheartedly agree. Technology should supplement, not supplant, genuine human interaction. There's simply no substitute for real-time communication.
The paradox of connectivity and loneliness.
It's ironic, isn't it? We're more connected than ever before, yet so many people report feeling increasingly lonely and isolated.
It's the paradox of the digital age. We have access to a vast network of potential connections, but genuine human interaction seems to be dwindling.
And the superficiality of online interactions can exacerbate feelings of loneliness. Likes and comments are no substitute for meaningful relationships.
Indeed, the constant comparison to others' curated online personas can also fuel feelings of inadequacy and social anxiety.
Perhaps the key is to prioritize quality over quantity in our relationships, focusing on building deeper connections with a smaller circle of people.
That requires a conscious effort to disconnect from the digital world and engage in real-life interactions, nurturing our existing relationships and seeking out new ones.
And maybe it's also about cultivating a greater sense of self-compassion and self-acceptance, recognizing that loneliness is a common human experience and that it's okay to reach out for help.
Precisely. It's about breaking down the stigma surrounding loneliness and creating a more supportive and connected community.
The paradox of too much information.
I'm finding it increasingly difficult to stay informed. There's just an overwhelming deluge of information, and I'm starting to feel paralyzed by it all.
I completely understand. It's like we're drowning in data but starved for actual knowledge. The sheer volume makes it hard to discern what's truly relevant and what's just noise.
Exactly. And the algorithms designed to filter it all seem to be exacerbating the problem, creating these echo chambers where we only see what confirms our existing biases.
Precisely. It requires a conscious effort to break out of those algorithmic bubbles and seek out diverse perspectives, which is time-consuming and frankly exhausting.
It's almost as if the accessibility of information has ironically made us less informed, or at least less capable of critical thinking.
I fear you're right. We become passive consumers of information, rather than active seekers of truth. The onus is on us to cultivate a more discerning approach.
Perhaps we need to consciously curate our information diet, focusing on quality over quantity and prioritizing sources known for their journalistic integrity.
That's a very salient point. Maybe a return to long-form journalism and in-depth analysis is the answer, rather than endlessly scrolling through bite-sized snippets.
The shifting sands of personal identity.
I've been reflecting lately on how fluid and malleable personal identity seems to be, especially in the face of life's inevitable changes.
That's a profound observation. It's almost as if we're constantly reinventing ourselves, adapting to new circumstances and evolving beliefs.
And the pressure to project a curated version of ourselves online further complicates matters. It can be difficult to discern the authentic self from the performative one.
Indeed, the constant exposure to idealized versions of others can lead to feelings of inadequacy and a distorted sense of self-worth.
Perhaps the key is to embrace the inherent ambiguity and impermanence of identity, rather than clinging to a fixed and rigid notion of who we are.
That requires a certain level of self-acceptance and a willingness to let go of the need for external validation. It's a lifelong process of self-discovery.
And maybe it's also about recognizing that identity is not something we possess, but rather something we construct through our interactions with the world and the stories we tell ourselves.
A very insightful point. Our identities are narratives in progress, constantly being rewritten and reinterpreted in light of new experiences.
Analyzing the dynamics of a social gathering.
Did you notice the subtle power dynamics at play during that dinner party last night? I felt a distinct undercurrent of competition between some of the guests.
Absolutely. The constant one-upmanship and veiled attempts to impress were almost palpable. It felt less like a genuine social gathering and more like a performance.
Especially between Charles and Emily. Their conversation seemed less about genuine connection and more about showcasing their respective achievements and social connections.
And the way they subtly undermined each other's opinions, always with a veneer of politeness, was quite fascinating to observe. Passive-aggressive to the extreme.
I wonder what drives that kind of behavior. Is it insecurity, a need for validation, or simply a deeply ingrained competitive spirit?
Perhaps a combination of all three. Social gatherings can often become microcosms of broader societal anxieties and power struggles. It's a fascinating study in human behavior.
Indeed. It makes you appreciate the value of genuine connection and authentic interaction, rather than superficial displays of social prowess.
Analyzing the evolution of musical tastes.
I find it fascinating how musical tastes evolve across generations. What do you think accounts for the enduring popularity of certain genres, while others fade into obscurity?
I think it's a complex interplay of factors, including cultural trends, technological advancements, and the inherent emotional resonance of the music itself.
Nostalgia certainly plays a significant role. Music often becomes inextricably linked to specific periods in our lives, evoking powerful memories and emotions.
And the accessibility of music has changed dramatically over the years. Streaming services have democratized music consumption, exposing us to a wider range of genres and artists.
But does that necessarily lead to a more discerning ear, or does it simply create a culture of fleeting trends and disposable music?
Perhaps a bit of both. There's certainly a lot of ephemeral music out there, but there are also artists who are pushing boundaries and creating truly innovative and enduring works.
Ultimately, I think the best music is that which transcends generational divides and speaks to the universal human experience. Music that resonates on a deeper emotional level.
Analyzing the subtext of a film.
I found the ending of that film incredibly ambiguous. Do you think the protagonist's final action was an act of defiance or resignation?
I interpreted it as a poignant blend of both, actually. A defiant act born out of utter resignation to the systemic injustices he faced throughout the film.
That's a compelling interpretation. I initially saw it as purely nihilistic, a complete abandonment of hope. But your reading adds a layer of complexity.
The director's use of symbolism was masterful. The recurring motif of the caged bird, for instance, seemed to represent his character's stifled potential.
Absolutely, and the stark contrast between the opulent settings and the protagonist's impoverished background highlighted the vast socioeconomic disparities at play.
It's a film that demands multiple viewings, I think. Each time you uncover new layers of meaning and appreciate the director's subtle nuances even more.
I concur. It's a far cry from the typical Hollywood fare. A truly thought-provoking piece of cinema that lingers long after the credits roll.
Contrasting perspectives on technological progress.
While I appreciate the convenience and efficiency that technology offers, I sometimes worry about its potential to erode our sense of community and human connection. Don't you?
I see your point, but I believe technology can also be a powerful tool for fostering connection and bridging geographical divides. It all depends on how we choose to use it.
That's a fair point. But the constant barrage of information and the pressure to be constantly connected can be overwhelming and lead to feelings of isolation and anxiety.
Perhaps it's a matter of finding a healthy balance. We need to be mindful of our digital consumption and prioritize real-world interactions over virtual ones.
Easier said than done, I think. The allure of instant gratification and the dopamine rush of social media can be incredibly addictive and difficult to resist.
True. But we also need to recognize the potential of technology to solve some of the world's most pressing problems, from climate change to healthcare disparities. It's a double-edged sword.
A double-edged sword indeed. The key is to harness its power for good while mitigating its potential negative consequences, a delicate balancing act, to say the least.
Debating the ethics of personalized medicine.
Personalized medicine holds immense promise for treating diseases more effectively, but I'm concerned about the potential for exacerbating existing health inequalities. What are your thoughts?
I share your concern. If personalized medicine becomes primarily accessible to the wealthy, it could create a two-tiered healthcare system, where the privileged receive superior treatment while the less fortunate are left behind.
And what about the ethical implications of using genetic information to tailor treatments? Could this lead to unintended consequences or unforeseen side effects?
Absolutely. We need rigorous clinical trials and long-term studies to ensure the safety and efficacy of personalized therapies. The rush to innovation shouldn't compromise patient safety.
Furthermore, the cost of developing and implementing personalized medicine is likely to be substantial. How can we ensure that these treatments are affordable and accessible to all who need them?
Perhaps government subsidies or public-private partnerships could help to reduce the financial burden. But we also need to address the underlying systemic issues that contribute to health disparities in the first place.
A holistic approach is essential. Personalized medicine should be viewed as one tool among many in our efforts to improve public health, not as a panacea that will solve all our problems.
Agreed. Ethical considerations and equitable access must be at the forefront of our efforts to develop and implement personalized medicine. Otherwise, we risk creating a healthcare system that benefits only a select few.
Deconstructing a complex news article.
Did you see that article about the proposed trade agreement? I'm struggling to parse the long-term implications beyond the superficial headlines.
I skimmed it. It seems intentionally obfuscated, doesn't it? Full of jargon and conditional clauses designed to obscure the real impact on smaller businesses.
Precisely. The article touts increased export opportunities, but buries the increased regulatory burden in the fine print. Classic misdirection.
And the environmental impact assessment? Almost non-existent. They gloss over the potential for increased pollution and resource depletion, with vague assurances of, quote, sustainable practices.
It's infuriating. They're banking on the public's lack of understanding to push through an agreement that primarily benefits multinational corporations.
We need to dissect this further, perhaps compare it with similar agreements from the past to identify potential pitfalls. Due diligence is crucial here.
Agreed. Let's find some independent analysis and cross-reference the claims made in the article. We can't afford to be swayed by biased reporting.
I'll look for reports from reputable economic think tanks. Hopefully they can provide a more balanced perspective.
Discussing the implications of genetic screening.
With the advent of widespread genetic screening, do you think we're heading towards a future where individuals are increasingly judged based on their genetic predispositions?
It's a slippery slope, isn't it? While the potential for early disease detection is undeniable, the risk of genetic discrimination is a very real concern.
Imagine a scenario where employers or insurance companies use genetic information to deny opportunities or increase premiums. It's a dystopian prospect.
And what about the psychological impact on individuals who discover they have a high risk of developing a debilitating disease? The burden of that knowledge could be immense.
We need robust ethical guidelines and legal protections to prevent genetic information from being misused, but I fear that technology is outpacing our ability to regulate it effectively.
Perhaps the focus should be on promoting genetic literacy and empowering individuals to make informed decisions about their own health, rather than allowing corporations or governments to control the narrative.
A proactive approach is certainly essential. We need to foster a society that values genetic diversity and resist the temptation to create a genetically perfect human race.
Agreed. The pursuit of perfection can often lead to unintended consequences and exacerbate existing inequalities. We must proceed with caution.
Discussing the merits of different architectural styles.
I've always been drawn to the clean lines and functionality of Bauhaus architecture. Do you find it aesthetically pleasing or too austere?
While I appreciate its historical significance and emphasis on functionality, I find it somewhat lacking in warmth and character. I prefer the ornate details of Art Nouveau.
I can see that. Art Nouveau certainly has a romantic allure, but I sometimes find it overly fussy and lacking in the elegant simplicity of modernism.
Perhaps it's a matter of personal preference, but I think Art Nouveau's organic forms and intricate craftsmanship create a more inviting and human-centered environment.
True, Bauhaus can feel rather cold and clinical at times, but its emphasis on efficient use of space and natural light is undeniably appealing, particularly in urban settings.
Ultimately, I think the best architectural style is one that seamlessly blends form and function while also reflecting the cultural context and the needs of its inhabitants.
A harmonious synthesis of practicality and artistry. I couldn't agree more. It's about creating spaces that both serve a purpose and inspire the soul.
Evaluating the effectiveness of a charity campaign.
What are your thoughts on that new charity campaign for wildlife conservation? Does it strike you as genuinely impactful, or just another feel-good marketing ploy?
I'm somewhat skeptical, to be honest. The visuals are compelling, but I'm not convinced the funds are being allocated effectively. There's a distinct lack of transparency.
I noticed that too. They highlight the number of animals saved but fail to provide concrete data on the long-term impact on the ecosystem as a whole.
And the celebrity endorsements feel rather contrived. It's hard to believe they're genuinely invested in the cause, rather than just boosting their own image.
Perhaps we should investigate their financial reports and see how much of the donations actually go towards conservation efforts, rather than administrative costs and marketing expenses.
A wise move. We need to ensure that our contributions are making a tangible difference, rather than simply lining the pockets of the organization's executives.
Agreed. Responsible giving requires due diligence. Let's do some research and make an informed decision before donating any further.
Interpreting nuances in workplace communication.
Did you catch what Sarah didn't say in the meeting? I got the distinct impression she's not entirely on board with the new restructuring, despite publicly supporting it.
I did pick up on a certain hesitancy. Her body language seemed a bit guarded. Perhaps she's worried about the potential impact on our team's workload.
Exactly. And the way she phrased her questions, always prefaced with assurances of her support, but subtly undermining the core premise. Crafty, really.
It's a delicate dance, isn't it? Navigating office politics while maintaining a veneer of professionalism. I wonder if we should address it with her directly or just let it play out.
I think a subtle probing conversation is warranted. We need to ascertain the root of her reservations before they fester and potentially sabotage the initiative. But subtlety is key.
Agreed. A direct confrontation could backfire spectacularly. Perhaps a casual lunch where we can gently explore her concerns?
Perfect. Let's gauge the temperature and see if we can coax her into sharing her true perspective. It's better to be proactive than reactive in these situations.
The allure and pitfalls of nostalgia.
I've been feeling quite nostalgic lately, revisiting old music and films from my childhood. It's comforting, but also a bit melancholic.
Nostalgia is a powerful emotion. It's a natural human tendency to romanticize the past, isn't it?
Yes, but I worry about getting too caught up in it. It can be a form of escapism, preventing you from fully engaging with the present.
That's a valid point. It's easy to selectively remember the good aspects and forget the challenges and hardships.
Exactly. And comparing the present to an idealized past can lead to dissatisfaction and a sense of stagnation.
Perhaps the key is to appreciate the past without letting it define you or dictate your expectations for the future.
A healthy balance, then. Using nostalgia as a source of inspiration and connection, rather than a crutch.
Precisely. It's about acknowledging the good while remaining open to the possibilities of the present and future.
The blurring lines between work and leisure.
I'm struggling to disconnect from work these days. The line between professional and personal life has become completely blurred.
It's a common complaint. The expectation of constant availability is exhausting. Are you finding it's impacting your well-being?
Definitely, I'm constantly checking emails, even on weekends. It's like I'm always on, and it's leading to burnout.
Have you tried setting boundaries? Turning off notifications, designating specific off hours?
I've attempted it, but the pressure to respond immediately is immense. My boss expects a rapid turnaround on everything.
That's a toxic work culture. It's important to prioritize your mental health, even if it means pushing back against those expectations.
Easier said than done, unfortunately. But I know you're right. I need to find a way to reclaim my personal time before it's too late.
Perhaps framing it as a matter of productivity? Explain that you'll be more effective if you have dedicated downtime to recharge.
The dilemma of personal data privacy.
I'm becoming increasingly concerned about the amount of personal data we're relinquishing online. It feels like we're losing control of our own information.
It's a Faustian bargain, isn't it? We trade our privacy for convenience and personalized experiences. But at what cost?
The potential for misuse is terrifying. Targeted advertising is one thing, but what about political manipulation or discriminatory practices?
And the algorithms are getting so sophisticated they can predict our behavior with alarming accuracy, potentially influencing our choices without us even realizing it.
I've started using privacy-focused browsers and search engines, but it feels like a drop in the ocean. The system is designed to collect as much data as possible.
Government regulation is crucial, but it's often lagging behind the technological advancements. We need stronger laws to protect our privacy rights.
And greater transparency from companies about how they're collecting and using our data. We deserve to know what we're signing up for.
Absolutely. It's about informed consent. We need to be empowered to make conscious choices about our privacy, rather than being manipulated into surrendering it unknowingly.
The erosion of civil discourse.
I've noticed a disturbing trend of increasing polarization in public discourse. It feels like we're losing the ability to have constructive conversations.
The echo chambers of social media certainly contribute to it. We're surrounded by people who share our views, reinforcing our biases and demonizing opposing perspectives.
And the anonymity of the internet emboldens people to be more aggressive and disrespectful. There's a lack of accountability for online behavior.
It's become acceptable to attack the person rather than address the argument. Ad hominem attacks and personal insults have become commonplace.
I try to engage in respectful dialogue with people who hold different views, but it's often met with hostility or dismissal. It's exhausting.
It requires a lot of patience and empathy. It's important to listen actively, seek to understand their perspective, and find common ground, even if you disagree on fundamental issues.
Perhaps we need to focus on fostering critical thinking skills and media literacy, helping people to evaluate information objectively and recognize bias.
Absolutely, and promoting respectful communication skills, such as active listening, empathy, and the ability to articulate your views without resorting to personal attacks.
The ethics of genetic editing.
The advancements in genetic editing technology are both exhilarating and terrifying. The potential to eradicate diseases is incredible, but the ethical implications are enormous.
It's a Pandora's box, isn't it? Once we start altering the human genome, where do we draw the line? What constitutes a desirable trait?
The slippery slope argument is a valid concern. Are we heading towards a future where genetic enhancements are only available to the wealthy, creating a genetic divide?
And what about the unintended consequences? We don't fully understand the long-term effects of altering the human genome. We could be unleashing unforeseen problems.
I think strict regulations and ethical guidelines are crucial. We need to have a global conversation about the responsible use of this technology.
And who gets to participate in that conversation? It needs to be inclusive and representative of diverse perspectives, not just scientists and policymakers.
It's a complex issue with no easy answers, but we need to proceed with caution and prioritize the well-being of humanity as a whole.
Agreed. The potential benefits are immense, but the risks are equally significant. We need to tread carefully and ensure that this technology is used ethically and responsibly.
The future of urban planning in the face of climate change.
I was reading about the innovative urban planning strategies being implemented in cities vulnerable to climate change. It's a race against time, really.
Absolutely. Coastal cities, especially, are facing existential threats from rising sea levels and increasingly frequent extreme weather events. What are some of the most promising approaches?
Building resilient infrastructure is key. Things like elevated roadways, reinforced seawalls, and improved drainage systems. But that's just a band-aid, isn't it?
Indeed. We need to rethink urban design entirely, incorporating green spaces to absorb rainwater, promoting sustainable transportation, and designing buildings that can withstand extreme weather.
And addressing the social inequalities exacerbated by climate change. Low-income communities are often disproportionately affected by these disasters.
That's crucial, ensuring that adaptation measures are equitable and accessible to all residents, regardless of their socioeconomic status.
It requires a collaborative effort between governments, urban planners, and community members. Everyone needs to be involved in shaping the future of our cities.
Precisely. It's about creating resilient, sustainable, and equitable urban environments that can withstand the challenges of a changing climate and provide a high quality of life for all.
The paradox of choice in modern streaming services.
I'm finding myself completely overwhelmed by the sheer volume of content on streaming platforms. It's supposed to be convenient, but it's often paralyzing.
Tell me about it. The paradox of choice is real. I spend more time scrolling than actually watching anything.
And the algorithms aren't helping. They just keep feeding you more of the same, narrowing your horizons instead of expanding them.
It's an echo chamber of preferences. I miss the days of having a limited selection and discovering things organically.
Remember when you'd just pick up a random DVD from the video store? You might hate it, but at least it was something different.
Exactly. Now I'm stuck in this loop of watching trailers and reading reviews, trying to make the perfect choice, which rarely happens.
I've started deliberately choosing things outside my comfort zone, just to break the cycle. It's surprisingly liberating.
That's a good strategy. Maybe I'll try that. Anything to escape the tyranny of the algorithm.
The paradox of social connection in the digital age.
It's ironic, isn't it? We're more connected than ever before, yet so many people feel increasingly isolated.
The illusion of connection is a powerful force. We mistake online interactions for genuine relationships.
And the curated nature of social media only exacerbates the problem. Everyone's presenting a polished, often unrealistic version of themselves,
Leading to feelings of inadequacy and social comparison. It's a breeding ground for anxiety and low self-esteem.
I've started consciously limiting my time on social media. It's made a surprisingly positive impact on my mental well-being.
That's a smart move. Prioritizing real-life interactions and cultivating meaningful relationships is crucial.
It's about quality over quantity, I suppose. A few genuine connections are worth more than hundreds of superficial online acquaintances.
Absolutely. It's about fostering empathy, vulnerability, and authentic communication, which are often lacking in the digital realm.
The perils of algorithmic bias in hiring.
I was reading about how some companies are scrapping their AI-powered hiring tools due to inherent biases. It's quite unsettling, isn't it?
Absolutely. The promise of objectivity was always a bit of a fallacy, I think. Algorithms are only as good as the data they're trained on, and if that data reflects existing societal biases.
Exactly. It just amplifies the inequalities. And the scariest part is, it's often invisible. You don't even know you're being discriminated against.
Precisely. It's a subtle but insidious form of prejudice. Makes you wonder how many qualified candidates are being overlooked.
It's a systemic problem, really. The onus is on companies to actively audit these systems and ensure fairness, but how many actually do?
Probably a fraction. The allure of efficiency and cost-cutting often trumps ethical considerations, unfortunately.
The legal ramifications are only just starting to be explored. I suspect we'll see a lot more litigation in this area in the coming years.
I hope so. Maybe that's what it will take to force companies to take this seriously and implement truly fair and equitable practices.
The shifting sands of cultural appropriation.
Navigating the concept of cultural appropriation seems increasingly complex. Where do we draw the line between appreciation and exploitation?
It's a delicate balance, isn't it? Intent matters, but so does impact. Something intended as homage can still be deeply offensive.
And the power dynamics are crucial. When a dominant culture borrows from a marginalized one without acknowledging the source or giving credit, it feels inherently exploitative.
Precisely. It's about respecting the cultural significance of the element being borrowed and ensuring that the community benefits, not just the individual.
I think the key is to engage in meaningful dialogue with the culture you're drawing inspiration from. Ask questions, listen to their perspectives, and be willing to learn.
And to amplify the voices of those from that culture. Give them a platform to share their stories and perspectives in their own words.
It's a constant learning process, and we're bound to make mistakes along the way. But the willingness to engage in respectful dialogue is paramount.
Agreed. It requires humility, empathy, and a genuine desire to understand and appreciate other cultures without appropriating them.
Analyzing the appeal of escapism.
I find myself increasingly drawn to escapist activities lately. Do you think it's a healthy coping mechanism or a form of avoidance?
It's a complex issue. In moderation, escapism can provide a temporary respite from stress and anxiety, allowing us to recharge and refocus.
But when it becomes a chronic pattern, a way of consistently avoiding real-life problems, it can be detrimental, hindering personal growth and problem-solving.
Exactly. It's about striking a balance between seeking temporary relief and confronting the underlying issues that are driving the need to escape.
I think the key is to be mindful of the motivations behind our escapist tendencies. Are we seeking genuine relaxation, or are we simply trying to numb uncomfortable feelings?
That's a crucial distinction. Engaging in activities that promote well-being and personal growth, even if they offer a temporary escape, is far more beneficial than simply retreating into passive entertainment.
It's about using escapism as a tool for self-care, rather than as a crutch to avoid reality. A subtle but significant difference, perhaps?
Absolutely. And recognizing that true fulfillment comes from engaging with life's challenges, rather than constantly seeking to escape them.
Analyzing the impact of hyperconnectivity.
I've been feeling increasingly overwhelmed by our hyper-connected world. Do you ever feel like you're constantly on?
Absolutely. The expectation of instant availability is exhausting. It's like we've lost the ability to truly disconnect and recharge.
And the constant stream of information is overwhelming. It's difficult to discern what's truly important from the endless noise.
It's a challenge to maintain focus and attention when you're constantly bombarded with notifications and distractions. Our brains are simply not wired for this level of stimulation.
I've started implementing digital detox periods, consciously disconnecting from technology for a few hours each day. It's surprisingly refreshing.
That's a great idea. We need to be more intentional about how we use technology rather than allowing it to dictate our lives. Setting boundaries is crucial.
It's a constant balancing act, isn't it? Leveraging the benefits of technology while mitigating its negative impacts on our well-being and productivity.
Indeed. Perhaps the key is mindful consumption, being conscious of how we're spending our time online and making deliberate choices about what we engage with.
Analyzing the power of storytelling.
I was just reading a particularly compelling novel, and it struck me how powerful storytelling is. Why do you think stories resonate with us so deeply?
Stories provide a framework for understanding the world, helping us make sense of complex events and human experiences. They tap into our emotions and connect us to something larger than ourselves.
Exactly. They allow us to vicariously experience different perspectives and cultures, fostering empathy and broadening our understanding of humanity.
And stories are often more memorable and impactful than raw data or statistics. They engage our imagination and create lasting impressions.
I think effective storytelling also requires vulnerability and authenticity. When a storyteller is willing to share their own experiences and emotions, it creates a deeper connection with the audience.
Absolutely. It's about creating a shared experience, a sense of connection and understanding that transcends cultural and linguistic barriers.
So is the enduring power of storytelling the ability to create meaning, connection, and empathy in a world that often feels fragmented and disconnected?
I believe so. Stories are a fundamental part of the human experience, and they will continue to shape our understanding of ourselves and the world around us for generations to come.
Debating the merits of minimalism.
I've been toying with the idea of embracing minimalism. What are your thoughts on it as a lifestyle choice?
It's certainly appealing in theory, a rejection of consumerism and a focus on what truly matters. But I wonder if it's realistically sustainable for everyone.
That's a valid concern. I suppose it's about finding a balance, not necessarily adhering to extreme deprivation. Perhaps intentionality is more important than strict adherence to rules.
Intentionality is a great word for it. It's about consciously curating your life rather than passively accumulating things. I think that's where the real value lies.
Agreed. It's less about the number of possessions and more about the intention behind them. Do they add value to your life, or are they simply filling a void?
And what about the environmental impact? Reduced consumption is undoubtedly beneficial for the planet, which is a compelling argument in its favor.
That's a crucial aspect. Minimalism, at its core, is about mindful consumption and reducing our footprint on the earth. A win-win situation, perhaps?
Potentially. But I still think there's a risk of it becoming another trend, another thing to be good at, which defeats the purpose somewhat.
Discussing the challenges of cross-cultural communication.
I recently had a rather awkward cross-cultural interaction. It made me realize how subtle and nuanced communication can be.
Oh, I can relate. Even with a strong command of the language, cultural differences can lead to misunderstandings and misinterpretations.
Exactly. It's not just about the words themselves, but also the nonverbal cues, the unspoken assumptions, and the cultural context.
And directness, or the lack thereof, can be a major stumbling block. What's considered polite in one culture might be perceived as rude or aggressive in another.
I've learned that active listening and a willingness to ask clarifying questions are essential for navigating these situations effectively.
Absolutely. And a healthy dose of empathy and cultural sensitivity goes a long way in building bridges and fostering understanding.
It's a continuous learning process, isn't it? Constantly adapting our communication style to suit the specific cultural context and being mindful of potential cultural biases.
Precisely, and embracing the diversity of perspectives that different cultures offer, rather than viewing them as obstacles to communication.
Discussing the implications of personalized news feeds.
I'm increasingly concerned about the impact of personalized news feeds. Are we living in echo chambers of our own making?
It's a valid concern. Algorithms curate our news based on our past behavior, reinforcing existing beliefs and limiting exposure to diverse perspectives.
Exactly. This creates a distorted view of reality, making it difficult to engage in meaningful dialogue with those who hold different opinions.
And it can also contribute to political polarization, as people become increasingly entrenched in their own ideological bubbles.
I've started consciously seeking out news sources that challenge my own viewpoints, trying to break free from this algorithmic filter bubble.
That's a commendable effort. We need to be more proactive in diversifying our information sources and engaging with different perspectives.
It's about cultivating critical thinking skills and being aware of the biases inherent in these personalized news feeds. A constant vigilance, perhaps?
Indeed. And demanding greater transparency from tech companies about how these algorithms operate and the impact they have on our information consumption.
Discussing the importance of lifelong learning.
I've been thinking about the importance of lifelong learning. Do you think it's essential for navigating the complexities of the modern world?
Absolutely. The pace of change is so rapid that we can't afford to become complacent. Continuous learning is crucial for staying relevant and adaptable.
And it's not just about acquiring new skills for career advancement. It's also about expanding our horizons, challenging our assumptions, and fostering intellectual curiosity.
Precisely. Lifelong learning keeps our minds sharp, promotes critical thinking, and enhances our ability to engage with the world in a meaningful way.
I've started incorporating small acts of learning into my daily routine, reading articles, listening to podcasts, and taking online courses.
That's a great approach. It's about making learning a habit, a continuous process of exploration and discovery, rather than a one-time event.
It's about embracing a growth mindset, believing that our abilities and intelligence can be developed through dedication and hard work. A powerful shift in perspective, perhaps.
Indeed. And recognizing that learning is not just about acquiring knowledge, but also about developing the skills and attitudes necessary to thrive in a rapidly changing world.
Discussing the importance of mentorship.
I've been reflecting on the impact of mentors in my career. Do you think having a mentor is crucial for professional development?
I think it can be incredibly beneficial, providing invaluable guidance and support. But it's not a prerequisite for success, is it? Some people thrive independently.
True, self-reliance is essential. However, a mentor can offer a perspective you might not have considered, helping you navigate complex situations and avoid pitfalls.
That external perspective is invaluable, especially when you're facing challenging decisions. It's like having a sounding board, someone to bounce ideas off without judgment.
Exactly, and the benefits extend beyond professional advice. Mentors can also provide emotional support and encouragement during times of uncertainty.
It's a two-way street, though, isn't it? The mentee needs to be proactive, receptive, and willing to put in the effort to learn and grow.
Absolutely. A successful mentoring relationship requires mutual respect, trust, and a willingness to invest time and energy. It's a partnership, not a one-sided transaction.
And finding the right mentor is key. Someone whose values and experience align with your own, and who is genuinely invested in your success.
Philosophical musings on the nature of happiness.
I was just pondering the elusive nature of happiness. Do you think it's something actively pursued or a byproduct of a life well lived?
That's a profound question. I lean towards the latter. Actively chasing happiness seems to create a self-defeating feedback loop, constantly reminding you of its absence.
Precisely. It's like trying to grasp smoke. Perhaps contentment lies in finding meaning, irrespective of fleeting moments of joy.
Meaning is key. Though I wonder if our modern obsession with quantifiable success obscures our ability to appreciate the simpler, less tangible aspects of life that contribute to genuine happiness.
Absolutely. We're bombarded with messages equating happiness with material possessions and external validation. It's a constant uphill battle against that narrative.
A battle indeed. Maybe the answer lies in cultivating gratitude for what we already have, rather than perpetually striving for what we lack.
A very salient point. Perhaps happiness is less about acquisition and more about perception, a conscious choice to focus on the positive aspects of our existence.
Reflecting on the concept of success.
I've been questioning my definition of success lately. Do you think society's metrics for success are inherently flawed?
Undoubtedly. The emphasis on material wealth and external validation often overshadows more meaningful aspects of life, like personal fulfillment and relationships.
It's as though we're all striving for a predefined ideal, neglecting to consider what truly resonates with our own values and aspirations.
And the constant comparison to others, fueled by social media, only exacerbates the feeling of inadequacy and reinforces these unrealistic expectations.
I've started focusing on setting my own personal benchmarks for success, prioritizing experiences, and personal growth over external achievements.
That's a much healthier approach. Defining success on your own terms, based on your own values and priorities, is essential for living a fulfilling life.
It's about finding a sense of purpose and meaning, rather than simply chasing after societal accolades. A shift in perspective, perhaps?
Definitely. Redefining success as a journey of self-discovery and personal growth, rather than a destination to be reached, is liberating.
Analyzing the motives behind a friend's behavior.
I'm finding Sarah's recent behavior rather perplexing. She seems to be deliberately avoiding me, but I can't fathom why.
Have you considered that she might be going through something personal and simply needs space? Sometimes people withdraw when they're struggling.
That's a possibility, but she's usually quite open about her problems. It feels more like she's actively avoiding me, almost as if she's harboring some resentment.
Perhaps you inadvertently offended her? Or perhaps there's been a misunderstanding. Have you tried reaching out to her directly to address the issue?
I have, but she's been evasive. I'm starting to wonder if someone has been spreading rumors or creating friction between us.
That's a plausible scenario. Gossip can be incredibly damaging. The best approach might be to confront her directly, but with empathy and understanding.
I agree. I need to approach the situation delicately, without being accusatory. Hopefully, we can clear the air and resolve whatever's causing this rift.
Absolutely. Open and honest communication is key. Good luck. I hope you can mend things.
Debating the value of traditional versus modern education.
I'm increasingly concerned about the emphasis on standardized testing in schools. It seems to stifle creativity and critical thinking in favor of rote memorization.
I agree that rote learning has its limitations, but a solid foundation in core subjects is still crucial. You can't build a house without a strong base, can you?
Perhaps, but what about fostering innovation and adaptability? The world is changing so rapidly. Shouldn't education prioritize those skills over outdated curricula?
Where do you draw the line? A certain degree of structured learning is necessary to impart fundamental knowledge. It's a question of finding the right equilibrium.
I think the pendulum has swung too far in the direction of traditional methods. We need to embrace more project-based learning and personalized approaches that cater to individual learning styles.
And risk sacrificing academic rigor? I fear that prioritizing, quote, fun over foundational knowledge could ultimately disadvantage students in the long run.
It's not about sacrificing rigor, but about redefining it. Rigor should encompass critical thinking, problem-solving, and the ability to adapt to new information, not just regurgitating facts.
A valid point. Perhaps a hybrid approach, blending the best of both worlds, is the most pragmatic solution.
Discussing the challenges of maintaining long-distance relationships.
I'm finding the distance in my relationship increasingly challenging. The lack of physical presence is really starting to wear on me.
Long-distance relationships are notoriously difficult. It requires a tremendous amount of trust, communication, and commitment from both parties.
We try to stay connected through video calls and messages, but it's not the same as sharing everyday experiences. I miss the spontaneity and intimacy.
Have you considered setting clear expectations and boundaries? Establishing regular routines for communication can help maintain a sense of connection.
We have, but it's still difficult to bridge the gap. I worry about the emotional distance growing over time. The lack of physical affection is particularly hard.
Perhaps planning regular visits, even if they're infrequent, can provide something to look forward to and help reinforce the bond. The anticipation can be almost as rewarding as the visit itself.
That's a good point. We need to prioritize those visits and make them meaningful. It's easy to fall into the trap of just going through the motions.
Exactly. And remember to focus on the positives of the relationship. The distance may be challenging, but it also allows for individual growth and independence.
Discussing the ethical implications of personalized advertising.
I'm increasingly uneasy about the level of personalization in online advertising. It feels like a gross invasion of privacy, doesn't it?
It's certainly a slippery slope. On the one hand, it can be convenient to see ads for products you're actually interested in. On the other, the sheer volume of data being collected is alarming.
Precisely. And it's not just about convenience, it's about manipulation. These algorithms are designed to exploit our vulnerabilities and influence our purchasing decisions.
But isn't that the nature of advertising in general? It's always been about persuasion. The difference now is the scale and sophistication of the techniques.
That's true, but there's a qualitative difference. Personalized advertising relies on intimate knowledge of our habits, preferences, and even our emotions. It feels deeply intrusive.
So where do we draw the line? Is it inherently unethical to use data to tailor advertising, or is it simply a question of transparency and consent?
I think it's both. We need stronger regulations to protect our privacy, and we need to be more aware of how these algorithms are shaping our perceptions and behaviors.
Agreed. A more informed and critical consumer base is crucial in navigating this increasingly complex landscape.
Discussing the implications of a missed opportunity.
I'm still kicking myself about not applying for that grant. It was a perfect fit for my research, and I just let the deadline slip by.
That's rough. But dwelling on it won't change anything. What's done is done. The key is to learn from it, right?
Easier said than done. It feels like a significant setback. It could have really propelled my work forward.
I understand the frustration. But perhaps it's a blessing in disguise. Maybe it frees you up to pursue a different, even more promising avenue.
I'm trying to see it that way. I keep thinking about the what-ifs, though. The lost potential is hard to ignore.
Focus on the present and future. What can you do now to mitigate the impact? Are there other funding opportunities you can explore?
Yes, there are. I need to shift my focus from regret to proactive planning. You're right, dwelling on it is unproductive.
Exactly. Use it as fuel to be even more diligent and proactive in the future. Turn a negative into a positive.
Discussing the merits of different parenting styles.
I've been reading about attachment parenting, and while I admire the principles, I'm not sure I can fully commit to it. It seems incredibly demanding.
I understand. I leaned more towards authoritative parenting, setting clear boundaries while still fostering independence. It's a constant balancing act, isn't it?
Absolutely. The pressure to get it right is immense. I worry about stifling their creativity if I'm too strict, or conversely, failing to prepare them for the real world if I'm too permissive.
Exactly. And what works for one child might be completely ineffective for another. You have to adapt and evolve as they grow.
It's a relief to hear you say that. I sometimes feel like I'm constantly second-guessing myself. The sheer volume of conflicting advice is overwhelming.
Ignore the noise. Trust your instincts, and focus on nurturing a strong, loving relationship. That's the foundation, regardless of the specific methodology.
You're right, I need to internalize that. Thank you for the perspective. It's genuinely reassuring.
Anytime. We're all just muddling through, trying to do our best.
Evaluating the success of a community initiative.
I'm not entirely convinced that the community garden project has been as successful as everyone claims. While it looks aesthetically pleasing, I question its actual impact.
In what sense? It certainly improved the visual appeal of that derelict lot, and it provides a space for people to connect.
True, but is it genuinely addressing food insecurity in the area, or is it primarily benefiting a small, privileged segment of the population?
That's a fair point. We need to look at the data. How much produce is actually being distributed to those in need? Are there accessibility issues that need to be addressed?
Exactly. And what about the long-term sustainability of the project? Are there adequate resources in place to ensure its continued success?
We should conduct a thorough evaluation, gathering feedback from residents and analyzing the project's financial performance. A purely anecdotal assessment is insufficient.
Agreed. We need to move beyond superficial observations and delve into the project's tangible outcomes and its impact on the community as a whole.
Perhaps we can propose a formal review at the next community meeting. A critical and objective analysis is essential for continuous improvement.
Interpreting the subtext in a social interaction.
I had a rather peculiar interaction with my neighbor earlier. He complimented my garden, but his tone seemed insincere. I can't quite put my finger on it.
Did he offer any specific details about what he liked, or was it a rather generic compliment? The devil's often in the details or lack thereof.
It was very general, something along the lines of, "It's looking nice," but there was a distinct lack of enthusiasm in his voice, almost a hint of condescension.
Perhaps he's envious of your gardening skills, or maybe he's subtly hinting that he wants you to do something for him, like trim his hedges.
That's a possibility. He's always been a bit passive-aggressive. Or maybe I'm just overthinking it. It's difficult to decipher people's true intentions.
Body language can often provide clues. Did he maintain eye contact? Was his posture open or closed? Nonverbal cues can be quite revealing.
He avoided eye contact, and his arms were crossed. It definitely felt like there was some underlying tension. I'll try to observe his behavior more closely in the future.
Indeed. Paying attention to both verbal and nonverbal cues can help you better understand the subtext of social interactions and navigate them more effectively.
Reevaluating a career path after a setback.
Losing that promotion has really forced me to reevaluate my career trajectory. I'm not sure I'm on the right path anymore.
That's understandable. Setbacks can be incredibly disheartening, but sometimes they're necessary catalysts for change. What aspects are you questioning?
I'm wondering if I'm truly passionate about this field, or if I've simply been chasing external validation. The long hours and constant pressure are taking their toll.
It sounds like you're experiencing a degree of burnout. Have you considered exploring alternative career options that align more closely with your values and interests?
I have, but the prospect of starting over feels daunting. I've invested so much time and energy into this career.
The sunk cost fallacy is a powerful force, but clinging to a path that no longer fulfills you will only lead to further dissatisfaction. Perhaps some career counseling could provide clarity.
That's a good suggestion. I need to objectively assess my skills, interests, and priorities. A fresh perspective might be exactly what I need.
Exactly. Don't be afraid to explore different avenues. It's never too late to reinvent yourself and pursue a more fulfilling career.
Reconciling conflicting accounts of an event.
So we both witnessed the same incident, but our recollections seem wildly divergent. You're certain the cyclist ran the red light?
Absolutely. I had a clear line of sight he barreled through, not even attempting to slow down. You saw something different?
Could have sworn the light was yellow, possibly even turning green. Perhaps it was the angle I was standing at. It's unsettling how memory can be so fallible, isn't it?
It is. We often filter information unconsciously. Maybe you were focusing on something else, and your brain filled in the gaps. The implications for eyewitness testimony are rather worrying.
Precisely. It highlights the subjective nature of reality itself, doesn't it? And the difficulty of establishing objective truth, even with ostensibly reliable witnesses.
Indeed. Perhaps reviewing security footage, if it exists, would be the only way to ascertain definitively what transpired.
A sensible suggestion. Until then, we're left with our imperfect and conflicting perspectives. It's quite humbling, really.
Analyzing the appeal and potential downsides of a trend.
Have you noticed how everyone seems to be embracing this, quote, digital nomad lifestyle? Working remotely from exotic locations, constantly traveling.
Yes, it's become quite the phenomenon. On the surface, it appears incredibly glamorous and liberating.
Exactly. The freedom to set your own schedule and explore the world is undeniably appealing. But I wonder about the less visible aspects.
Such as? The constant instability, perhaps? The lack of a consistent community, and the potential for loneliness?
Precisely. And what about the long-term implications for career progression? Does constantly hopping between locations hinder professional development?
It could, depending on the industry. And let's not forget the practical challenges. Unreliable internet access, visa issues, and the constant need to adapt to new cultures.
It seems like the reality is often far removed from the idyllic image portrayed on social media. The curated highlight reel versus the everyday grind.
Indeed. It's crucial to critically evaluate these trends and consider the potential drawbacks before romanticizing them.
Analyzing the subtext of a casual encounter.
I ran into Mark at the grocery store yesterday. The whole interaction felt awkward. I can't quite put my finger on why.
Awkward how? Was there a noticeable change in his demeanor, or did the conversation feel stilted?
It was more subtle than that. He seemed overly enthusiastic, almost forced, and he avoided eye contact for the most part.
That's interesting. Could it be that he's aware of something you're not, perhaps related to a shared acquaintance or situation?
That's a possibility. Or maybe he's simply uncomfortable with casual encounters in general. He's always been a bit introverted.
True, but you know him well enough to sense when something is genuinely off. Trust your intuition.
I suppose I'm overanalyzing it. It was probably just a fleeting moment of awkwardness that I'm reading too much into.
Perhaps, but sometimes those subtle cues can be revealing. Keep it in the back of your mind and see if anything else surfaces.
Debating the responsibility of individuals in addressing climate change.
I'm feeling increasingly overwhelmed by the climate crisis. It seems like such a monumental problem, I often wonder if individual actions even matter.
I understand that feeling of helplessness, but I fundamentally disagree. Individual actions, when aggregated, can have a significant impact.
But isn't it a drop in the ocean compared to the emissions of large corporations and governments? Shouldn't they bear the primary responsibility?
Of course, systemic change is crucial, but individual consumption patterns and lifestyle choices contribute to the problem. We can't absolve ourselves entirely.
So, you're suggesting we all become minimalist vegans who cycle everywhere? That seems unrealistic for most people.
Not necessarily. It's about making conscious choices and reducing our carbon footprint where we can. Small changes add up.
But isn't that just shifting the burden onto individuals who are already struggling with the cost of living? Shouldn't the focus be on holding corporations accountable?
It's not an either-or situation. We need both individual responsibility and systemic change to effectively address the climate crisis.
Discussing the ethical implications of predictive policing.
I was reading about predictive policing, using algorithms to anticipate where crimes are likely to occur. It seems like a double-edged sword.
Indeed. On the one hand, it could potentially reduce crime rates and make communities safer. But at what cost?
My main concern is the potential for bias. If the algorithms are trained on historical data that reflects existing prejudices, they could perpetuate discriminatory practices.
Exactly. It could lead to disproportionate targeting of certain neighborhoods or demographic groups, reinforcing systemic inequalities.
And what about the erosion of privacy? Are we comfortable with the idea of being constantly monitored and analyzed by these algorithms, even if we haven't done anything wrong?
That's a valid point. It raises fundamental questions about civil liberties and the balance between security and freedom.
It seems like we need much stricter regulations and oversight to ensure that these technologies are used ethically and responsibly.
Absolutely. Transparency and accountability are paramount to prevent predictive policing from becoming a tool of oppression.
Discussing the implications of a close friend's unexpected life change.
Did you hear about Sarah? She's selling everything and moving to a remote island to become a beekeeper.
What? That's unexpected, to say the least. I knew she was feeling burnt out, but this seems rather drastic.
I know, right? I'm happy for her if it's what she truly wants, but I also worry about the practicalities of such a radical shift.
Precisely. Is this a carefully considered decision or a spontaneous reaction to stress? And what about her support network?
She claims she's done her research and has a solid plan, but I can't help but feel a little apprehensive for her.
It's natural to feel that way. Ultimately, it's her life, and we should respect her choices, even if we don't fully understand them.
Of course. I just hope she's prepared for the challenges that inevitably come with such a dramatic lifestyle change.
Indeed. All we can do is offer our support and be there for her, regardless of how things unfold.
Discussing the merits of different approaches to language acquisition.
I'm at a bit of a crossroads with my Spanish. I feel like I've plateaued with the textbook approach.
I know the feeling. Have you considered immersion? Spending time in a Spanish-speaking country can be transformative.
It's tempting but logistically challenging right now. I was thinking more along the lines of intensive online tutoring with native speakers.
That could definitely help with fluency and pronunciation. But be wary of solely focusing on grammar perfection. Communication is key.
Absolutely. I'm trying to find a balance between accuracy and confidence. I tend to overthink my sentences.
Try focusing on comprehensible input, listening to podcasts, watching films, without constantly analyzing every word. Let it sink in organically.
That's a good point. I often get bogged down in the details. Maybe a more holistic approach is what I need.
Precisely. Experiment and find what resonates with you. Language learning is a marathon, not a sprint.
Evaluating the authenticity of a personal narrative.
I just finished reading this memoir that's been getting a lot of buzz, but something about it feels off.
Off how? Is the writing style suspect, or are you questioning the veracity of the events described?
It's more the latter. Some of the anecdotes seem too perfectly crafted, too neatly resolved to be entirely genuine.
Memoirs are, by nature, subjective reconstructions of the past. Memory is fallible, and authors often shape narratives for dramatic effect.
I understand that, but there's a difference between artistic license and outright fabrication, wouldn't you say?
Absolutely, and it can be difficult to discern where that line is drawn, especially without corroborating evidence.
Exactly. It makes me wonder about the ethics of presenting a potentially fictionalized account as a true story.
It raises interesting questions about the contract between author and reader, and the responsibility of publishers to vet claims.
Evaluating the long-term impact of a major life decision.
Looking back on my decision to move abroad 10 years ago, I'm still not entirely sure if it was the right one.
That's a big decision to grapple with. What are the main factors making you question it now?
Professionally, it was undoubtedly beneficial. I gained invaluable experience and broadened my horizons. But personally, I feel a sense of disconnect from my family and friends back home.
That's understandable. Maintaining those connections across long distances can be incredibly challenging.
It is, and I often wonder if I missed out on important milestones in their lives. Weddings, births, simply being there for them in times of need.
It's a trade-off, isn't it? You gained certain things, but you inevitably sacrificed others. Hindsight is always 20/20.
True. I suppose the question is whether the gains outweighed the losses in the long run. It's a difficult equation to solve.
Perhaps the key is to focus on the present and future, and make conscious efforts to strengthen those connections now, rather than dwelling on the past.
Evaluating the viability of a local business venture.
So I've been mulling over this idea for a sustainable cafe in the old textile mill. What are your initial thoughts?
It's a charming location, certainly. But has anyone done a thorough feasibility study, considering the foot traffic and existing competition?
Preliminary research suggests a gap in the market for ethically sourced, locally produced fare. The mill also attracts tourists interested in its history.
That's promising. But sustainability comes at a premium. Will the target demographic be willing to pay enough to ensure profitability?
We need to focus on added value, unique experiences, workshops, community engagement, to justify the higher price point.
Right, and what about the infrastructural challenges of renovating a historic building to meet modern health and safety standards?
That's a significant hurdle, admittedly. We factored in contingency funds, but unexpected costs are always a concern.
Indeed. It sounds intriguing, but a robust business plan addressing all these potential pitfalls is paramount before proceeding.
Reconciling differing perspectives on a contentious art exhibition.
I'm still grappling with that exhibition we saw last week. I found it profoundly unsettling, bordering on offensive.
Really? I thought it was deliberately provocative, designed to challenge our preconceived notions about beauty and societal norms.
I understand the intent, but I felt it crossed the line into gratuitous shock value, sacrificing artistic merit for mere controversy.
Perhaps, but isn't that the point of avant-garde art? To push boundaries and force us to confront uncomfortable truths about ourselves?
I'm not convinced. I think there's a distinction between challenging convention and simply being deliberately offensive for attention.
But who gets to define that line? Art is inherently subjective. What you find offensive, I might find insightful.
That's fair, but I still believe there's a responsibility, even in art, to consider the potential impact on viewers, especially vulnerable ones.
I suppose it boils down to whether you believe art should comfort or confront. I lean towards the latter, even if it's occasionally jarring.
Balancing honesty with diplomacy.
I need to give some critical feedback. but I'm worried about damaging the relationship. It's a delicate situation.
That's a common dilemma. Honesty is crucial, but so is maintaining positive working relationships. It's a tightrope walk.
Exactly. I want to be constructive, not destructive. But I also need to be clear about the issues.
Frame your feedback in terms of specific behaviors and their impact, rather than making personal judgments. Focus on solutions.
So instead of saying you're disorganized, I should say, the lack of clear organization is impacting project deadlines?
Precisely. And then offer concrete suggestions for improvement. Make it a collaborative effort to find a solution.
That makes a lot of sense. It's less accusatory and more focused on problem solving.
Exactly. And always deliver the feedback in private, with empathy and respect. Remember, the goal is improvement, not humiliation.
Dealing with a perceived slight.
I think I was deliberately excluded from that meeting. I feel quite slighted, to be honest.
That's understandable. Being excluded can feel personal. But before you jump to conclusions, consider alternative explanations.
Like what? It seems pretty obvious that they didn't want me there. My input would have been valuable.
Perhaps there were logistical constraints, or maybe the meeting's scope was narrower than you initially perceived. Try to gather more information.
I could ask someone directly, but I don't want to come across as overly sensitive or accusatory.
Frame it as an inquiry, not an accusation. Express your genuine interest in the project and ask if there's a way you can contribute in the future.
That's a good approach. It's less confrontational and more focused on finding a solution.
Exactly. And if it turns out there was a valid reason for your exclusion, you'll avoid unnecessary conflict. If not, you'll have a clearer understanding of the situation.
Dealing with unforeseen consequences.
I'm facing a real mess. I made a decision that seemed perfectly reasonable at the time, but it's backfired spectacularly.
That's the nature of complex systems. Unintended consequences are almost inevitable, no matter how carefully you plan.
I feel completely responsible, even though I couldn't have foreseen this outcome. It's eating me up inside.
Don't beat yourself up too much. Focus on mitigating the damage and learning from the experience. What can you do now?
I'm trying to clean up the mess, but it feels like I'm just digging myself deeper. I'm considering bringing in an expert.
That's a wise move. Sometimes an objective perspective can offer solutions you haven't considered. Don't be afraid to ask for help.
You're right, my pride is getting in the way. I need to swallow it and admit that I'm out of my depth.
It takes strength to acknowledge your limitations. That's a sign of maturity, not weakness.
Interpreting a friend's withdrawal.
I'm a bit concerned about Sarah. She's been increasingly distant lately, and I can't figure out why.
Has anything specific happened that might explain her behavior? Or is it a gradual shift?
It's been gradual. I initially thought she was just busy, but it's gone on for weeks now. I'm starting to wonder if I've done something wrong.
It's natural to jump to that conclusion, but try not to personalize it immediately. She could be dealing with something entirely unrelated.
That's true. Maybe she's going through a difficult time and just needs space, but I also don't want to ignore it if she needs support.
Perhaps reach out casually, without being overly intrusive. Let her know you're there if she wants to talk, but respect her need for privacy.
That's a good balance. I'll send her a message, just checking in and letting her know I'm thinking of her.
Sometimes, simply knowing that someone cares can make a world of difference, even if she's not ready to open up yet.
Interpreting ambiguous social cues.
Did you notice how Sarah reacted when I mentioned the promotion? I couldn't quite decipher her expression.
I did. It seemed muted, almost like she was trying to mask a deeper emotion. Perhaps a touch of envy, masked by politeness?
That's what I suspected. It's just so difficult to know for sure. She's usually so effusive in her congratulations.
Exactly. The deviation from her norm is what makes it so telling. Perhaps she was also disappointed about not getting it herself.
Quite possibly. It's a minefield, interpreting these subtle social cues. I don't want to assume the worst.
Indeed. Best to proceed with a bit of sensitivity, regardless. Acknowledge her contributions and show empathy.
Good point. I'll make a point of doing that. Thanks for helping me unpack that a bit.
Navigating conflicting advice.
I'm completely overwhelmed. Everyone's giving me advice about this career move, and it's all contradictory.
That's the curse of having options. Everyone projects their own experiences and biases onto your situation.
Exactly. Some say security is paramount. Others urge me to chase my passion. regardless of the risk.
Ultimately, you have to filter that advice through the lens of your own values and priorities. What truly matters to *U?
I suppose I need to do some serious soul-searching. It's hard to discern my own voice amidst all the noise.
Try to identify the underlying assumptions behind each piece of advice. That can help you understand where it's coming from.
That's a smart approach. It's like deconstructing the advice to get to the core motivation.
Precisely. Then you can assess whether those motivations align with your own goals and aspirations.
Questioning the validity of a claim.
I heard this claim about the benefits of this new diet, but something about it just doesn't ring true. It seems too good to be true.
That's a healthy skepticism. Always good to approach such claims with a critical eye, especially when they seem sensationalized.
Exactly. They're promising miraculous results with minimal effort. I'm wondering about the underlying evidence.
Check for credible sources. Is the claim supported by peer-reviewed research, or is it just anecdotal evidence?
Good point. I'll look for studies published in reputable journals. And I should also be wary of conflicts of interest, right?
Absolutely. Who is promoting the diet? Do they have a financial stake in its success? That can significantly skew the results.
It seems to be heavily promoted by influencers on social media. That's definitely a red flag.
Indeed. Often, those promotions are driven by sponsorship deals, not genuine endorsement based on scientific evidence.
Reevaluating a past decision.
I've been second-guessing my decision to turn down that job offer last year. Maybe I made a mistake.
Hindsight is always 20/20, isn't it? What's prompting this reevaluation now?
Well, the company I chose instead hasn't exactly lived up to expectations, and I see that the other company is thriving.
It's easy to romanticize the road not taken, but remember the reasons you turned it down in the first place.
I know, I was worried about the work-life balance, but maybe I overemphasized that at the expense of career progression.
Perhaps. But every decision has trade-offs. The key is to learn from it and apply those lessons moving forward.
You're right, dwelling on it won't change anything. I need to focus on making the most of my current situation.
Exactly. And who knows, maybe there will be other opportunities with that company in the future.
Reconciling ideals with practicality.
I'm struggling with this project. I want to make a real difference, but the constraints are so limiting.
That's a common tension. We often have grand visions that bump up against the realities of budget, time, and resources.
Exactly. I feel like I'm compromising my values just to get it done. Is that just the nature of the beast?
Not necessarily compromising, but rather calibrating. It's about finding the most impactful point of leverage within the existing system.
So a more pragmatic approach, focusing on achievable wins rather than a complete overhaul?
Precisely. Think about incremental improvements. Small victories can pave the way for bigger changes down the line.
That's a helpful perspective. It's less disheartening than feeling like I'm selling out entirely.
It's about making the best of the situation, not surrendering to it. There's a subtle but crucial difference.
Reconciling personal beliefs with new information.
Finding myself questioning some long-held beliefs in light of some new information I've come across. It's unsettling.
That's a sign of intellectual honesty, being willing to reevaluate your perspectives when presented with compelling evidence.
It's difficult, though. It feels like I'm dismantling a part of myself. These beliefs have been integral to my identity.
It's a process of refinement, not necessarily destruction. Consider the new information carefully, but don't feel pressured to abandon everything wholesale.
So a gradual integration, rather than a sudden about-face? That feels more manageable.
Precisely. Allow yourself time to process the implications of the new information and see how it fits with your existing framework.
I suppose I need to be open to the possibility that I might be wrong, even about things I've always considered to be self-evident.
Exactly. Embracing uncertainty is a key part of intellectual growth. It's okay to say, I don't know, or I'm not sure.
Dealing with a difficult client.
Right, so client X is proving to be challenging. His demands are bordering on unreasonable, and he seems to dismiss any suggestions we offer.
I've heard whispers. What specifically is causing the logjam?
He insists on micromanaging every aspect of the campaign, despite claiming to trust our expertise. It's stifling creativity and, frankly, making the team demoralized.
We need to manage his expectations then. Perhaps a candid conversation highlighting the detrimental effect of his interference, backed by data showing potential losses?
I've tried subtly, but he doesn't seem to grasp the nuances. I'm worried a direct confrontation will backfire and he'll pull the plug entirely.
Then we need to reframe it. Position it as a collaborative effort, where his input is valued but within clearly defined boundaries. Show him how trusting us will ultimately benefit him.
That's a good angle. I'll schedule a meeting and try that approach. It's a delicate balancing act, though.
Indeed. Remember to document everything. CYA, as they say, just in case.
Navigating conflicting values in a relationship.
I'm realizing that my partner and I have some fundamental differences in our values, and it's starting to cause friction.
That's a common challenge in long-term relationships. It's rare to find someone who aligns perfectly with you on every single issue.
But these aren't minor disagreements. We have differing views on things like financial responsibility, family obligations, and even ethical considerations.
Have you tried having open and honest conversations about these differences without judgment or defensiveness?
We've talked about them, but it often devolves into arguments. We both feel strongly about our own perspectives.
Perhaps you need to focus on finding common ground and identifying areas where you can compromise. It's about mutual respect and understanding.
But what if the values are truly irreconcilable? Is it possible to build a lasting relationship on such shaky foundations?
That's a tough question. It depends on the severity of the differences and your willingness to accept them. Sometimes, professional counseling can help navigate those difficult conversations.
The art of giving and receiving criticism.
I need to give some constructive criticism to a colleague, but I'm dreading it. I don't want to hurt their feelings or damage our working relationship.
It's a delicate art. The key is to frame it in a way that's helpful and supportive, rather than accusatory or judgmental.
So what's the best approach? Should I start with positive feedback to soften the blow?
That can work, but make sure the positive feedback is genuine and specific. Don't just sugarcoat the criticism with insincere praise.
Okay, honesty and sincerity are crucial. And what about the language I use? Should I avoid using you statements?
Definitely. Focus on the behavior or the outcome, not the person. Use I statements to express how their actions affected you or the team.
So instead of saying, you're always late with your reports, I should say, I've noticed that the reports have been consistently submitted past the deadline, and it's impacting our overall workflow?
Exactly. And offer concrete suggestions for improvement. Make it a collaborative discussion rather than a one-way lecture.
The challenges of maintaining friendships over time.
I'm finding it increasingly difficult to maintain my friendships. Life just seems to get in the way, doesn't it?
It does. As we get older, our priorities shift, and the time we have for socializing dwindles. It requires conscious effort to stay connected.
And it's not just time. People change, too. Their interests and values might diverge, making it harder to find common ground.
That's true. Some friendships naturally fade away, while others require more work to nurture and sustain. It's a delicate balance.
So, what's the secret? Is it about scheduling regular catch-ups, even if it's just a quick phone call or coffee?
That helps. But I think it's also about being present and engaged when you are together, truly listening and showing genuine interest in their lives.
And accepting that friendships evolve. You can't expect them to stay exactly the same as they were years ago.
Precisely. It's about adapting to each other's changes and finding new ways to connect, even if it's not as frequently as you used to.
The dilemma of returning to your hometown.
I'm contemplating moving back to my hometown. It's a big decision, and I'm wrestling with the pros and cons.
That's understandable. There's always a pull towards familiarity and roots, but also the potential for feeling stifled.
Exactly. On the one hand, I'd be closer to family, have a lower cost of living, and a less stressful pace of life. But I worry about limiting my opportunities.
And potentially regressing into old patterns and habits. It can be difficult to reinvent yourself in a place where everyone already has a preconceived notion of who you are.
That's a major concern. I've worked hard to build a life and a career away from there. I don't want to feel like I'm taking a step backwards.
Perhaps it's about redefining what success means to you. Is it purely career-driven, or does it encompass family, community, and overall well-being?
It's a good point. I need to reassess my priorities and what truly matters to me in the long run. It's not just about the job, is it?
Not at all. It's about creating a life that feels fulfilling and authentic, wherever that may be.
The ethics of personalized data collection.
This whole data collection thing is starting to feel a bit invasive. I mean, targeted advertising is one thing, but knowing my every move?
It's a trade-off, isn't it? Convenience and personalized experiences in exchange for our privacy. The question is, where do we draw the line?
That's exactly it. I understand the benefits, but the potential for misuse is terrifying. Imagine insurance companies basing premiums on your online activity.
Or political campaigns using psychographic profiling to manipulate voters. The implications are far-reaching and deeply unsettling.
So what's the solution? Opting out completely is almost impossible in today's world. Are regulations the answer?
Regulations are certainly necessary, but they're often slow to adapt to technological advancements. Perhaps a greater emphasis on data literacy and empowering individuals to control their own data is crucial.
A more conscious approach, definitely. We need to be more aware of the digital footprint we're leaving and the potential consequences.
Absolutely. It's about informed consent and understanding the true cost of these free services.
The importance of setting boundaries with family.
I'm struggling to set boundaries with my family. They constantly overstep, and I find myself feeling resentful.
That's a common issue. Family dynamics can be complex, and it's often difficult to assert yourself without feeling guilty.
Exactly. I feel like I'm constantly walking on eggshells, trying to avoid conflict while also protecting my own space and time.
Have you tried communicating your needs and boundaries clearly and assertively, without being aggressive or defensive?
Tried, but they often dismiss my concerns or guilt-trip me into doing what they want. It's exhausting.
It takes time and consistency. You need to reinforce your boundaries repeatedly, even if it means facing their disapproval. Remember, you're not responsible for their reactions.
So, it's about prioritizing my own well-being, even if it means disappointing them sometimes. That's easier said than done.
It is, but it's essential for maintaining healthy relationships. And remember, setting boundaries is an act of self-respect, not selfishness.
The nuances of apologizing effectively.
I think I really messed up with Sarah yesterday. I need to apologize, but I want to do it properly, not just a perfunctory sorry.
A genuine apology is crucial. It's not just about saying the words, but conveying sincerity and understanding the impact of your actions.
Right. So what's the best approach? I was thinking of acknowledging my mistake, expressing remorse, and offering to make amends.
That's a good start. But be specific about what you're apologizing for. Avoid vague generalities and take ownership of your behavior.
Okay, specificity is key. And what about excuses? Should I offer an explanation for why I acted the way I did?
Be careful with that. Explanations can easily come across as justifications or deflections of blame. Focus on the impact your actions had, not your intentions.
So no, I was stressed or I didn't mean to. Just a clear acknowledgement of the harm I caused and a sincere expression of regret.
Exactly. And most importantly, listen to her response and be prepared to accept responsibility for your actions, even if it's uncomfortable.
The pressure to stay constantly productive.
I'm feeling increasingly overwhelmed by this relentless pressure to be constantly productive. It's exhausting.
I know the feeling. It's like we're expected to optimize every waking moment, squeezing every last drop of efficiency out of ourselves.
And it's not just work. Even our leisure time is often geared towards self-improvement or meaningful experiences. It's hard to just relax and do nothing.
Exactly. There's this pervasive guilt associated with idleness. We're constantly bombarded with messages about maximizing our potential and achieving peak performance.
But isn't there value in downtime? In allowing our minds to wander and simply be? I feel like we're losing the ability to just be present.
Absolutely. Creativity and innovation often emerge from moments of quiet contemplation. We need to reclaim the space for unstructured thinking.
So how do we push back against this constant pressure? Is it about setting boundaries and consciously prioritizing rest?
I think so, and perhaps reframing our definition of productivity to include self-care and mental well-being. It's about long-term sustainability, not short-term gains.
Understanding generational differences in the workplace.
I'm finding it increasingly difficult to bridge the gap with some of the younger team members. Their work ethic seems so different from what I'm used to.
I've noticed that too. I think a lot of it stems from different priorities and expectations shaped by their upbringing and the current economic climate.
But surely some level of dedication and commitment is universal? I feel like they prioritize work-life balance to an extreme, sometimes at the expense of deadlines.
Perhaps. But they might also be more efficient and tech-savvy, completing tasks faster, and therefore feeling justified in prioritizing their personal lives. We might be judging them by outdated standards.
That's a fair point. I suppose it's about finding a middle ground, where we respect their boundaries while ensuring productivity doesn't suffer.
Exactly. Open communication and understanding each other's perspectives are key. Maybe even reverse mentoring could be beneficial.
Reverse mentoring? Interesting. I'll have to look into that. It's about adapting, isn't it, rather than expecting them to conform entirely.
Precisely. And recognizing that different generations bring different strengths to the table.